All right, we are live. I checked the YouTube. I checked everything. It looks like we're live. We'll have to wait till the backer kit goes live to see if how that all worked out. But we've got Wayne in the back. You want me to add Wayne in as well?
Sure.
All right. Welcome to Wayne. So for those of you who are on the Palladium YouTube channel, you should recognize me. I do all of the streams of Palladium for the history of Palladium books with Kevin, and I am joined here today with Sean and Wayne. Guys, you go ahead. You introduce why we're here, because we got something. Palladium's got something huge that is launching today.
Yeah, so today we are launching a crowdfunder on BackerKit for the Lost Rifts video game, as Kevin and I like to call it, Rifts Promise of Power. And this isn't some simple port or anything like that. This is an effort. We're partnering with a company that we've worked with before, TransPerfect Gaming, to bring it to PC users worldwide. And hopefully, if we can hit more stretch goals, lots of other platforms, including all your favorite stuff: Nintendo, Xbox, PlayStation, Mac and Linux, translated into more languages. We've already got 4 in the box, but we have I think 8 more lined out for Asia and the Western Hemisphere, and then lots of stretch goals for not just bringing the game back in style, but bringing it back in even hyper style with new music soundtrack, updated art, and/or if we can get it, a whole art overhaul, which would be fantastic. So we're really excited about the project and all the cool swag you can get too. We've got kind of thrown out all the rules. We have 4 sets of Rifts themed dice in beautiful graphic art tins. These are our extended RPG dice sets, so they're not your normal like 6 dice or 7 dice set. You've got 3d6, so you've got your d4, your d6, your d10, your d100, your d20 normally, right? And so with this, you've got those 2 extra and then d12, right, and then 2 extra d6s. So how's it going, Kev?
It's going. I just ate, so my sinuses are a little.
So
we're live, Kev, with the fans on YouTube's, and soon at the top of our page as soon as the project launches in a few more minutes.
Yeah, and we're on live on Facebook and on Twitch. You can, if you follow that link that I put in the chat, it should have gone out to everybody. You can jump on to the pre-launch page that will turn into the launch page in about 23 minutes.
Wow.
Super cool. Super cool.
So, Kevin, you and I have talked about the Rifts Promise of Power video game. I've got I literally have my N-Gage and my copy of the game just sitting kind of right here. Sean, well, first of all, let's introduce Jeremy. Welcome, Jeremy.
Hi, everybody.
Oh, you're a little robot.
That was mean.
Sean, what's your experience with the video game, and why was this super important for you to kind of bring back?
Well, the funny thing is, my experience with the video game is that fans keep coming up to me and telling me about, have you seen this video game? And just like when we did the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Other Strangeness Redux Edition, one of the things was, even when I was working on Rifts material for the Savage Worlds game system, someone's opening something?
Sorry, that's me.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, maybe you can mute.
We're excited.
Yeah, but yeah, so we just, when we're talking to fans about all of that, it got crazy because of the response that we got with that. And then we've had a lot of fans for years telling us how much they loved the original Rifts Promise of Power game when it came out on the N-Gage. But not many people got to play it because, sadly, all of the game was extremely highly reviewed and was beloved by a lot of the fans, very high reviewed by fans and critics. when the Engage was canceled shortly after Promise of Power's release, the game and the Engage itself basically disappeared very quickly. So that's one of the things that Kevin and I we always thought, wow, that's a really cool idea, but it's a bit of a pipe dream. How are you going to do that when you don't have a video game studio? Well, when we're working on Ninja Turtles with the folks at TransPerfect Gaming, we realized they are fantastic at working on digital assets and can do a lot of really neat stuff with video games. So that was when we realized this is a chance that we could do this. We could bring this in and make it happen. So yeah, we're really excited about that, and to have the opportunity to work with not just any studio, but a studio full of guys. As soon as the project launches, you're going to see what TransPerfect Gaming does. They have 6 full studios worldwide. The team that's working on this, they have decades and decades of experience. So these are heavy hitters coming in to work on this project with us.
Awesome.
Yeah, people would ask us all the time, "Oh man, it'd be great if you could bring, the Rift's Promise of Power video game to the personal computer or to other platforms, or some other video game." And well, we always thought, yeah, that'd be great. We're a role-playing tabletop company. While Sean has knowledge of programming and video games,
Oh, I didn't even mention that, did I?
the rest of us don't. And it was a matter of, we can't afford to spend $1 million and hire all kinds of people and do all kinds of coding or more. And, we just don't have the resources. We don't have the background. So like Sean said, it always felt like a pipe dream. And we started working with TransPerfect to actually do art type things. Like they sculpted the Ninja Turtle miniatures.
Nice.
And, they did a beautiful job. And the more we talked to them, the more we realized, holy crap, these guys have done tons of video game stuff, and they've done this and they've done that. And they worked for this big name company, and that big name company like Blizzard and Konami. And, it's like places that you're like, everyone knows these companies. And it's like, and Sean's like, Kev, I'm going to ask them what it would cost to do a video game. For us to take the Rift's Promise of Power and recode it for the PC. And I'm like, okay, but I think it would be hideously expensive and beyond our means. And then the more we explored it, the TransPerfect guys are, by the way, fans, and they're awesome people. They're sharp as hell. And they're like, yeah, we could do this, we can do that, we could do the coding, we can redo the music, we can redo the art assets. We're like, wow, let's explore this. And that's what's led to this crowdfunding campaign.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting, and I forgot to even mention that after I was in the military, I went back to school for design and production at the University of Texas in Dallas. But the thing that the degree says design and production, but the entire track was focused on design and production for video games and animated movies. So that was actually what I went to school for. So I do have a bit of experience, and I tell the TransPerfect guys, I'm like, I feel like I'm just kind of dangerous. I don't actually do it every day like they do, but it has helped out a lot for us to be able to communicate with them and understand the scope of different things and anticipate different nuances that have come up as we discuss the project. But yeah, without a company that's working constantly in the background with other AAA studios to produce games, how else would this be possible? It wouldn't be possible otherwise. So what do you do? Hire? I've said this to people before, even in interviews and streams, is what are we going to do? Hire 30 people and then fire them as soon as the game's done, right? I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. But this way it does. This way it does. And the cool thing about this stream is that in 20 minutes, 15 minutes actually almost, we're going to be, right when we launch, we're going to have Chris. He is basically the lead developer on Rift's Promise of Power, but he's the senior global game development lead for TransPerfect Gaming. So he's worked on everything from Halo Master Chief Edition to all kinds of other Xbox titles, and some stuff beloved to tabletop gamers like Crimson Skies for Microsoft. So yeah, it's just a really fantastic team with oodles of experience that we're excited to be working with.
Oh yeah, their range of knowledge is freaking unbelievable. You get them talking, and it's like, holy crap! You know, these guys really know their stuff. They've really been around. It's not just knowing their stuff. It's like, oh yeah, I worked on this and I worked on that. Like he casually mentions, yeah, we worked on Crimson Skies, and I'm like, what? It's one of the few video games that I'm familiar with.
You might have heard of Halo too. That was a big one.
Oh yeah. I mean, there's tons of them that I know of, but
right.
you know, it was like great.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. It's fantastic. And actually, I was checking the comment section. We actually are in contact with the original. Well, actually, Kevin and Shane Neville are really good friends, and they've stayed in touch. We've had video calls. Shane is super excited about the project, and he's not on in an official capacity, but he is. We have his full support, and as soon as the project launches, you'll see he's actually one of the people in our we consider to be on our team here. He's a little under the weather today. I don't think he'll be able to join the stream today, but he is doing an interview that we posted on the Palladium Books YouTube channel, and I believe there is another interview that's going to happen with I think it was the lead artist and writer for Promise of Power originally that he worked with at Backbone as well. So yeah, they're all those folks are doing really well. You know, it's been 20 years. They a couple of them are now teaching at universities. And so it's pretty amazing to see how the world's changed and what's moved forward. But yeah, this is pretty big because this is like you said, this is more than just a port. We're super excited to do this and do it right and do something that that people can play for years to come. But also it gives us the ability that if we can hit some of these really cool stretch goals, to do some really neat stuff with the game as well that we wouldn't be able to do without diving into the guts, as it were.
Oh, absolutely. And in fact, you know, Palladium is known for its artwork. So we're excited by the fact that we can upgrade the art at every different level, depending on how well the crowdfunder does. You know, we could go all the way up to completely high-res portraits and that kind of thing. And it just, we want to make this something really special. The original game was outstanding. It was excellent. The Nokia guys really put their heart and soul, and I shouldn't just say Nokia, because there were a couple other studios involved, Backbone Studios, and I forget who all was involved, but they were all just really in it. Nobody phoned it in. They really wanted to make a great game. The adventures are solid. The portrayal of Rifts, for those who are familiar with the role-playing game, I mean, it is there. It is 100% Rifts. Not that you need to know anything about the game to play and enjoy the video game. And that's the thing I loved. I thought, man, finally Rifts is going to go out into the world and hit a whole new medium and a whole new audience, and people will love it. And then, you know, the game comes out. We're like, yeah. And in my memory, it was just a few days or a week later that Nokia announces that the N-Gage platform will no longer be supported. And we're like, boo, you know, because it just, everything went down so quick after that. And the people who played it would rant to me about, Kev, this game's amazing, which is why it's kind of become legendary in certain circles, because it is so good and is so much fun. People would talk about it and be like, how can I get this game? And it's like, sorry, you can't. And, you know, it's like, so we are super thrilled to be able to, you know, present it in an even, you know, better upgraded, you know, format. Oh, we're chomping at the bit too.
Yeah, no, it's exciting. It's exciting. I can't wait. Let me get that resolved for you real quick, by the way, JM.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
Not a problem, buddy.
Do we want to show off some of the in-game trailers that we've pulled out? And
Yeah, let's do that now. I think they'll be great to do. We can do that. You can put me in the background. I'll
all right,
grab a drink.
All right, so this is the original story trailer from the N-Gage. We were able to blow it up a little bit, and I don't think we lost a whole lot of resolution. I'm hoping that it's not going to blow anyone's eardrums out. So we'll
find out, won't we?
Joshua says Rifts and Dead Rain are all-time favorite RPG titles. Awesome.
Good choices.
Appreciate it. And appreciate Divina's, the Duckworth's comments. She's making all kinds of great comments. And yeah, I really am glad it's finally going to get the treatment and acknowledgement it deserves, because those guys who really work so hard, you know, here we're disappointed that the game kind of fell flat because of the platform, but we didn't put a year or two of our lives into developing it like these guys did.
Yeah.
And they were so excited about it, and then kaput. And it's like, oh no.
All right, so here's the story trailer. These are all short. We've got 3 to show off. We'll start here. And hello to I'm seeing a lot of names from Pinnacle pop up. I'm seeing a lot of names from Iconic pop up. Thanks for joining us. So here is the original. So I'm a huge fan of ports from like the original platform to mobile or updated for computer, like the Final Fantasy games that they did, or the King of Dragon Pass games. So I'm very excited about Rift's Promise of Power. So here's our first trailer to show off. I agree with Cripright and Divina that there's a lot of style and nostalgia in kind of the pixel view of this. Force of Will, I think everyone in this stream would agree with you. We would do anything for Rifts to become even more mainstream. Rifts, I think, was my third game that I ever played. Like, I think I've talked with Kevin that my first game that I owned was Heroes Unlimited. So I came in to the hobby through superhero role playing with the Palladium system.
But yeah, I was saying, I realized, you know, that I was muted when I was talking there a minute ago, because I'm an idiot. But you know, I'm about as tech savvy as a 4-year-old child, and maybe not even that good, because I've known some pretty sharp 4-year-olds. But one of the things I really loved about the game is that they really did work hard to capture riffs, including spells, and you saw it there where they cast that magic spell. You know, it's not just like, oh, it's an energy beam and we're saying it's magic. It's like there's like 70 actual spells from our games that are portrayed in there, as well as psionic abilities and a bunch of other cool stuff. It's great. And yeah, I'd love a Rifts TV show, but you know, let's start with this video game upgrade and see where.
Yeah, we'll see what we can do. Yeah, if this breaks out, that would be great. That'd be fantastic. More eyeballs is better. But no, I think that it's really you're right. There is an old school feel to this isometric art, and that's one of the things that I think is really great about bringing this to the PC is that when you're playing it on the N-Gage, it feels like that is how I feel. It's like I'm looking at it as closely as I can because it's like an icon on a PC or a larger postage stamp. It's smaller than a credit card, screen smaller than a credit card. So and it's funny because all this stuff that look all the like the cinematic and the trailers and all this stuff, those images are actually still very low res. So it was fun to use those. They look very retro when you, as you'll see, they're used in the crowdfunding campaign. But yeah, it's one of these things that I think it's gonna be really cool to be able to see. It's actually really beautiful art. There's the scenery, the towns, the villages. It all brings Rifts to life for me in a way that just is wonderfully tangible, right there in front of you. And so I'm really excited to see when we can pull this up on a full screen. I think it's gonna feel a lot like like maybe some older Ultima games, or the isometric, like some of the early games from companies like BioWare, and a lot of game companies in the late 90s, early 2000s, right? Where you have like Fallout 1 and 2 and Fallout Tactics. It's going to look very similar to that. And be able to see the maps across your screen and have a modern interface instead of clicking buttons. That'll be fantastic. So no, we're super excited about that. And in fact, that's part of our stretch goals, is how far can we bring this forward? Once the project launches in just a few short minutes, you'll be able to see that one of our big stretch goals is to completely overhaul the art. And if we get that one, the next stretch goal after that is to add a toggle into the game. So while you're playing, you can just push a button and switch between the old graphics and the new graphics.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, and that's one of the great things about working with a team like TransPerfect, is a lot of this stuff. Kevin and I were talking about it, and we had these different ideas, and we said, hey, how much does it cost to do this? And that's the other beauty, is people say, well, why crowdfunding, right? Why would a big company like Palladium, we're not this big money powerhouse, but the big thing is yeah, we talk with them, we plan through these things, and if you can help us hit these stretch goals and share the project, we can do some really, really big stuff that I think is going to impress a lot of people. So
yeah, absolutely. And one of the comments was that sort of the beauty of role-playing games is that abstractness, and it is, but it's also nice to kind of see this stuff come to life. In fact, one of the cool things is Shane Neville. He was the producer of the game at Nokia, and he said, let's fly Kevin in to meet the team. And I guess a lot of the people there were like, I don't know, sometimes these creators are, jerks, and they don't get that we have to change things and make it different and make it unique. And he's like, I think Kev will be okay. And they were really nervous about it. And in fact, my handler, Winnie Wong, who was like one of the most amazing people I've ever known, she was hilarious, because she was like, you're different than what we imagined. And I'm like, oh, is that good or bad? And she's like, not good or bad, just different. I like it. And I'm like, okay, great. And then so I get in there and I'm not looking at it saying, oh, gee, why is it so pixelated? And golly, can't you do better? Or why is it? I'm like, holy crap, that looks amazing. What? That's a 3D model for part of the promo? You got more? And they're like, yeah, of course we've got more. And I'm like freaking out. I'm like a little kid on Christmas morning. And they're just like, so afterwards, I heard after I had left, they're like, "We got to make this game great for Kevin," which I thought was hilarious and sweet as hell, right? And they did. They made this great freaking game.
Yeah. Well, you might even notice that one of the shopkeepers in the game bears a shockingly striking resemblance to Mr. Simbita.
Do we want to show that video off?
Yeah, let's do it.
Oh yeah, that's funny. I haven't seen it.
Well, actually, we've got we're close to launch.
we've got just around 2.5 minutes. But Sean, Kevin, we have a couple of new logos on the screen. Do you guys want to talk about those before we get into anything?
Yeah. So I guess the Rifts logo at the top, we worked with the wonderful art direction guys at TransPerfect, And Nicholas K, you'll meet him in a couple of hours if all goes smoothly and well. Here on this video, he was also in our live stream. He headed up the miniature sculpting for the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Other Strangeness Redux Edition. Say that 10 times fast. Yeah, they blew it out of the park, getting us a new updated Rifts logo. It's kind of cool when you see it large. It's actually really high resolution. When you see it large, it looks like you're like looking at the bumper of a car, and behind you is like the wasteland. It's very Mad Max. It's like the horizon on the wasteland.
Yeah.
And then yeah, the Palladium books, and we have the word mark here. We don't have the full logo with the skull, but when the project launches in just a moment, you'll be able to see that at the bottom of the page. That was my midnight ad, Kevin. You said you thought the page looked perfect. I realized I needed to add the full Lonnie at the very bottom. Yeah. So, anyways, but no, we worked with them on that too. That's something that Kevin and I have been kind of tossing around a little bit. The Palladium logo hasn't been updated in what? How many? I have no idea how long.
Oh my gosh, 30 years?
Yeah. So we decided this would be a great time to show that off to the world. Yeah, we're really excited about that. We've got, and the cool thing is you haven't even seen the good stuff. We've got. I'll have to swap that in on the page at some point. We have a black and white. We have a black and white version of the logo. A black version, a white version, and then we have one that's fully chromed out. So that one's my favorite. It's pretty wicked looking. So
awesome. Well, we've got 20 seconds. I'm gonna get a screen presentation set up so we can show off. We'll do a trailer in a bit, but let's show off the page when it's ready. And Sean, if you want to walk us through.
Yeah, I'd love to. Yeah, perfect.
That would be wonderful.
All right, we need the Jeopardy theme here.
All right, let's see here.
Here we go.
I gotta mute us. All right, here we go.
Does it cause an infinite time loop since we're at the top of the page and we're looking at the page?
Let me go with my. Is it sharing? Can we see that? All right, hold on. Let me try one more time. We are live, and I will share the. Let's go in here. All right. Oh, there we go. Add to stage. Now there's our infinite time loop. Here we go. This is Promise of Power Reforged. Let's put the link in the chat again.
Oh yeah. Get that link in there.
All right. Do you want to walk us through the story of what's going on here?
Yeah. So if you want to scroll up to the top, not the very, very top for obvious reasons, but let's see. Yeah. So we've got just kind of a welcome, the new Rifts logo. It's a little larger there than it is on this screen, so you guys can gander at it in all its glory. But the first section, we talk about the history of Rifts Promise of Power and how, even though it was a really fantastic game, it unfortunately was kind of lost to time. And if you scroll down a little bit, just a little further, you can see that we did some graphics, but basically, this is 20 years ago. There's still a lot of online reviews weren't happening yet. That wasn't a thing yet. Everything was still primarily print media. So, but this game was best of E3, voted best of E3 by OneUp.com, by GameSpot, was their editor's choice winner for the Nokia lineup. And then what I thought was really significant as an old school gamer, Computer Gaming World, Electronic Gaming Monthly, and the official US PlayStation magazine, their editors all voted it, Rifts Promise of Power, the best mobile game of 2005. So when I was doing my research, I was like, okay, this has got to be a banger, right? This has got to be a banger. I mean, everyone's telling me, I know everyone's telling, and the fans are right, objectively, but I mean, this is anyone should be able to see that, right? And as Kevin actually he lent me at an N-Gage that he had in the box, and I plugged it in, and shockingly the battery worked and its functions, and I've been playing through the game, and it's great. And I kept coming back to Kevin and be like, Kevin, this is awesome. So it's a really cool game, and that's one of the reasons we just felt like we had to do the project. The more I learned, the more I talked to Kevin about his European tour, and about how Shane and the other developers, their love for the game and for Rifts. And then talking to Shane, we've had conversation with Shane. I know we're going to have some interviews with him coming up soon on the Palladium YouTube channel. I was just like, man, for them too, we got to bring this back, right? I mean, these guys, they made a cool thing, but I felt like it really didn't get its day in the sun. And the big game changer here is the next section, TransPerfect Gaming.
Mhm.
So we were partnering with TransPerfect Gaming. TransPerfect Gaming is a subset of TransPerfect. TransPerfect is the world's largest independently owned translation company. Headquarters in New York that impressed Kevin, who knows his way around New York City. But their games division has over 1,000 people, and I've met some of the top people, and they're fantastic. We've been excited to work with them, including their global art director. And I don't know how we got to work directly with him and how we continue to keep working directly with him, but it's fantastic. We did slyly say if this happens, we have to keep working with him. So. But yeah, as you can see, TransPerfect is actually working behind the scenes with a lot of AA and AAA developers, including Ubisoft, Xbox, Blizzard. I actually, Stardock Entertainment is down the road in Michigan from the Palladium headquarters, and Kevin and I went and did a tour, and I talked to their team because TransPerfect Gaming actually did a lot of the 3D models for the different battleships and starships in Sins of a Solar Empire 2. And I talked to their lead guy, and their lead designer, and he was like, oh, I love working with the TransPerfect people. And we love working with them too, but it was just great to hear that from someone else, right? Yeah. And just kind of check up on them behind the scenes, they and we'll get to that section as well, but individually also each of these guys have just got it's like a merit badge list, it's crazy. So we really loved working with them on Turtles. We've checked up with them behind the scenes. They do fantastic work, and we're excited to work with them on this project. Awesome. So the next section is just what's Rifts, Promise of Power, what's Rifts. It kind of starts out with what's Rifts. So we've got your iconic Keith Parkinson cover painting that he did at Kevin. A lot of people don't know, Kevin Sinvita and Keith Parkinson were good friends. And so Keith was really excited to work on that, and then the Atlantis cover and everything before he tragically passed away fairly young. But it's a beautiful piece of art that a lot of people will recognize. Anybody who's a gamer in the 90s, I think, will recognize that piece of art. And then if you keep going down, we've got some. So I've got a basic overview of what Rifts is, and then, but it's a post-apocalypse. It's a high concept post-apocalyptic setting, similar to something like, if you're familiar with Fallout or the Avengers, if they were in the post-apocalypse, there's magic and psychic powers and high technology, and then enemies that can melt your brain, and hordes of demons and all that kind of stuff, and magic and creatures and elves and dwarves. It's all a lot of fun. And we've got some screenshots there for the original Promise of Power, and we give you a bulleted list of the really cool stuff about the game. There's so much, but this is basically a tactical turn-based computer role-playing game for people who are familiar with that. And the combat is actually really satisfying. The animations, the sound effects, it all has some nice punch to it. The video game is coming back, guys. So one of the cool things about this game that I think is uncommon is there are 17 playable character classes. So that's quite the list, and I think that reflects the depth of the tabletop RPG. In fact, one of the playable classes is the Elemental Fusionist, which was added for this game, and then Kevin took that and added it to the Rifts core rulebook. So if you have the Rifts Ultimate Edition, that character type, that character class was actually created for the game first, for the video game first. So yeah, and so basically you go through the game, you level up your hero. You also collect allies, and so if you want to, you can go magic heavy, psychic heavy, or hire on with other mercs and stuff like that. And so you can level up your characters and gain them new equipment and battle over 50 different types of enemies. There's easily 30 plus hours of gameplay. I've seen varying. That's the low ball. I've seen varying quotes of 40 plus or more, but 30 plus on the main storyline. So, and then by the way,
It
the
is
game.
badass, by the way. It is badass. And by the way, I have an insane friend, Hey Joe, who says he played every possible variation, and it's like more than 60 hours of total play if you play every possible
Like
variation, I
plot
guess.
variation.
Yeah, plot variation. Thank you. So yeah, it's pretty epic. I mean, that's the thing is it's epic. And someone else mentioned, hey, this sounds like it was ahead of its time. It was,
It was, yeah,
and
it
that's why we're
definitely was.
happy to bring it back
Yeah,
with your
and
help, of course.
with your help, we can do it in like super style. So, that also the game also has English, French, European, German, Italian, and Spanish European language support. We do have stretch goals for further language support, including Canadian French and South American, Western Hemisphere Spanish. So, and so the next section here in the page goes into reforging the legend, and we got 4 different sets of special dice, Timothy. So go check the add-ons page, or get the pledge levels. If you get the Glitter Boy champion pledge level, you'll get all the dice. But yeah, so part of the basic thing that we're doing here, without any stretch goals, is we are reprogramming the game in the industry-leading Unity game engine, and that opens up a lot of possibilities for the future. This isn't just some simple emulator running off of old code. This is something that's going to be modern and stable, and something we can build on, maybe even in the future with sequels. We'll see. But let's get this done first. But yeah, we're really excited about that. The other thing I mentioned a little bit earlier was I think that's going to be really big is we are increasing the visual aspect ratio. So that means that
Widescreen.
very widescreen. I was amazed at how intuitive the game was on the N-Gage for a tactical game on that tiny bit of real estate with those little buttons and everything. It was actually really fantastically well done. You can actually shift your perspective and rotate the camera in the game. And that's a core feature that's going to be in the game. But I think getting the full real estate of a modern screen is going to be awesome. And then we are adding some new weapons and gear exclusive for backers. So if you back at, I believe it's the Cyberknight digital level or higher, into the physical backer levels, you will get those items as well. These aren't items that are going to like break the game. They just help make the early game a little bit more of a little bit easier, without spoiling any mid or late game content, and doing it in style. Just give you some options that you don't have if you just played on the N-Gage. And yeah, there's a big blurb about the Unity engine. And then we can go down to the stretch goals. So this is where I think it's really exciting for the project. So our core funding goal is $700,000. If we hit that, we're going to add a print into all the physical levels that include an art print set. You can see here the visuals from the original game. So those are the original visuals from 2005 for Promise of Power. That's the 3 of the hero kind of archetypical heroes: the Burster, the Leyline Walker, and the Glitter Boy, and then a Coalition Soldier.
The Glitter Boy with the lamp on his head.
Yeah, Glitter Boy with the lamp. The Coalition Soldier looks a little different than we're used to, and that's one of the things that with this project we are going to update those so that they're going to be more true to the tabletop versions. And then you go down to the next level. So the first $100,000 stretch goal is we're going to create an all new modern soundtrack. So this game was limited in the music that it had because the Nokia N-Gage was so small, and the speakers were tiny. So they actually created the music so that it would reflect off of your hands back to the listener. It was really ingenious. We were talking to Shane Neville, the original producer, about that. But that means that that music could sound distorted because it was intentionally distorted for that system. It could sound distorted. So one of the big things we want to do is update the quality of that and make sure that we have a really awesome soundtrack that doesn't clash with the original, but something modern and fun. And then if we hit the 900,000 one, you can see here, if you kind of scroll up and down a little bit, Jam, you can see, or a little bit further up, you can see the difference between the HD portrait upgrades and then above, up,
Further up.
Yeah. So the original, see, those are the original, and then the HD upgrades are the same style but higher resolution. As you see here. So if we hit 900,000, we do a high definition portrait upgrade for the basically about 250 portraits in the game. And that's the thing that I'm worried about, not worried, but I know that it's going to look very retro if we put this on a full PC screen. So one of the things that I'd like to do, if we can, is update those portraits to high definition in the same style.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you go to the next level, now the next one is a bit of a step up, and it's an extra $300,000, but that is the $1.2 million stretch goal. If we hit this one, we're going to completely overhaul all of the art in the game to be
great.
in the style and quality of Rift's cover art.
Yeah, baby.
And that's not just the portraits, but also the maps and the character sprites and animations and all of that.
Make it so.
That one is a fantastic goal that if we can hit that, I can die happy. And the next one right after that, thanks, Pinnacle guys.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, the next one is the next $100,000 stretch goal is a retro graphics toggle. So if you're familiar with like the Halo Master Chief Edition, we're talking with Chris, the lead game developer for TransPerfect Gaming, and he actually is on a bunch of panels that reviews games every year. He's been in the industry so long; he's very influential. But one of the things that he is really big about is, can we preserve the legacy? This is actually the 20th anniversary. We're coming up on the 20th anniversary of in just a few months of the launch of Promise of Power. And so one of the things we're thinking about is, how do we preserve this for the future and preserve this gaming experience so that people can experience it for hopefully decades to come. And then the next four stretch goals are each spaced out at 100,000, and they are ports to various gaming systems. So Nintendo Switch, PlayStation, Xbox. By the time now, and one thing I want people to know up front, we do have this noted in the timeline on the page, but our timeline is 2 years for them to get the game, build it, launch on PC. So if we also unlock these stretch goals for ports, those will be done after the game is fully done on PC. So just so that people understand that up front, if you see anybody asking questions about that, please let them know. Then the next two after that are additional languages. One is an Asian language pack, basically. The other one, and it's close to my heart because I'm a Chinese linguist. I'm fluent in Mandarin, so I'd love to see this translated into simplified and traditional Chinese. And then the big one, the big honker, the very last one that we have that you can see what it does, because we do have a top secret one. The last one, milestone 12, is porting it to mobile devices. So that one is an exciting one. It's expensive to get it ported to your iOS and Android platforms, but I think that could be great. Again, the game could just reach so many more people and get Rift's and post-apocalyptic wasteland tactical battle goodiness to lots more people. So,
Buckaroo, Bonsai said that any post-apocalyptic game fan would like this one. It's promoted to like Fallout and Gamma World fans to bring them to the Rifts TTRPG as well. Yes.
Well, yes, and that's where we need your help too. I mean, of course, we need you to support it. Regardless of what level you support, we appreciate it. Whether it's a little or a lot, everything helps. But you can also help by spreading the word and going to those kinds of platforms and letting people know this stuff exists and that they should check it out. That'd be fantastic. Because I mean, look, we figure like 3 million people, since Rifts came out, approximately 3 million people have played the game. But how many of those play it now and would love to know that this, the Rifts will soon be available as a video game? We want to reach them. We want to reach other people, but we also want to reach a whole new audience. It's exciting, and Rifts is just this great world that there's really nothing quite like it. Mm-hmm. 30 years later, 35 years later, there's still nothing quite like Rifts. And we want the world to discover Rifts. It'd be awesome, right?
Oh yeah. Well, do you want to show off some of the trailers now? Some of the other ones, or what do you want to jump into? Do you want to look at you want to go through the pledge levels, Sean? Let people know what's available.
Yeah, let's go through the pledge levels. That would be good.
All right, let's show off the exploration trailer, and then we'll jump into the pledge levels while I set that up.
Awesome. Let me see.
I'm loving the comments from people.
All right, let's jump back over to here. We can walk through this. Yeah, the comments have been great. People saying, please jump me back into,
Yep.
Motley, drop me straight into a rift. You play on Tuesday nights. There's a good chance of that happening. Yes, hopefully this gets the words out. We're gonna have to reprint a bunch of the Rifts books as well.
We just got a bunch of reprints in today.
Morgan has a question about DLCs. I'm gonna let Sean have that. Answer that one at some point. Yes. So Joshua, I'm with you. I was telling Kevin I was playing Heroes Unlimited, but I was reading Spider-Man 2099, and there were always ads for Palladium in the 2099 line, which was just amazing. All right, Sean, you want to walk us through what we have here?
All the different, I appreciate that.
Levels?
Yeah, let's do that. All right. So if you check out here, there's basically we have 9 different pledge levels that you can pledge at. So to start off with, you've got the Digital Nomad. And with that, that's the bare bones. You get Rifts Promise of Power Reforged for the PC. And you're going to get a lot of mileage out of almost all of the stretch goals, except for the free one we're giving at when we hit our goal for an extra piece of print art. So that one's the basic starter set, and then you've got the Digital Adventurer. So you get the game. You also get the soundtrack. You get the cover art as a wallpaper. And you get a Rifts short story anthology featuring short stories by me and Kevin and other Rifts writers. And the cool thing about that one is, if we hit our very first stretch goal after just making our funding goal, then you also get the whole soundtrack with that one as well. So that's a really cool one. The Digital Cyber Knight is the next one up, and this one you also get the Rift's comic Machinations of Doom as a digital download, and the unique backer items and gear, items and starter gear for your character. So that's one that we hope that, I know a lot of people that we have different budgets. Everyone has different budgets. So some people I know, they're like, oh, if I like something, I can drop, $500, $300, $200. And some of us can't, right? But we appreciate everybody that can back at any level. And but I think that one's a really great one if you want to put in that little bit of extra, or if you're just excited about the game. Maybe you've never played Rifts before. Maybe you want to get into Rifts a little more than just dipping your toes in. And you can read some short stories and listen to some music inspired by Rifts, and you can check out some comics and have some cool extra gear, flashy gear when you start the game. The next tier up, and by the way, these are all pieces of art from inside the game. From different cutscenes within the game. The physical rewards start out at the Rogue Scholar level, and so all the previous ones you just get digital rewards. If you want to do any add-ons, you need to back at the physical reward Rogue Scholar level or higher in order to add physical items. One of the things
And
I will know.
You will want physical items. Sean and
Yeah,
I went crazy, and I have to say. 90% of this is all Sean, so you have to thank Sean for all the crazy stuff you're going to see. That's just amazing.
Yeah, it was like one of those things where I was like, well, what can't we do? What I've always wanted to do. And one of the big things here is we do have a Glitter Boy miniature, a statue. Not a miniature, like a statue. Like it's going to be like a 10-inch tall statue.
It's amazing.
It's looking really cool. So, and the cool thing is there is a there's a Glitter Boy champion backer level. We'll get to that in just a minute. But if you back at the Rogue Scholar level, you can add it as the Glitter Boy miniature as an add-on for $50. So we're really excited to be able to offer that to the fans. And so this one, the Rogue Scholar is cool. It has all of your digital items and rewards, and then it also has a Coalition States flag. For the first time ever, you can actually get a CS flag to hang in your gaming room, or wherever you want to put it, and sleep with it at night, whatever you want to do. And then you also get a Rift's Promise of Power Reforged poster. So we're excited to offer those items for our backers. And then if you come down to the Leyline Walker, so when you get to the Leyline Walker, this is where you're getting some of the extra stuff. So you get a backer exclusive hero portrait set. So we're going to have a portrait. So there's 3 subclasses or proto classes you start off with before you pick your main character class as you play through the game. Kind of like through the first 3 levels. It's not a tutorial, but you're still exploring and learning what kind of combat or different abilities you like. So we have we're going to have a unique hero portrait, an extra one for each one of the subclasses: the psychic, the magic user, and the mercenary. So that'll be, I think, fun for a lot of gamers to be able to customize their heroes a little bit more. And then especially if maybe you played the game back in the day and you just want to do a new run with a new portrait, a new guy, a new character that you're role playing. You also get a gaming mat with the cover art. Those we've been selling the gaming mats, and they've been going crazy at whenever we do an open house or when we go to Gen Con. So we thought this is a perfect chance to bring that to the fans. There's also an art print set, so it'll feature some art we commissioned for Promise of Power, as well as the cover art. And if we hit our funding goal, so if you get anything at all, you also get the an art print of the Rifts Ultimate Edition, the core rulebook cover art. And a poker deck. There's also a Rifts Promise of Power poker deck we're going to do. I want it to be retro-y, to use a lot of this art that you see that's so fantastic in the deck. So it'll be a little memorabilia of the game. And then the next big level is the Physical Rewards Glitter Boy Champion. And this one's big. Actually, and that was, I remember the first time I saw that art, I was like, wait, where's the top of the power suit? And I was like, it's the Glitter Boy opened up, the pilot sitting inside the Glitter Boy. I thought that was so cool. So we've got, at this level, you get the Glitter Boy statue, 10 inches tall, highly detailed. We'll look at that in a minute on the add-ons page. And this thing is fantastic. I think it's really, really cool. The folks at TransPerfect really outdid themselves on this one. It is to the minute detail. The Glitter Boy, originally envisioned by Kevin Simbita and Kevin Long, the artist who drew the original drawings.
It is a beautiful 10-inch Kevin Long Glitter Boy brought to life.
Yep, and it's going to be in a collectible box featuring Kevin Long, the original Kevin Long art on it as well. There's going to be a Glitter Boy metal dice set, and again, it's got the new high, basically what we call the AAA, the really cool looking Glitter Boy portrait on a graphic tin with the dice. These are metal plated dice. I actually like them better than fully plated dice because they don't damage your table as easily. They still have that heft and weight. And then also a set of Dead Boy and Burster Fire dice sets. And the other thing that's on here, this is kind of the hidden thing that people may not know about. We have a collective, this level and up, you get a collectible Palladium logo metal coin. So we've had the wonderful folks at TransPerfect create a coin out of the new Palladium logo that you can get. And this is something that you can't get it as an add-on. You can only get it when you pledge at higher tier levels. And you'll see we're going to do this more in future crowdfunders where if the highest level pledges can get, it'll be one of these things that it's definitely collectible to get one of those in your personal possession. Let's see, then we go to the next level. So I looked at a lot of other game crowdfunders and we talked about a lot of things. What could be fun? What could we do? So we're limiting it to 100, but you can join the cast. So, and maybe we'll open up the number. I see we've already got 5 of them gone in just a few minutes. So that's pretty fast. With this level, you get to become an NPC with a custom portrait in the game. And there's some more detail in the full listing. But yeah, it could be you. Your likeness could be a favorite character's likeness or name. And that person's name and likeness, they'll become a mercenary or maybe an undead or an NPC or another denizen of the wasteland. So with the name that you give us, so it won't just be Merc, it'll be Amy Merc, so or Wayne Undead, so we're kind of excited about that. I thought it was a lot of fun to be able to put that in the game. You'll also be listed in the game's credits as an extra. And you will receive an anniversary edition of the Rifts role-playing game signed by Kevin Simbita and available Palladium staff. So we thought just we could do a little something extra for the fans. And of course, it includes all the previous rewards. Yep. So if you're a fan of Rifts, or if you're new to Rifts, this is a perfect chance to get a piece of the legacy signed by the man himself. He's a spry 69. So we hope he can be writing and signing books forever, but yeah, this is a good chance to get a book that could have a lot of memories, especially if this gets into a new tabletop hobby, maybe, right?
Oh, is this where I'm supposed to pretend to be sickly and frail? Please support this. Well, I'll sign as many as I can.
His last breath. No, it's terrible. So the next level up is become an associate producer. So this is, we try to make a lot of this stuff very accessible to the fans, but when it gets up to this level, we're trying to fund a video game too, right? And so with this one, it's limited to 18 because that's how many brochure packets Kevin has. So, yep, we've got some different stuff. These are different items that Kevin has from when they did the European tour for the Nokia N-Gage. So at this level, you'll be listed as an associate producer. You'll also receive memorabilia signed by Kevin Siembieda, including an original piece of Rift's art for the tabletop role-playing game and different press packet items. So that one's exciting. And then there's one, become the ultimate benefactor. And this one is crazy. We went all out. You get all of the previous. Your name, instead of being listed in the credits, it's also listed in the credits. You'll be listed on the start screen of the game as the ultimate benefactor. And you will meet with me and Kevin and the TransPerfect Gaming A-team and help us develop a custom NPC in the game. So in your likeness, whatever you like. And we will make it happen. So it could be someone that's in a town or a special encounter. It's really up to you. And you will get multiple pieces. You'll get a piece of original Rifts art. You also get 7 plates from the printing of early Rifts books, signed by Kevin Siembieda. All those are. If you're not familiar with printer plates, they look really cool. They look like photo negatives, basically, and the art and the text looks really neat. They're all signed by Kevin. Yeah, exactly. They're really cool. I've seen people frame these. They look fantastic framed. And then we'll also the Palladium Elves. We'll put together. Oh, you will also get Kevin's personal leather packet and folder that he carried on his press tour in Europe for the Promise of Power, Rift Promise of Power. Yep, and the Palladium Elves will put together a special package just for you. So, again, we pulled all of the stops. We thought that was fun. I hope everybody enjoys it and just gets a laugh at all the different backer levels and pledge levels that there are. So
we've got a ton of great add-ons.
Yes.
But we have people in the
I was going to say
waiting room. Let's show the last trailer, and then I'll step out, and Jeremy, I'll turn it over to you as the new producer of the channel. And let me stop that. All right, we've got one more, and then Sean, I'll move people in and let you guys take over and introduce everybody.
All right, thanks. I actually like that music.
Yeah,
I do too. I love it. I think it sounds great personally, even on my computer screen. So Shane mentioned that, and I was like, it sounds pretty good.
Thanks to everybody who has joined us so far. It's very exciting to be a part of this project and just help get everything going. We are $8 short of 20 grand in the first 30 minutes, which is a amazing start to this. So
it is a solid start.
We will be back on. I have to do my little plug. We will be back on multiple times over the next month. I've got interviews with Sean. I've got interviews with Shane Neville, the original
producer
of the game, and we're going to have other little interviews going on. So stay tuned to all of the places that you are looking for Palladium stuff, and there will be another History of Palladium books releasing this Thursday. Kevin and I talk about it's going to be the Julius retrospective there, Kevin, the man without whom Palladium books might never have happened.
Yep.
So, all right. I'm going to step out and move new people into the chat. So good luck, everybody, with the rest of the stream.
Thanks. Take care.
Take care, Jim. All right, let's go ahead and there we go.
Chris!
Hey.
Charles! Yes! The Transperfect train rolls in.
Hey
We'll
guys,
kick
thanks
things
for
off.
joining this. We've been talking you guys up, so don't make us look bad.
We'll do our best.
I'll leave then. Sorry.
No, we've been chatting, and people seem to be amused by the various trailers that I put together, which I'm glad people liked that and enjoyed it. Those took me forever to source and splice, but I'm glad y'all enjoy it. But yeah, we're graced today by the presence of Chris Chamberlain and Charles Porter, and these guys. We're gonna have Nick K on in a little bit, but these guys are the ones that they're where the pedal hits the metal, where the rubber meets the road. These guys get it done. They're not artsy fartsy. They're men of action. Like me and Kevin, we're artists, right? We're artists and writers and
Wow.
creatives, right? So, yeah, I know, Chris. If you want to just, what's this experience like been coming into this project from your end? How has that been?
It's been absolutely incredible. I'm a huge gamer myself, and being able to work on an RPG is kind of a dream come true. When I was at Microsoft or Xbox Game Studios, there was one that I was on for just over a year, but unfortunately it didn't pass some internal reviews at Microsoft, and so it was put to rest, unfortunately, but it had a lot of promise. And so this is going to be the first RPG that I finally get to ship. So I'm excited about it. I'm ecstatic.
Awesome.
No, that's great. That's great. Yeah, we're excited for this. This is a unique kind of game, and it scratches the right itch for me too. And Charles, what about you? I know because we've been talking with Chris and Nick and the team for a long time, and then Charles joined in. And how do you feel about this project?
I'm super excited. I had like as a kid, I had basically tangential relationships to like pen and paper role playing games, and I'd seen like coming onto the project, it was like, oh wait, I've seen these books. I remember seeing these books like 20 plus years ago. Like Chris, I've never worked on a role-playing game before. I've always wanted to, so I'm excited about that. And I saw earlier in the stream some of the comments talking about this. Anybody who likes post-apocalyptic role-playing games, this being a perfect fit. And when I was first coming onto the project, I was definitely getting like original Fallout vibes. Right? I was a huge fan of Fallout 1 and 2. And
same here.
Also a fan of Tactics, although that was not really a popular version of it, but
it was cool.
I'm super excited about that.
Yeah.
I'm pumped to be part of this. I mean, I've even got my streaming background because my background is not as interesting as Kevin or Chris's. So
mine's pretty boring. But yeah, it's been great to have you on the team and in the discussions. Two little stories that I think the fans will enjoy hearing. When Chris heard about this, he went and bought an N-Gage online and found a copy, ordered a copy of the original game. And when he received it, he told us he couldn't open it to play it because it was signed by Kevin. So he had to order another one. He had to get his hands on another one. But yeah, you've enjoyed playing through it like I have. Is that right?
Yeah, 100%. Like I love turn-based tactics RPG, and it's fantastic. And as you play through it, you start thinking, with the soundtrack, like, wow, this is a catchy riff when you win the battles. I'd love to hear it with guitar and hear how it sounds with guitar. So yeah,
Exactly. Yep.
Exactly. Yes. No. This is what we're trying to do, folks.
Yeah.
No, I can imagine a lot of things too. I guess we've got an overactive imagination is why we do what we do. No, another thing that I thought fans might enjoy is I mentioned earlier. I keep forgetting to talk about it, but I did study design and production of video games and animated movies at the university. And although I really wanted to get into the video game industry, but somehow the tabletop thing just took off really fast for me, and I couldn't I couldn't say no to working on Rifts material, for the Pinnacle folks, and getting to talk with Kevin and do art direction, and learn from him. He started to teach me stuff. But when we're going through some of the meetings, and Charles was putting together some of the projected timelines and production spreadsheets, it reminded me of like a college class I had just a few years ago. So I thought I was just sitting there kind of like, okay, well, I'm glad I had that class. At the time I was like, why do I need this class? So it's been really, really, really fantastic to be working with these guys and have them listen to all our crazy ideas and then tell us what's actually maybe sane enough to accomplish. But actually, as you can see in the list of stretch goals, we've got a lot of cool stuff there. I think we've got a banger list there, and but there's more possible. There's more possible. So we really hope that this can be the beginning of a lot of stuff in the future. This can just help us lay the foundation. We've already had discussions about that. So, Chris and Charles, one thing that I know a lot of fans are going to be asking about, especially Palladium fans, is, a lot of people, you go look at the reviews, you talk to people who played the game. The game's solid, right? Bringing the game back, it's not like, oh, we're bringing back a stinker. We're bringing back, a thrasher. So one of the big questions people are going to have is, why TransPerfect Gaming? And personally, I think that there's some major stability and experience there that just isn't. It goes. It's the unsung hero for, I think, a lot of companies right now. So if you could talk about that a little bit, of what TransPerfect brings to the mix, that is going to help make this just a really awesome crowdfunder to be a part of.
For sure. So TransPerfect Gaming provides a whole bunch of different services for people working on games in the game industry. That can be anything from developing a game from scratch, porting games to other consoles, doing the art, whether it's concept art or 3D art. If you need a QA team to kind of test the game, find the bugs before ship, customer support, community management, after you've released your games, being able to talk to the customers, gather bug data, be able to fix that and make your game better, as well as, even things like audio or localization of games. So we're kind of a full services, house that you can come to. But why TransPerfect Gaming? Why would you guys want to come to us? I think there's several great reasons. The first is that you're getting people like Charles and myself who are longtime video game players. Like, I started playing in 1980 with the Intellivision and arcade games, and I own just about every import and domestic system that's come out since probably the NES onward. And I play those games, I study those games, I keep them as if they are good books that I go back to. And so that level of passion for the industry, I knew when I was very young, I was gonna, probably should have set my sights higher, but originally I was like, I'm gonna be a Nintendo gameplay counselor. People are gonna call me up and ask me questions about games, and I'm gonna give them all the answers. And like, I don't even think there are Nintendo gameplay counselors anymore. But like, I play games with my kids when they're over. I play games with my wife, and we play cooperative games together. I play with my friends. I play games by myself once everybody else is in bed, because I'm a night owl. And, I think it kind of speaks to our credibility that, like, Charles and I play Xbox a lot, and we both worked at Microsoft for a very long time, and so Xbox is our preferred console. But you have a system on Xbox where it tracks your gamer score, which is, as you play games, you can earn these little achievements that are worth, set amounts of points. And I hired Charles, and now I have to be that I'm the second highest gamer score person that I know, because he's higher than me. But I have a gamer score of over 260,000. So that every game has 1,000 gamer score that you can earn, and in the past, some of them were as low as 200. So you can kind of get a feeling for the breadth of games that we have kind of played to have those achievements on our profile, and we do brag about it all the time. So it's important to know that the people building your games kind of eat, breathe, and sleep them. So Having gamers that have been playing for 30, 40 years is great. Secondly, the fact that Charles and I have been in the game industry for a long time. So it's a little over 25 years for myself. I started as a $10 an hour tester on Nintendo 64 games in the late 90s. I thought that was a dream job at the time. I moved to Microsoft before there was an Xbox. So the first title that I worked on there was Crimson Skies, which is, a pen and paper RPG from FOSSA. We had just acquired FOSSA. So integrating them and working on that game was amazing. And then, I spent 16 years in a row kind of working there. And, I made PC, Xbox 360, Kinect, Xbox One titles. I worked in quality assurance, game design, production, and executive production. I have 5 years of experience at a mobile game company where we worked on a lot of Android and iOS titles. So we definitely want to get those mobile ports in as well. And then I think kind of thirdly is, the titles that we've worked on really speak for themselves. Like some of them are billion-dollar franchises now. So I was blessed to work on the very first version of Halo, Combat Evolved, the original. I was a tester on that, but oh my gosh, we put in so many late hours and they literally couldn't send me home at night. I just wanted to stay and keep playing and finding bugs. And eventually, once the game shipped, my boss had to tell me, you need to go home. And I was like, no, there's so much more I can do to help. And they were like, listen, let me set it to you this way. If I see you at Microsoft in our building in the next week, you don't have a job anymore. So I had to go take a week off, and it was a hard week. But I mean, it was just so much fun back then. You just wanted to be in the studio all the time. So yeah, I got to work with Bungie in the very early days. I got to work on Gears of War 3 with Epic, which is another fantastic franchise. Rise Son of Rome with Crytek. And that was a great one, working on that one for Xbox One. Yeah. Great, very dark story. And then I spent 8 years working with Rare on things like Conquer Live and Reloaded, Banjo-Kazooie, Nuts and Bolts, Cameo Elements of Power, Viva Pinata, Connect Sports. So you can go up to a website called Moby Games if you ever want to look at somebody's kind of profile and see what they've worked on over the years. It's a good place to go. You can just go there and type in somebody's name or type in a game title, and it'll show you all the people that have worked on it and things like that. So cool site. Fourth, I would say the Nokia N-Gage is kind of a very niche system. Like I said, I have like all the consoles for like the last 30, 35, 40 years. The Nokia N-Gage is one of the very, very, very few that I did not own and actually had to go out and buy. I own such obscure stuff like Super Graphics and FM Towns Marty and Wonder Swan and all these other things that either people don't know about or they're so niche, like 1% of the gaming population might have heard of them. But these old game systems, like the N-Gage, uses an old operating system called Symbian. I think version 6.1. And, most people haven't worked in that for at least 10 years, some 15 years. And so luckily we have 8 development studios that are part of our team that, we do have engineers on the team that have this legacy experience. And so I think that's another great fit for why we were able to very quickly go in, look at the original source, look at the assets, and understand it very quickly. And so that's another reason why it's probably good. And finally is probably the fact that we've worked with you guys before. It was modeling the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Heroes and Villain miniatures. We got a feeling for how we worked with each other. You got to meet our global head of art services. Back then he was our art director, but Nick is such an easygoing guy and such a quality person with a strong work ethic that he's been promoted up to our global head of art services for gaming. And so like when you have great people to work with, like it makes your job so much easier. And like watching us on calls every week, kind of discussing things, like we've got a good rhythm going. And that's very important when you've got multiple partners working on something together. So
yeah, well, I mean, everyone I've met at Transperfect, from Alex, I know he's moved, I think, up, and then I can't think of her name right now. The head of the Hong Kong office, I met her in Malaysia. I mean, everyone's just been fantastic and really down to earth and hardworking, and just there's something about getting a good vibe from someone and knowing you could trust them, and that's one of the reasons is, you're not yes men. We know that you give us really straight numbers, really straight estimates, so that we can then turn around and do that with the fans and say, hey, this is our funding. This is what we need to fund. This is what we need to hit our goals. So, and by the way, I just want to say, I see so many people saying just backed, just backed. I just want to say thank you, because every one of you is really helping us out a ton. If you can, please share the link to this stream and or the page to your social media, or send it to a friend or two of yours that likes video games, because this is a game that I think is gonna scratch the itch for a lot of people. But yeah, Chris, one of the things that I really like about working with y'all is the depth of knowledge that you obviously have, and it's obvious that you're our gamers, so this isn't just like a job, and you really are into it. But like we said, I mean, you didn't have to go buy an N-Gage to play through the game before we did this, right? So it's really fantastic to have a team that's excited about the game and that have worked on these, in the very, you want to look at the Symbian engine, so that you know exactly how to do this. And one of the questions we got is someone was asking about why the Unity engine. So I don't know if Jeremy, if you can highlight that comment. It was Anthony Williams, and yep, there we go. And also, I think Charles is back behind the scenes. Looks like his web browser had a blip. But yeah. So one of the things, or why don't you go ahead? Chris, why don't you and Charles maybe answer the question, Anthony's question of why did I suggested it when we first had this discussion, but I didn't know. I don't know. I'm just dangerous. So why is Unity a good idea?
Yeah, I mean, there's two major game engines that are used by, third-party game engines that have done a lot of the hard work for you. And there's Unreal and Unity. And Unreal is a very strong powerhouse engine. Unity is widely embraced, and it's very usable for bringing back kind of old code into a more modern engine, and then making that engine kind of bulletproof for improving things and, like you've talked about, potentially doing sequels or other things in. And it's also generally, when we develop things, it might not be for every developer, but when we develop things, Unity is a far more cost-effective solution. And several of our studios specialize in that. We've got other studios that specialize in Unreal, but generally the cost to develop in Unreal is a little bit more. So for our Bravo team studio, we felt this was the best fit. They had the experience with the old engine. They were able to prove to us very shortly how you would adapt that into the Unity framework, and then how we could build and improve on it and things like that. So that's why we ultimately went for it.
Cool. Charles, did you want to add anything to that, or?
I did want to add that Chris left off earlier that he's also a retro video gaming trivia champion. So when we're talking about like qualifications here, technically we both are. We're on the same team, Seattle Retro Gaming Expo trivia champions. So try not to be too impressed. But about the question of Unity versus other engines, Chris is right on the money. Like you probably wouldn't go wrong with either Unreal or Unity. Unity has a reputation for being a little bit more lighter weight. Unreal has a reputation for being a little bit more heavyweight, maybe slightly higher on the visual fidelity side of things. But that's really kind of overkill for the type of game that Rift's Promise of Power is. And especially if we're talking about doing a mobile port down the road, right? And I mean, Unity in general, one of the big things that you get is that the multi-platform support that's going to make it a lot easier to support a wide variety of platforms down the road. There's still time and effort to do that, but it's a lot easier working on a baseline that works across different devices and platforms.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that I think people will note if you go look at the stretch goals. It is one system at a time, but but I mean, I think that we're working with a really experienced team, and it's actually allowing us. I mean, this is their bread and butter. They're constantly doing projects like this, so they know how to cost this stuff in and how to time it out. And so that's one of the really exciting things is I think that the stretch goals that we've got for converting to other game systems, other consoles, reporting is actually, I mean, these are really great prices that we're bringing to the fans, right, to make this happen. So I think that's a really exciting part of this project as well. I actually, when I was at University of Texas in Dallas, I actually programmed in the Unity engine. So, even artists can do that. So, artists and writers and everything. So no, it is a really cool system that has a lot of different potential for what it can do for us down the road. It really keeps our options open, right? And you're right. Unreal, you could. I mean, they're using Unreal to make The Mandalorian and movies and stuff now. Unreal is fantastic, and I know some people working on that at other game studios and stuff. But for us, I mean, Unity can do so much. We don't need a particle beam cannon here. A heavy laser cannon's fine, right? So, no, it's super exciting. It's super exciting. Let's see. Is there? I know we've talked about some of the different goals when it comes to increase. The part of the base port here is to increase the resolution. And also some of the interface stuff. Do you guys want to talk about any of the other basic features that we're bringing to the plate here with the update?
I think you covered a lot of them. It's getting that kind of widescreen format is going to be great rather than, this tiny little screen here that doesn't give you a lot of field of view. So
right.
It's going to increase the ability to see a lot more on the screen. And beyond that, just being able to look at things a little bit cleaner and crisper. We're still going to give, honor to the original pixel art and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just bringing it to modern platforms in a more modern way. And then the stretch goals are really what we are most excited about. And being able to, like you had talked about previously, do a complete graphical overhaul of the game, all the art and animations kind of redone. We've already done some technology tests on finding a way to be able to switch back and forth between the original version and the new graphics that we would potentially do. The new soundtrack, exactly like we talked about. So
yep.
much cool stuff that we could do around that area. So yeah, I mean, we're just super excited by how far we get to go with this. So
yeah, we are too.
I just want to add, anyone listening can, I think, tell that these guys are really into games and really are having fun with what we can do, really know their stuff. And that's what I like, because when we originally started talking about this project, I had my reservations because I'm thinking, well, so they have technical expertise, but are they going to care about the game? Are they going to care about riffs? And that's the thing, is much like everyone at Palladium, they're fanboys, just like the rest of us, like just all of you who are listening. And so for them, part of the fun is like, how can I make this cool game even cooler and more fun for nerds like me? And that's the beauty of it. And I love working with these guys. I mean, besides the fact they know all kinds of shit, and they don't hesitate to make suggestions, and it's always good stuff. It just it's an awesome relationship. I hope this funds, because, man, this is going to be a great game.
Yeah, well, I want people to know too that it's very collaborative. I mean, these people, they earn their money by consulting with folks and helping with their games, and they've done so much for this project behind the scenes, given us so many suggestions and feedback, made connections where there weren't connections for us, and that's been really fantastic. And they just went above and beyond when they don't have to, right? And Chris's idea to have the graphical toggle, I mean, that was like, I was like, oh, that's fantastic. And so I wanted to make sure I put it, just right after the graphical overhaul, because I think that's going to be a really killer feature. And then, like we've already discussed with Charles, we hope that if this isn't just the end all be all. We'd like to see DLCs and or sequels in the future. So we want to focus on this project right now. I don't want to start talking like too pie in the sky, but I already feel like I'm eating the pie in the sky, right? So we're just launching this thing and getting to talk with everybody about all this stuff. But yeah, what we're going to be able to do with this team and their knowledge and their experience and their expertise, right? Their professional expertise is really, really, really fantastic. So we have Nick K, the global art director for Perfect Gaming here
Hey,
as
how's it
well.
going?
Hey,
And,
nice background, Nick.
Thanks.
It seems like it's popular for some reason.
Yeah.
Well, see you later.
Sorry, I don't know why that's peeking through.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying goodbye. Yeah, it's like a calendar or something behind you.
That's
No.
So
It's rifting through.
Yeah, it's rifting through the rifts. So everybody knows who Nick is. Nick's the guy that's responsible for this cover art.
I directed. I didn't make it, but yes, absolutely.
You put in some elbow grease too.
Thank you. But yeah. No, I was really happy to work on it. I think it turned out phenomenal. Obviously, we're extremely proud of the work, and it's really cool. I've just been kind of seeing what people are posting on social media regarding the campaign as well, even though it's very early. And I think that the cover here really kind of shows the quality that we're trying to bring to the game. And it is really cool seeing Rifts rendered in such a AAA more realistic format, which obviously the original illustrations are gorgeous, but this is just a more video game oriented look to it.
Oh sure, I mean I think it was funny. I studied this stuff, and I don't know half of what Chris and Charles do about it, but in my mind, when I looked at the design of Promise of Power, I was like, for the N-Gage, for the platform it was on, I think they made all the right moves with the art, the music, the gameplay, right? So I thought they did a really killer, but that's the thing. When you have the reduced fidelity, you need to be more stylized, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the small, almost like the smaller a logo gets, the more stylized it gets, right?
Right.
Because you're losing all that detail. So artists will notice that problem. A lot of artists of any kind are familiar with that problem. Jeremy, are you going to go to the Death Star? I love your Death Star control room background.
Doing a different one.
Okay. But yeah, so the stuff that is possible though is fantastic. And by the way, some of you may have been in our stream the live stream we did at the end of the TMNT and Other Strangeness. This is the same guy. This is Nicholas K. Again, I say the art comes from him, but we talk to him. He goes out and sources a bunch of fantastic people in the industry. And so he also had helmed the miniatures sculpting for TMNT and Other Strangeness, the hero and villain set. And he helped us art direct the new Palladium Books logo, the new Rifts logo, the coin, which we don't actually have a visual of in the crowdfunder yet.
Yeah.
And he helped us turn around in double time the miniature, or the statue, I should say, the 10-inch tall statue that you can see in the Glitter Boy Champion update or pledge level, or the add-on for $50. We're going to have more imagery of that coming soon, but we wanted to show that to the fans right out the gate. And so there's a lot to thank Nick for, but also when you take a look at those pledge levels, and then at the stretch goals, you can see when we did this a little earlier in the stream, you can see the succession of our different art goals and what that's going to mean. So we've got the base achievement, we hit our funding goal, then you get the original graphics and portraits. Then when we hit 900,000, that's when you get to see the HD upgrade for all of the portraits in the game, which I think is going to be really big, because the the battle maps and stuff are going to look really good on screen, but the portraits I think are going to look more retro or pixelated, right? And so I'd really like to see that HD upgrade. But if we can get the $1.2 million stretch goal, that's where the fun begins, and we get to do a total revamp. And if you take a look at the art there, the graphic art tins, that's the and the cover. That's the style we're going for. That's we so it's a big funding goal, but it'll mean a gorgeous game. A gorgeous game.
Definitely. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of cool stuff going on from the art side. And yeah, I think the Glitter Boy statues discussed is going to turn out great. We've got some really incredible artists working on that. So I'm really excited to see how that guy turns out too, just because that's a cool thing to have. I've really had to become intimately familiar with the Glitter Boys design.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's just it's just funny because it's such an iconic character, and
Right.
we're trying to get the most canonical appearance, like really locked in, like no deviation whatsoever from the art. So you can see him on the cover in his full glory, but it's going to be a really cool, I think, add-on item to have as an offer as well.
Yeah, a lot of people may not know this. This is a bit of Rift's trivia, but when Kevin was originally developed the role-playing game, the game was almost called Boomers after the Glitter Boys boom gun.
Yep.
But due to its similarity with the enemies in what is it, Bone Crisis and Crash, the Boomers, which are evil cyborgs,
Yep.
they decided not to play that copyright game. Which I think was a good decision.
Well, we didn't want people to be confused, but yeah, originally the Glitter Boy was going to be like one of the main characters. Well, it is a major character, but
right.
So yeah, I was going to call it Boomers, and Glitter Boys were Boomers, and and then Bubblegum Crisis came out, and I'm like, oh man, I don't want people. It was super popular and cool anime, and I don't want people confusing this with that, and then be disappointed.
Right.
And it was funny because it was Eric Woodjick who helped me come up with the name Riffs, because I was sitting there going, oh my gosh, I mean, in my mind it's Boomers, right? And I'm like, Eric, I don't know what to call the damn game now. And he's like, yeah, well, Kev, tell me about it. And so he had told him, I'm telling him about the game, and I'm like, yeah, so there's these rifts, these tears in space and time, and they go to other worlds and other dimensions, and alien beings known as DBs, dimensional beings, come through the rifts, and this comes through the rifts, and that comes through the rifts. You can travel through the rifts, and rifts. And Eric's like, yeah, Kev, call it Rifts World. And I'm like, I don't know. Rifts World is too much like, Ring World. And he's like, well, just call it Rifts. And I'm like, yeah, it's a decent working title. And by the time the game's ready to launch, I couldn't think of calling it anything except Rifts. So,
yeah,
there you go. But yeah, Glitter Boys was like one of the very first key things that I developed. And then Kevin Long just knocked it out of the park with his design, which is why I love the 10-inch statue, because it's Kevin Long's drawings just and concepts just brought to life. I mean, it is those renders that Kev did, and I don't know. For me, it's a ton of nostalgia, and if I was not me and just a Riffs fan, if Riffs fan, I couldn't live without it. But I'm a geek, so. For me, that statue is just amazing, and must have it. Can't wait till I do have it.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's one of the things is that Nick was talking about how he realized this is an iconic character because it is the face of the paladins, the Ronin of the setting, and these heroes and these legendary machines. And it was interesting because not every depiction is exactly the same. And so there was a lot of times where Nick was like, well, this doesn't match this and that, these details. And so we very quickly were like, okay, forget everything. When it comes to the lines of the form, use the original Kevin Long drawings, because Kevin Long studied, what was it, automobile draftsmanship?
Yeah, a lot of it.
Yeah.
He that was sort of his specialty, to do automobile illustration, airbrush illustrations.
Right. So you can see that it was more he cheated less, right? As artists often do with robots and things like that. And so, but Nick went in and we've had so many discussions about where does this tube, does this connect on the back? How does the ammo feed? We're having these discussions about everything. But it's fantastic to work with someone like Nick, because the thing I would say is, and we wouldn't if we didn't have such a great relationship, because when Nick gets the vision that Kevin and I have, once he locks in on that, it's his too. And that's one of the things that we've just really enjoyed working with Nick and the rest of the TransPerfect folk on. But he's just been really killing it on the art side, and making all this happen. And I don't know how you juggle it all. I know we're not your only clients, so.
Well, you keep us busy for sure. I'll put it that way. But no, I mean, I think it's worth it. Like the work really does speak for itself, especially if you're on the backer kit page and you're looking at the different portrait, levels. Like when we did the 2D HD versions so Milestone 3 of the high definition portraits, like those were fine. I mean, we were just taking the old ones and correcting a couple things, like the headlamp on the Glitter Boy, which didn't make sense. But we kind of tried for the Dead Boy Grunt to bring it back to the original aesthetic. And I mean, you can really tell like it's a huge visual jump. But then when you move to the Milestone 4, the complete graphic overhaul, like you really can feel the fabric of Rifts coming in there. Like the characters are so on the nose and so dead on, which is what we really wanted to hit. So I'm really happy with how those turned out. And I think the Glitter Boy looks phenomenal. Like, I don't know. It's just really nice seeing that level of consistency between the visualizations of him.
Yeah.
Well, it's
absolutely.
nice to be working with someone who really gets it. I think one reason Sean keeps talking about our relationship with Nick, how strong it is and how fun it is that you would think every artist would get it, but they don't. And it's fun working with Nick because we have the same vibe as I had when I was working with Kevin Long, where he just gets it. And you don't have to spend a half an hour explaining everything. He's just like, oh, you mean something like this? And he'll do a quick sketch and you go, holy crap.
Yeah. We've done together. We've done live sketching together, as you guys know.
Well, that was when we were working on this cover art, and you pulled the boom gun off of, I just set it as my background for a minute just so that people can see. You pulled the boom gun out of an original piece that Kevin Long and Kevin Simbita had worked on for the Glitter Boy in the original role-playing game book, and you just popped it out in Photoshop and then painted it up like it matched the rest of the metal chrome Glitter Boy. And Kevin and I were just like, what?
Yeah.
We were in awe. It was fun. It was really fun. But that's the kind of troubleshooting, right? Because that's the thing is I feel like you listen to us, you troubleshoot, but you push for the right goal, and you come back with a lot of questions. You're like Kevin said, you'll come in and you'll say, okay, these are my changes. I don't have any here. This looks right to me. This doesn't. What do you think? Right? And so that's, I mean, I know it's your job, but at the same time, I mean, you're conscientious about it, right? I've worked with plenty of other art directors, right?
Yeah.
So. And so it's one of those things where it's fantastic to be working with the team, and it's not just you. As we've gotten to know Charles and Chris, they're always, everyone at TransPerfect is trying to bring.
Yep.
You don't just bring a problem; you bring solutions, you bring suggestions, you bring feedback and ideas.
Yep.
And that's one of the things that we've loved working with y'all, and that's why we were confident to bring this project to the fans. Because without that kind of relationship, I just don't think, I mean, to me, without that kind of relationship, an art overhaul would be a nightmare.
Yeah, no, I agree.
And instead, I feel like an art overhaul, this is like, let's do it. This is the chance, right? So I think that speaks a lot to the type of working relationship we all have. Yeah,
like I try to exercise like a lot of like ownership, as you guys know, over the IP. So like making sure that, if it doesn't look right to me, it's definitely not going to look right to you guys, and you guys are way more tuned in. So just sort of for everyone who's listening about how we work together. It's like we do multiple rounds of feedback and stuff internally before these guys ever see it, just to make sure that the consistency is there. Also, just a bit about me, I guess. Like I come from a background of working in concept art and miniatures.
Oh yeah, let's talk about that.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure. So, I got into the industry because I was a big Warhammer 40,000 fanboy. Been playing that game since I was 8, so almost 30. Oh no, 30 years now. I just realized time flies. So, like adhering to IPs and understanding like what are the visual, like benchmarks for something to be considered like sufficiently close to an existing canonical description or image is really critical. So coming into the the Rifts universe and really sort of immersing myself was important there, because if I'm going to be able to make creative decisions that sort of expand and fit into the universe, I really have to be aware of the universe. So that's something that we take really seriously, is making sure that everything we're doing in that respect kind of feeds back in and reiterates existing designs and creative decisions. But yeah, I've been working in tabletop minis for a pretty long time. I started, like I said, I got into it because of Games Workshop IPs, but I started working for Fantasy Flight Games and Games Workshop and Paizo, Wizards of the Coast, way back when. And then eventually was working for Privateer Press on War Machine and Hordes for a while before I started working into video games, which then I've been doing ever since. But every once in a while, I have the pleasure of working on tabletop games again. So doing the TMNT stuff was really fun. I actually just introduced my daughter to the original CBS show like this weekend, which I didn't know how that was going to go, but she loves it. So we've been watching a lot of old TMNT together. But yeah, no, it's really great having having the opportunity to work on statues and minis again. And obviously these are really fun IPs to have the opportunity to do so.
Yeah, it's it's just a little odd aside. A lot of art now uses 3D models. A lot of artists use 3D models to build out the characters in their art. It's also in video games. We also make miniatures out of it, or statues. It's really fascinating to see how that's become cross-disciplinary almost. It used to be that those were completely different worlds, doing miniatures and 2D art for tabletop games. But now 2D artists are using 3D models because it's become so much accessible, and it's just become a tool for them. And also, like, that's one of the things I think is super fantastic. We've got this really great Glitter Boy statue. I keep saying miniature, but it's a giant statue, right? It's a 10-inch tall, detailed statue. So, and the idea is a humanoid figure would be more like 7.5, 8 inches tall. A lot of action figures and statues are around that size, right? Mm-hmm. So this is something that we're going to be able to use as an asset for a long time to come for Rifts. This is going to be like the definitive sculpt, the definitive build out of the Glitter Boy. So and again, if we weren't working with someone that has such an appreciation and eye for detail, it wouldn't happen. We never would even. My brain wouldn't even gone there. Hey, let's do a 10-inch tall statue. No, because it would have been like, well, that would be a nightmare. No, it's been fantastic. It's been a great labor of love for all of us. So a lot of our stretch goals are art. And potentially the graphics toggle. Is there anything that is this similar to what you've done for other clients, or this is really different than what you've done for other clients? If we hit these art stretch goals, I don't know how much 2D art y'all do.
We do a lot of 2D art. So we recently acquired Barrett Down Studios in Malaysia. Mm-hmm. They do a ton of art for Destiny 2. Actually, I believe they do almost all of the vanity concept art. So I know there's been some really cool releases there for content, specifically like Star Wars IP stuff. And if you're a Destiny fan or a Star Wars fan, I'd recommend to check it out, even just to look at it, because it turned out really well. So no, we've got some really amazing talent on our team. And then, of course, we work with an incredible team of freelancers and contractors as well. We don't always have everyone who can do everything in-house. So having someone you can call call on who's, top of the industry is really nice to have. And that gives us a lot of flexibility when it's, we have a variety of different projects and different styles and stuff. Not everyone can work in every style, right? You can't expect someone to do, Mickey Mouse as well as a glitter boy, for example. So
Not most people can.
No. I not to toot my horn. Ironically, I have done Mickey in the past. I used to do some work for Disney. But yeah.
Oh, we didn't get Disney on your list, Nick.
Oh, it's okay.
We gotta go update your bio.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It was some card art for Sorcerers of the Magic Kingdom many years ago.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I did like Aladdin and Rapunzel.
I told you my buddy Matt Ing is the art director on Ravensburger's Disney Lorcanon.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
Oh, he's an old friend of mine. So, anyways, that's really neat. No, we and by the way, guys, go check out Charles, Chris, and Nick's bios that we have on the Meet the Team on the page. I think it's just a great read. If you have any questions, you just want to get to know TransPerfect better, or just get psyched about what's coming in the future, you can read these guys' bios, and they're connected. They know what's going on, but they're also old school gamers like us. So it's just a great team to have working with us. Yeah, we're really excited about especially the art stretch goals, and do you guys want to talk about if we get to do the revamp? Do you want to talk about the way that we're thinking about doing the 2D art with the 3D?
Yeah, we can talk about that a little bit. I think Chris and Charles are a little more tapped into that, but I can weigh in as well. Pretty much my understanding is that so right now it's using a series of like sprites in game, sprite sheets and whatever for traversal and actions and whatever. The plan there would be that we would update the images of each character using 3D models that are more lore accurate. I don't know if those are on the backer kit page, but if not, we've already created some samples of those.
I don't think we have. I think I don't think I put those in yet. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, as you guys can tell, there's like a ton of content that you're not seeing.
Actually, the funny thing is, we actually have a lot of stuff that you guys haven't seen. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. All right. Awesome. Well, yeah. So that'll someday get probably shown, but the idea there is that, I mean, like I said, there's so much content. It's actually hard to fit it onto a single page. Those would probably be better for updates anyway. But the idea there is that we'd just revamp the in-game animations. Instead of using sprite sheets, we'd probably just use 3D models that are textured to look like the characters, and then animate those in Engine rather than trying to do all these like hundreds and hundreds of different angles and animation cycles. But it should be really cool looking, to be honest. I mean, the mock-ups we already did look phenomenal, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, Chris, and you were doing a lot of research on that, trying to help us figure out so that we could cost out the different stretch goals, so that we know, hey, we can bring this in on time and on budget, and still get that look that we want to go for. Do you want to? I don't know if you want to add anything to what Nick talked about, or.
Yeah, I mean, we did multiple explorations. I think what there was hey, let's go with, potentially making these characters as low poly 3D models. Or what if we, tried making 3D characters that were, almost to the quality level of League of Legends. And then we started looking, since the original characters are pixel art, I personally love 2D, art and animation, and we started talking about some of the games that we really liked that are a bit more modern but keep kind of that traditional feel.
Yeah.
I think Super Street Fighter 2 HD Remix was one game that came up. Vanillaware is a company that did like Dragon's Crown and a lot of other games, Princess Crown. That we really like kind of their art. It's beautiful, like looking fantasy art, and it's just high quality 2D art. And there was one or two other ones that we looked at. And so we went through this process of, hey, if we were to do every frame of animation, it's going to be very, very costly. If we can find a way to basically put it where we use spine to kind of build the characters, we can still have that very high quality 2D look, but it becomes a lot easier to do and cost effective. And then we looked at the two different versions of the 3D models. And so after doing kind of all those tests, we were like, this seems to be the best solution. It's where we're going to be able to do things relatively the quickest, and the quality is still very high. Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster was the third game that we looked at. And so anyhow, after we looked at kind of those games and came up with some of these tests, we ultimately decided on doing that. So that's what led us to the decision. We think people are going to be super pleased with it, and we're excited about it as well.
And that's why you work with pros. Anyways, no, it's a
Well,
fantastic
exactly.
answer.
No, I agree with you completely, Sean. And I was going to say, this is also why where people are like, why does things take so long? Or how do you, just, I think people think you just like magically, can conjure up a piece of art. And it's like, no, it takes a lot of thought. A lot of thought goes into the design and what's going to work best and what's going to be most cost effective, what's going to give, our audience, you guys, the biggest bang for the buck. There's all these kind of factors and things behind all this stuff. Like when I design role-playing games, people sometimes ask me, what goes into it? And it's hard to explain because when I do a role-playing game, whatever's in it, everything had a reason. Everything,
Right.
And that includes the layout, the artist, the illustration, and what you might be thinking, well, what does that have to do with the role playing? It's all just rules and writing, right? And it's like, no, because you have to have that. You want to capture and convey the things you're trying to present in the most dynamic and compelling ways and fun. I think sometimes people forget about the fun in a game. It's not just about rules, it's about fun. You got to keep your audience in mind and what they want and what's going to get them to go, holy crap, this is fantastic, I must have this, or I can't wait to play this. And that's what we love about these guys, is they get that, because some people don't. They get it, and they're just part of the team that really gets what we're trying to do and are trying to make stuff that's the most fun and beautiful. Just like when we did the Ninja Turtle books, we could have just done a cheap reprint of, the original game, and people would have bought it and loved it and been happy with it. But we're like, no, how can we get amazing, beautiful new art? When someone suggested the black, white, and red edition, we're like, yeah, let's do that. We didn't have to do that. And it's a whole bunch of extra costs and money and time, but we're like, fans will love it. A bunch of fans will love this. So let's do it. And that's what we do here. And so everything, it's not just, okay, let's just shit it out. It's like, no, let's think about it. Let's make it something, that's really amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. This is, let's see, I'm reading the backer page. I'm a bit confused. What is the initial release being developed for, PC or Steam? It's PC in the Unity engine. That is the release that we're developing for. Our primary platform that we're targeting for is the Steam platform. We also like to release on Good Old Games and other platforms as well. But that's our kind of like minimum. We're going to launch PC on Steam is our goal. So good question.
Yep. And the more that the Kickstarter or crowdfunder does,
there's the Coca-Cola of crowdfunding, right?
we'll be able to consider other platforms, and we can do it for Steam, we can do it for Nintendo, and all these different game platforms. But right now we're trying to stay focused on getting the basics done, and hopefully we have a legion of fans come out and people excited about video games and post-apocalyptic science fantasy games, and and we go way beyond our expectations, and we can provide everything you could ever dream of. But right now, we're just staying focused on our basic goal and hoping for the best on every front.
And we're doing pretty good so far. So an hour and a half in, and we're at $42,000, over 42,000. So that's not a shabby start. Thank you so much.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, and by the way, we got some congrats on the TMNT project in the chat. We really appreciate everyone's support on that as well. we just put out an update on that project. We have physical samples in. They've been approved by us and Paramount, and they look fantastic. If you go to the page for that Kickstarter, you can see the update that we just pushed out, thanks to help from our new operations manager, Jeremy, for doing the work on that and getting all that organized, him and Wayne and Kev. But I know this is one of the things, Jeremy's been just a great add to the team. But these books look fan-freaking-tastic, and they are being printed right now. So that's also super exciting. They're printing a whole dang lot of them though. Like what was it, 20,000 or something of the one and 18 of the other or something? So they're printing a lot of books. So as soon as they know, they can tell us when they're going to be done with that and the other, I think 20 add-ons like the dice and the miniatures and all that stuff. We'll let y'all know as soon as we have that information. It's just one of these things where when this stuff gets to this production stage, especially with the back and forth that we have to have at the quality assurance level for all this stuff, it is taking longer than we had initially projected. So we apologize for that. We've tried to be really clear about the timelines in our update, but it's happening. It's at the printers and hopefully coming to a shore near you very soon. So we'll let you know as soon as we have more information on that. But one of the cool things about this project is, I'm sorry, do you want to say something, Kevin?
I just want to say, I know some of our fans on Turtles are a little disappointed by the delays and why we can't give them, some kind of reasonable expectation. And here's why. Our original expectation is that it would be out a year ago. And then for this year, we thought, well, it'll be out in spring. And then we thought, oh, it'll be out in time for Gen Con. And some of this stuff is just out of our control. But we're working hard to push everything forward. It'll definitely be out this year. And as soon as we freaking know, we want to get it in your hands. We want it in your hands, a year ago. So, we're doing what we can. And again, we don't want to just crap stuff out. These books are beautiful, and the dice and everything, they're just gorgeous. We want this to be a quality thing. We love Turtles as much as you do. So, and that's the same thing with all this. We love our fans. We love what we do. And we want to give you guys the best products we possibly can, whether it's a video game, whether it's the Turtle books, whether it's Palladium Fantasy. We just want to put quality in your hands and stuff that's fun, things that you can have hours and hours of fun with.
Yep, absolutely. The other thing I'll say is we also want to thank everyone. I know we don't talk about it much, but my Glitter Boy background got distorted. Oh well. Anyways, is that Kevin's wife and partner of 20 years did pass away last year, and that was a lot of people don't know that she also was working daily with Palladium Books, doing our order processing. So and loved by the entire team. And so that's something that also was one of those wrenches that you build in, but we didn't expect two big wrenches. And so one of them is also just some of the production delays for a project this size with all the stakeholders, and also just the complication of the manufacturing. And then there's also been some really weird stuff like changes in EU guidelines for packaging and stuff that we had to conform to. So I mean, just all these little things in the background that our team's been working really hard on. So we appreciate everyone's patience. I see everybody saying, condolences and quality takes time and all that, but we always want to be honest with you about our targets, and if there are delays, we want to be honest about why there are delays. So we appreciate everyone's patience. The books are happening; they're getting printed right now. They're moving forward. The other cool thing is working with this team. You can see these guys are super capable. Nick's got the art. Chris has got the development. Charles is going to keep everybody slapping around, keep them in check and in line.
Is that your job, Charles? I didn't know.
The violent one.
Yeah. Project management. That's slapping people around, right? The cool thing about this project is that the game exists, right? So they're taking the game, they're bringing it into a new medium for the PC, using the Unity engine. There's going to be art, hopefully lots of art upgrades and other shenanigans. So, there might be some stuff like that for us to approve. But largely, the work that Kevin and Andy put into it has already been done. This is going to be going as we move forward. So we're going to keep, I'm working on books. I'm approving art for multiple books like every other day right now. If you could see my emails, you'd be jealous of some of the art that we got coming for for some books. So Bestiary 2, Chaos Earth First Responders. So these books are all in various stages of closing in on finishing production. So that's one of the cool things about this project. It's not like for the next 2 years, while this team makes this happen on PC, we won't be able to write books. No, we're going to continue to write books and work on other stuff too and other projects. So we'll see how much Nick can juggle. But
Yeah, we'll find out.
you knew that was
You can't
coming.
juggle, Nick. Getting some slaps.
Yeah,
but,
there we go. Slap him around. There we go, Charles.
we do have some excellent artists working on the all the art upgrades. So I'm actually not that worried about it. We've already got also, just so everyone's aware, we already have everyone lined up to do the work. It's not like we hit that tier and we go, crap, now I need to go find 100 artists. Like everyone's ready to go. This is all planned out at this point. So we're hoping that you guys give us the pleasure of doing the work. But this will not be like a last minute freak out rush to find people and source artists.
No, in fact, this is, I think, time we can share. I did a couple of top secret things earlier this year. And one of them was I went to Malaysia, to Kuala Lumpur, where I met Nick. And then what was the Hong Kong head? What's her name?
Lauren.
Lauren, that's right. She's fantastic. And we had dinner. We went to Bear Down to check out the studio. I met the head of the studio there. We're now friends on Instagram, So no, it was really cool to see the kind of firepower and this is just about Bear Down. This is a newly acquired by TransPerfect Gaming. It's one of many art studios that they own and gaming studios that they own and are working with. So it's really fantastic what they can bring to the table. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. So it's interesting to be able to work with a team that has this kind of turnkey firepower that we can tap into, whether it's for tabletop products or for video games. And another thing, if we hit this revamp goal, I'm excited about what we can do with all that 2D art in our books and in our print products. So, I mean, that's just building a library of art that we can use in Rift's products going forward, which is exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. That'll be fun too. It's been a while since I worked on tabletop gaming illustrations and stuff, but I used to do them myself, so it'll be fun to do some direction on those because I can't remember the last time I actually did stuff that we've been doing for you guys, but doing like a full overhaul. And I know we've talked about some of the other IPs as well, possibly in the future too. So there's a whole world of possibilities out there of what we can be doing.
Oh, cool.
Yep.
Well, what was your other big announcement? Didn't you guys acquire Technicolor Gaming Division?
Yeah, just a small company, Technicolor Gaming. They're 400 people. And I think actually I don't have the exact head count. I think it's between 400 and 500. And I think the plan right now is to get up to 600 this year. But I'm sure you've heard of them or at least seen their work. Yes, they are that Technicolor that did if you've ever watched a movie and it says coloration by Technicolor, they were part of that group. But yeah, we acquired them. They do a lot of work, really excellent AAA cinematics, 3D character work. Did a lot of work on the Tekken franchise for Capcom as well. Or no, sorry, Street Fighter, not Tekken. Street Fighter for Capcom. And Hogwarts Legacy did a bunch of animations and character art and creatures for that. You can give them a quick Google if you want to check them out, but they do fantastic work. They're an amazing studio. So yeah, things have been changing a little bit around here recently, but it's all good stuff. We're really excited to have them on board, and they're fantastic to work with. We've been starting to collaborate more and more frequently, working on projects together, and they're an incredible team to work with. They've got a ton of experience. I think the majority of the team there has over a decade of experience working at Technicolor, so they all know each other really well, and they mesh really well, and they've got all their kind of pipelines and practices figured out. So yeah, we're extremely lucky to have both Bear Down and Technicolor. Really couldn't have asked for better partners.
Yeah, no, and it's really cool because, like you said, I mean, it's like, okay, we need a 22 caliber pistol. Now we need a 45 caliber. Now we need an assault rifle. Now we need a Barrett 50 cal. I mean, you've got all of it, right? So, depending on what kind of wet work we're doing, you got it. You got us tapped in, right?
Yeah,
So, I
that's true.
mean, it's kind of weird because it's with between you and some of our new production partners that we're working with to do these fantastic the fantastic Ninja Turtles dice and miniatures, the Game Master screen. You're going to see more of that stuff coming for Palladium, and I think that's exciting, right? Um, and so that it's becoming more and more like, what can I imagine? What can I think of for Palladium? And when we have partners that can bring it to us, where there's the reliable professionalism and quality and a reasonable price. And sometimes we get quotes and it's like, okay, well, that's not reasonable for us, right? For this, but other times it's like, hey, this is our budget. We want to work within this budget. What can we do to prepare, for instance, for this, right? I mean, we don't have millions and millions of dollars to throw into pre-development for this game, right? We don't. And so you guys were able to work with us to make sure that we could bring these really awesome visuals and examples. We very carefully went through and chose a lot of our methods, and so they waste not, want not. We're not sparing. We're not. Uh, yeah, we're being very sparing with our effort to get the greatest result, and so that's what I think is really cool about working with the team at TransPerfect. So, well, and I just want to let you guys know. I mean, we're closing in on Charles, Chris. You guys have been here for a while. Feel free to duck out. Nick, I know you're really busy. Feel free to duck out. But we really appreciate you guys joining us. I think
Yes.
we're getting really close to. We're at, it looks like 44,000 now in just a couple minutes. We're closing in on 50,000 already. So that's really fantastic for just a couple hours, or an hour and 45 minutes since launch. So we really appreciate you guys being here. If you want to stick around, but I just want to let you know you can go. You don't feel like you're stuck. I know you guys you got real jobs. You're not artists like us. Well, I guess Nick is, but he juggles more. So.
I just fake it. I'm not really an artist.
He's lying. I've seen it. He's lying.
Yeah. Yeah, I can stick around for a little bit longer, but then I'll duck out. Any other questions I can answer about anything from the crowd? If anyone want to ask about the art or anything like that.
Well, I want to mention I've been kind of keeping my eye on the chat here and there, and thank you everyone. It's fun conversations. Yeah, Riff's Saturday morning TV show would be freaking great.
Sure.
All that stuff would be great. Appreciate everyone's support. Tom at Red Dukes Games, thanks for the congratulations. Jeff Hansen, we miss you too. Glenn and everyone else, thanks for your support. And then some people are commenting like, oh my gosh, this is going to break my wallet. I want to point out that BackerKit has this cool feature that we have activated where you can take.
Thank you, Jeremy, for noticing it, by the way.
Yeah, that was Jeremy. Yep. Where you can, pay, in 4 installments over a 4-month period, if that helps people. So, we're trying to do what we can for you.
Yep.
And then to make your wallets bleed even more, we haven't announced it yet. It'll be in the weekly update this Thursday or Friday, but we're going to have some sales on Rifts books that like all the Rifts Earth books, physical books, and on drive-through PDFs. So, this is a great time for you to get your friends to try our stuff and pick up stuff that you've been looking for on the cheap. Just saying.
Yeah. Well, the thing I would like to point out too is that a lot of times when you back these projects, you don't get, just so you understand, you don't get charged until the project ends if we fund. So that would be July 17th, that evening. And then the other 4 payments would happen, for the 3 months after that. So just so you know, if it's like right now you're in between paychecks or something, well, that's no big deal. You wouldn't get charged anyways until July 17th. So just so everybody knows, if you want to pledge now, you can do it, right?
Good point. Excellent point.
So yeah, it's been really great having everyone here. And let's see, there's a lot of comments. Let's see.
Rift disavowed. It's coming. Everything. So there's what is it, Sean? We have some kind of schedule page on our website.
It's the Palladium project status page.
There you go. It'll tell you where books are. Again, it's our new policy not to announce books until they're ready to go to the printer.
Yep.
So we are working on several different things that will delight and please people coming up over the next year or two. A lot of books that you guys have been waiting for. So yeah, it's stuff's a coming. And then someone asked, like they said, oh, we missed the earlier part of the stream. What has TransPerfect done? They've worked on all kinds of major game studios, from Blizzard to, gosh, I can't even think of them all. There's so many. There's like a freaking gazillion. Konami and Ubisoft and all kinds of stuff. So these guys are the real deal, man. We were just talking about how their company acquired Technicolor Games and Bear Down Studio, who did work for a game you might have heard of, Destiny. That art's killer. In fact, it was funny story was when Nick tells us that he's showing us art that they can do, and we're like, so are you telling us you can get artists who can do art of this quality? Or are you telling us you get the guys who did art for Destiny? And they're like, oh no, we bought that studio that did art for Destiny. And we're like, what?
That is correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we're already fans.
Yeah. And you can if you look on the main page, you can also see under everybody's bio that we've got for Meet the Team, you can see all the individual projects that Nick's worked on, that Charles has worked on, that Chris has worked on. You can also go to just right at the very top of the story, towards the top, you've got the section on TransPerfect. And so you can see a graphic there from one of their downloadable brochure type things that shows the major studios that they work with. But Chris and Nick and Charles, are there any games that you could talk about that y'all have worked on in the past couple of years at TransPerfect that people might have heard of or not? I know a lot of times y'all are working behind the scenes. One of the ones I do know you worked on, did a lot of work on, was Sins of a Solar Empire 2. For Stardock Entertainment. Y'all are their official art vendor and did a lot of the if you haven't seen that game, fantastic warships and real-time strategy game.
Yeah, we can talk about a little bit about that. Last year we did a lot of work with Stardock and Sins of Solar Empire 2. We came in, the TEC faction was mostly wrapped up, but we assisted on some of the 3D assets there. And then for the Advent, we did a lot of heavy lifting. So we did most of the concept art ourselves. There were other artists working on it as well, so I don't want to take all the credit. But we did a ton of assets, both concept and then a crap ton of 3D models on that, as well as texturing. So we designed the Titan, and then we modeled a bunch of the different battleships, like the capital ships, as well as I think we even did some of the fighter drones. But yeah, we did a lot of work on that IP, and it was great to do because I was a huge fan of Sins of Solar Empire 1 myself. I actually embarrassingly applied to work at Stardock many years ago, and I did not get a chance. But it was I got it all came around in the end, and I got to actually work on one of their projects. We also did some work recently on Splitgate 2, though I don't know to what extent we're allowed to show or talk about that, but that was a great project to work on as well. I know that's just came out, so it's kind of exciting. And then we do have some other projects I can't talk about yet for some clients that we're doing, which are pretty cool stuff. But I mean, we've done a variety of things. We've done things like the AAA space to the casual space, even mobile stuff that casual content like that. Indie space as well as the AA. So really we've run the gamut. And then as we discussed a little bit, I think Charles and Chris, you guys have 25 years experience each, something like that. Is that right? Yeah.
That's correct.
yeah, I've been doing this for
Yeah,
18
we're
years.
old.
Yeah, it's kind of a gross number to say out loud. But yeah, I've working in the industry for 18 years. I've doing art direction for 9. And as I said, I started as an illustrator and concept art myself. So something that we're all very deep into and have a lot of experience working in.
Yeah, and I think that's something that's cool to see about your team is just like Chris was talking about. If you read, I haven't talked as much with Charles about his past work, but reading his bio and talking with you, Nick. I mean, you guys have worked kind of like me and Kevin. You've worked your way up through and built your own career in the industry, so you know it kind of from the ground up. Charles, it's like you've got a lot of different things that you've worked on in your background as well.
Yeah, you want me to talk about my bio a little bit?
Yeah, why don't you please?
Okay. So a lot of overlap with Chris. I first met him at Microsoft back in like 2008, 2009 timeframe. But I've been in the tech industry for 25 plus years or so. Not in games the entire time. Chris has definitely got me beat in that department. But I started off working on Windows 2000 way back in the day as a tester on the networking side of things. And one of the things I mentioned that from the perspective of, we were talking earlier a lot about like the passion involved working on games and really understanding games and understanding that the genres and all that kind of stuff. One of the things I learned from that was Windows 2000 was like 5 years behind schedule, and the start of my career was learning how to ship projects. And I think that's one of the things that I bring to things is like, I know how to ship something and figure out like, how do we actually say, these are the things we want to put in, these are the things we're going to do next time or later on, and let's get this out the door. I first moved over to games working on a game called 1 vs. 100 for Xbox, which was a massively multiplayer online trivia game that was tied into the TV show, and we were doing a bunch of like really interesting stuff back in the 2008-2009 timeframe, where we were having scheduled shows with a live host in a studio streaming audio, and like 100,000 people connected at the same time, and then got sorted into the contestant answering trivia questions versus 100 people that were competing against them, and then the mob of people, everybody's answering questions, winning real prizes, and everything was synchronized, which was kind of unheard of at that time. And my networking background helped out there. And we had kind of inadvertently built a networking Death Star. So like, we were doing more transactions per second of people doing the same thing than Amazon.com at the time. Like, Amazon had more users, but they're all doing different things at different times. We're having everybody do the same thing at the same time. And when we're working with partners, we're trying to communicate to them like, hey, you're not prepared for the level of traffic we're going to send your way. And we're like, no, we can do it. And then like a month later, they come back and say like, oh, yeah, this is a real problem. Like, we're going to have to scale up 10x to be able to manage this. So that was my introduction. I was the test lead on the game. And after that, I worked on some Rare titles. I took over Connect Sports Season 2. Chris had worked on the first one. I worked on Gears of War Judgment. I switched over to do some casual games. I was the producer on the Windows 8 Solitaire, Minesweeper, and Mahjong games. And don't blame me that there were ads in the games. There are less ads in the games because of me, but that plan was already in place when I joined the team. I was brought on to get the games to actually ship, which they did.
So you are the guy that slaps people around. I'm not wrong.
I'm a nice person. I like to influence.
I'd say you're not a nice person. You're a good person. Sometimes
That's
But-
honestly one of the reasons why I enjoy working with Charles so much and why I've hired him at multiple companies is because not only can he make sure things get shipped on time and at quality, but at the same time, when you're building a game, you have so many disparate personalities. You've got engineers, which are focused in the code. You've got artists, which are very creative. You've got designers that are creative and they don't want their designs changed. And you have all these different personalities. And usually I would give myself an 8 out of 10 on going in and getting people to work nice together. And when it got to the worst points where, there's drama over some developer who thinks he's AAA and above everybody else, like once I got to that point of frustration, I would just go to Charles and be like, Charles, take over. And 100% of the time he would have it resolved within a couple days. Like he knows how to talk to people and get things back on track. So that's why I love Charles.
Well, that, and as somebody pointed out in the comment stream, like if they don't cooperate, they're going to catch some hands. So
Every
No.
company needs an enforcer.
I would never do that. Would never do that. Yeah, but thank you, Chris. Yeah, there's. I think that's one of the reasons that Chris and I also work well together is that we've got a lot of complementary skills and a lot of complementary sort of game experience. Because like after the casual games, I was release manager for Project Spark as that project was getting shut down. And so I got to shut down that game. That was at Microsoft. I worked at a VR startup doing a virtual reality operating system called Envelop VR, which was cool. And I'm still convinced is going to be how we interact with computers sometime in the future. I just can't tell you when. It wasn't when we were working on it. So that sucks. I worked with Chris at a place called Double Down Interactive on mobile games, and did 3 years there, learning how to again ship a game and then content updates every month. And then most recently, I was at essentially an augmented reality startup doing augmented reality for retail shopping experiences. So imagine putting a HoloLens or a Magic Leap 2 on your face and going into a store and getting holographic route navigation through the store or highlighting items on shelves that are gluten-free. And I mentioned that from the perspective of I have a pretty wide variety of both gaming and gaming adjacent experiences because there's a lot of overlap between gaming and VR and AR. And then that most recently I joined TransPerfect back in December, and now I'm the person that is coordinating our development and porting efforts. So, and
No, it's been great to
pretty
have you
awesome.
join the team and work with us. I know, just real quickly to say, I know Chris and Nick, I think, are about to have to jump off. Charles, you can stay around as long as you want, buddy. But Nick and Chris, I just really want to tell you how much it means to us and the fans to have you here. Great to have you back, Nick, after joining us in our live stream for the Turtles. Again,
Absolutely.
Fantastic work on the miniatures for those, and I'm glad we opened that door for us to get to work together on tons more stuff like this killer art, all the killer art that everyone's seeing for this game, and all the visualization stuff we've got for all the different products. And then Chris, thanks again for taking the time to be here. Just let you guys say goodbye to the fans and duck on out.
All right. Thanks, guys. Good to be here.
Thanks a lot.
You also don't have to keep me around. I'm not actually going to be violent or anything like that.
I don't feel threatened. I'm very far away.
I also, let's be real here. Sean definitely looks like he could take me. Sean and Jeremy both look totally take me. Kevin, I might be able to take you. I don't know. Oh, never mind.
He's a dangerous old man.
Never mind.
He's a dangerous old man.
Prepare for this.
Right.
That's
Oh,
what
man.
that's what the really dangerous guys say. They're like, oh, I don't even look like a threat, do I? No.
Right. I'm wondering. Let's see. If there are other things related to like the game production we want to talk about that I could help you guys out with?
Yeah, I mean, again, it's about what the fans are going to be curious about. So let's talk about a little bit about, I guess a little bit about how much more difficult your work gets as we hit stretch goals. So the first major stretch goal, besides funding, right, is music. So I'm really excited to be able to tell a bunch of people what to do when it comes to what kind of music I want to have in a Rift video game. But what is that like? Is that pretty easy? Because I mean, I notice when you see the clips that we've got for the game, if anyone's seen it before or played it before, you can also check it out on YouTube. There's people who've done playthroughs. A lot of the music activates when you do different things or different things happen, right?
Sure.
How difficult is that when it comes to soundtracks and sound systems and localization and the Unity engine?
Yeah, well, there's two sides of it. There's one, and you're kind of talking about both parts of it. There's one, all the mechanics around like what sounds are we triggering at different events in the game, and we have to do that even if we're not revamping the music, right? And so we're recreating this game in Unity, and we're shooting for having a really authentic experience, right? That this is going to be Rift's promise of power just on modern platforms and looking better at the very baseline. And so we're going to have those systems in place that are like, okay, play this music string at this time, play this sound effect at this time, all that kind of stuff. That's not changing. Like that's part of the base thing work that we have to do. Going through and updating those assets, updating the music, updating sound effects, higher fidelity, cooler music, that sort of thing. That's really, I wouldn't say that it's a difficult thing. It's just a matter of like working with, it's like producing any sort of art, right? You work with a good artist, they make it look easy. I'm not an artist.
Right.
I just coordinate them, right? But my assumption, I'm going to speculate here because we haven't talked about the details of this yet. But my speculation is we're going to take the music that was in the original game and just be like, hey, okay, how do we take this, honor the heart and soul of it, and just kick it up a couple notches, right? Maybe Chris mentioned earlier on the stream, like, oh, this music is really cool, but it'd be a little bit cooler if it had some guitars thrown in there.
Right.
And so I don't look at that as necessarily a difficult thing. It's difficult from the perspective of coordinating some different artists as well that come in and do audio work. But that's fairly straightforward. When I look at the goals that you guys have laid out, I think that there are there's certainly challenges moving to different platforms. It's not sexy, but a big part of the challenges are kind of clerical challenges of like navigating, working with platform holders. Like when you are going on Xbox, you need to hit a bunch of requirements. When you're on PlayStation, you need to hit a bunch of requirements. When you're on Nintendo Switch, you need to hit a bunch of requirements, and you need to interface with their store portals and all that kind of stuff. And it's kind of a surprising amount of work that I think if you're not familiar with that, like it's you'd be surprised. And me having
I just want to say something there. When I was studying at UT Dallas, user interface design and UX design and all that, and my classes were focused on apps and mobile a lot of times, but even just the requirements for the iOS it's like a book.
Oh yeah.
Even just the text and the fonts and how you activate things and how different menus have to be organized. And so it really, like, you're not kidding. I'm not surprised that was such a chonker.
Yeah.
We had to put it at the end, you know what I mean? Because there's so many other things that are way more critical, in my opinion, to get done before a mobile
Sure.
port. Which to me, a mobile port, that's fantastic if we can do it. But if we can do PC, I think we're hitting the biggest group of fans because this isn't going to be like some beast to run on your PC. Anybody with any kind of PC or laptop should be able to play this game, right? Especially if we get to hit our goal for Linux and Mac support. But you're right. It's so just so people out there know, like I have only seen the tip of that iceberg as a college student, right? As a university student, and this man is not lying. So you go ahead.
It is. I mean, I think the thing is that as an end user or player or whatever, if anything ever seems like smooth and simple and easy, it's probably because there was a ton of work on the back end to make that happen, right? Yeah. And I mean, I've been a gamer for a long time, and I remember back in the days trying to get games running on my PC and all the different like conventional memory management and everything that I had to do, right, to get things to work, right? And it helped me get my career, having that computer knowledge. But, 20, 30 years down the road, right, the industry has done a bunch of work to abstract all those problems away. And so now it's like you go to an app store and you click on something and it downloads. And there's been a ton of work over literal decades to enable those scenarios. And there's still work when we produce games and ship them that we have to do a bunch of stuff to get those in the storefronts and make sure that they comply and that they're a good experience and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I think those are the things that are more challenging or more work, right? But I'm also excited for more platforms. And like Chris, I'm an Xbox fanboy because I used to work on the Xbox team. So I'm like, please, let's do an Xbox version.
No, I used to be a big Xbox gamer too. I mean, and I played a little bit of PlayStation. I grew up with Nintendo as a kid, and then went Xbox as an adult, as many American males around my age. Microsoft knew what they were doing when they released with Halo as their launch title for the Xbox. And then Halo 2 with the Xbox Live. I see comments in Davina Duckworth. I also had a Sega Genesis. I had a Nintendo, and then just the Super Nintendo, then a Sega Genesis. One of my buddies, he was from Taiwan, and we would play the Super Famicom that he had. So yeah, it was basically the Super Nintendo, but different games. But yeah, it's interesting just thinking about the game on all those different platforms and what you can do, but also how they differ. And there's different. The pads are different. The game pads are different. The menus are different. There was also we're talking about there's a lot of good reason that they work the way they do, or that iOS has the interface and other stuff, requirements that they do. That's all beneficial for the users. But yeah, it means there's a lot of hoops for your team to jump through even though Unity's already halfway there, right? Once you finish the PC version on Unity, but then that's what really adds the extra time, and then of course extra QA and stuff like that. So quality assurance and testing, and make sure everything's working correctly. So
exactly.
Yeah.
And one side comment. Chris Chamberlain was a big Sega Genesis fan back in the day. Like, I was more of a Super Nintendo guy, but I see like some of the comments on there. What about Sega? I'm like, okay, you missed out. Chris was a Sega Genesis guy. So
my buddies were all, well, one had a Super Famicom, a couple of them had Super Famicoms, but then the rest were all like Super Nintendo. So I'd go to my buddy's house and play Super Nintendo multiplayer. So I played Super Contra and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, so no, that's awesome. That's awesome. And let's talk about the button, the big red button we want to add to the game where you can switch from old to new graphics. That's like
that actually
if we get that feature, I'll be very excited, right?
That is a good thing to point out. That is, yeah, I'm I'm looking forward to developing that. As a person who like anticipates risk and tries to mitigate risk, that is something that is a little bit. I'm not an anxious person, but I have a little bit of anxiety about that. Because we've talked about it and it's something that's doable, but we haven't talked through the technical design yet and how that actually works. And so I'm gonna have some level of anxiety until we get to that point and
Sure.
we have a plan in place. And it's I should probably just be like, oh yeah, it's fine, we're gonna get it. But and I'm sure we will. We'll figure it out. I just don't know the details of how that's gonna work yet.
You haven't done it yet,
So,
and so
haven't
you're
done it
kind of
yet.
like,
yeah. And one of the things like I know people that have worked on teams that have done those kind of features in the past.
right.
And so when we hit that stretch goal, one of the things I'm going to do is I'm probably going to start reaching out to people and be like, okay, what kind of issues did you have going through and implementing this feature? What are the things that we need to watch out for? Now, I think one of the benefits that we have is that from a technical implementation perspective, Rifts is not a super complicated game, right? It's fairly straightforward. We're rendering a 3D world that's not super complicated, and we're going to have sprite-based characters in it, and the game mechanics are pretty straightforward. So it should
the core game is fairly straightforward, and what we're really doing is improving a lot of the assets or adding more assets, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I think that's it's a low risk thing to do, to add that sort of feature. But I'm like, I will feel better when we get to the point where I have the plan laid out. I'm like, this is how we're gonna do it. Then I will breathe a sigh of relief.
Ooh, we just passed $50,000. There's me breathing a sigh of relief. 2 hours after lunch. That's fantastic. I just want, again, a thank you to everyone, all of you guys. You're helping us make. I know it's for you. It's like, yeah, Rift video game, but for me, it's like, yeah, Rift video games. And I get to help make it happen, and that's just a dream come true for me. And also, I think it's and the rest of the team, but especially for Shane Neville, the team at Backbone that worked so hard on this. And as well as Kevin, they really did something. They created something fantastic, and unfortunately, it just didn't see the light of day at that time. But I think it'd be really awesome if this happens and we can get this out there for the fans and to show. A piece of history with a new coat of paint can be something really, really cool. I don't even know if it needs a new coat of paint. I think it's going to be with just what we're doing with the expanded visual perspective and modern controls and stuff. I think that's going to be huge by itself. But get to do all that too. It's going to show that a good game is a good game, right? Doesn't matter. I'm one of those guys. I come from such a retro gaming background, like Atari and Nintendo. To me, it's like, hey, if it's a great game, I don't even care what it really looks like, right? I can dive in there with some Dwarf Fortress and RimWorld and all that stuff. So it really is about what the heart of a game. And I think, that maybe shouldn't be so surprising, but it's the same thing when you play a role-playing game. You're imagining all of it. Now, fortunately, with Palladium games, you've got killer cover art and interior art to help spark your imagination, right? But with a game like this, I mean, we're expanding that, and I see all this extra stuff when the character goes oof and blasts the laser and dodges out of the way of a shot. My brain's adding all this extra information, even when I'm just playing like Promise of Power. So I'm really excited to see what we can do as we hit more goals, and it's awesome to see all the fans coming out in droves. I have a friend, a good friend of mine. He used to work at 6 Foot Games. He worked on Dreadnought. They did. Anyways, he did QA for a company in Texas. He also QA'd like all of the Rock bands. So he can play every version of Rock Band better than anyone. But he just messaged me. He's like, a Rift video game? So it's just cool to see people reaching out and getting excited. So, man, yeah, this is great. Well, again, Charles, you're welcome to stay as long as you want, but I don't know if we have any more questions from the fans. Do you guys have any questions for Charles before he leaves? We let him be free to leave whenever he likes.
So he can go beat up some people who aren't.
Yeah, right.
Right.
Oh, one question. This is a question I think will be legit. Polyrobotics asked, is the game going to be able to use a controller to play? And since our target is to put this on PC on Steam, we didn't even talk about like Steam Deck support or controller support. Is that pretty easy to do in Unity? I thought it was, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's that. We haven't talked about it on the PC side of things. I think that's a safe assumption. Obviously, if we're going to do a console port, then the answer is going to be yes.
Right.
On the PC side of things, usually Unity and Unreal game engines make it really easy to map different sort of actions in games, both to your keyboard, mouse, and to controller. So I am 99.9% sure that we'll have controller support for the PC side of things.
Cool.
So
cool. That's a great question, actually. That's a really fantastic question. And I mean, I think the main thing is obviously you want mouse and keyboard. That's what every computer or laptop has, right? But yeah, I think that things are looking really good, right? Funding is going very well so far. I don't want to count chickens before they're hatched, but yeah, I think that's a great answer, though. Thanks, Charles.
Yeah, and I only say 99.9% because until I've validated something myself, we might get into the game and there's some weird mechanic that I'm unaware of, and then we're gonna have to have a discussion about, wait, what do we want to do for the controller on here? Super, super unlikely, but maybe.
Yeah. Another question that I have, is that if we do the big graphics overhaul, and it was funny, Charles, you're here with us now. Chris was on earlier. It was very early on. I pointed then to Chris to some of the some games that I thought, hey, if we got to update the graphics, this is something that I think would be not like I want one exactly the same, but this is like a touchstone that we could kind of riff off of. I actually really enjoyed. What was it called? It was a post-apocalyptic wasteland tactical battler game. And it was funny because the next time I talked to Chris, like a month or two later, and he was like, "Yeah, by the way, I told the team for at the studio that we think would be good for this, and they're playing that game." And I'm like, "Oh man, I feel bad if you know what I mean." It was an okay game. I just really like the graphics. And it was like, well, I hope they're enjoying the game. I didn't mean to make everybody go run off and play that, but it's been really awesome to see how everyone's so with with TransPerfect is so excited about the potential of this project. And one of the big questions I guess I have is if we do get to do the graphics overhaul with these expanded effects and stuff like that, is that going to mean that the game's going to take up a lot more processing power or not? Or do you think that's going to still easily run on mobile devices? They're getting pretty powerful. So I'm just kind of curious.
Yeah, just up-resing graphics and textures and stuff like that is not going to be a significant thing. And so when we're talking about doing this graphical overhaul, really that's what we're talking about. Like all the 2D images in the game are going to be higher resolution. The textures on the world items are going to be higher resolution. We might, this is something we'll kind of discuss the specifics of, and it might depend on how far we are on stretch goals. If we're going to go and make all of the 3D assets in the game much higher poly or just have higher textures. That said, like the game itself as it is right now, it's not super like hardware intensive, right? We're not
It's designed to run on a 2005 mobile phone, right?
exactly, right? And so we can do kind of like significant improvements there and still be well under what hardware today is capable of. The other thing is, and this is probably not something we're going to have to worry about at all, but it's a game. The game mechanics don't require high frame rate. That's a worst case. Like let's say we were bumping up against limits, right? This is if you're playing a first person shooter and you're looking around, you want your view changes to be silky smooth, right? As you're trying to hit different aims and stuff like that. Or if you're playing a really demanding platform game where the timing of like jumps and stuff like that needs to be
Right.
like on a matter of like 20-30 milliseconds or something like
Right.
that.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
where
Like
frame
really response
Yeah.
intensive. Yeah.
frame rate's critically important for this type of thing. Like you could have an amazing experience at probably 25 frames per second or 30 frames per second would be totally fine, right? So that's my very long-winded way of saying that I think we've got a lot of breathing room here, even if we go and revamp the game and up-res it, that it's still going to be a smooth experience, even on lower-end devices.
That's fantastic. That's really good to know, because I know we've got all these stretch goals, and so sometimes it's just like, hey, I was pretty sure I knew the answer right, but I just wanted to make sure that we had the official answer from someone who's not just dangerous with information about video game development like me. So one of the things that I think we could talk about before you go is we're hoping we can do for potentially DLC, downloadable content and expansions down the road for Promise of Power and or sequels and other games using the Promise of Power Unity engine as the backbone and framework moving forward for other games. And because we've talked, I know we talked to you about that, and we're like, hey, can you help us make sure that's easier down the road? And you said yes, but maybe kind of talk to the fans a little bit before you go about how you're doing that and what you're keeping in mind.
Sure.
and stuff like that.
Yeah. So we're definitely rebuilding this game with the intent that we've got a core engine that we can move forward and put additional content on top of, right? Now, the easy way to think about that is doing a sequel. Yep, we'll have all the core mechanics in place. If we have a new story, we go create the new assets. We think of like what are some new mechanics that we want to add on top of that. It's going to be in great shape for that sort of thing. On the DLC side of things, right now we're focused on getting the game recreated. Once we've kind of done that, then we can talk about like extending it to do DLC and additional campaigns. And I think one of the things as the owners of this IP that you need to think about is like, okay, when you're going through and doing subsequent things, striking the balance between, is this primarily like new content or is it new content and features, and what's the right balance there?
Right.
And when I think you've got like IP that's as rich and deep as Rifts, being focused on new content is probably a good way to go. Like, how do we just get new sort of campaigns out there, and then being targeted on what are the new features that we need to do to enable those campaigns. Where you get into that you see with some game series where people are clamoring for sequels, but it takes forever for the sequels to get out is kind of that tension between content and features can sometimes end up delaying content releases. Right. So again, my kind of long-winded answer to say, like, we're going to be in great shape for sequels for sure. we should be in a position that if we want to do DLC, we can talk about what's involved and come up with a plan to get that out in a reasonable time.
Cool.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. Kevin, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I saw I got rifted out a little while ago. So maybe this question was asked and answered, but I saw a cool question that makes sense to me, which was from Derek Mason. Will the game have the ability to save whenever or only at certain spots?
That's a good question. What was it like in the original game? Anybody know?
You could save at any time, pretty much.
Okay, then yeah, we're gonna match that.
I can't remember if you could save in the tactical battle, right? But I know you could save whenever you're walking around town, before or after battles, right? So you should be able to, I think you can. So
It makes sense from a mobile game perspective. Yeah, sorry, I'm not familiar with how the original game mechanics were in place. That said, if there was like save systems, especially for a game like this that doesn't, that's not like an open world game tracking thousands of objects placed in certain places in the world, it's fairly straightforward. So that's a system that should be easy to make like a good sort of quality of life choice on. Like, how do we want this to behave?
Cool.
So.
Yeah, that's a good question. Thanks for bringing that up, Kev.
Sure.
Yeah.
When I saw it, I just like, oh yeah, I don't know. So I thought I'd ask.
Yeah, and like you said, Charles, I mean, this is one of the things that we don't have any DLC right on the listed stretch goals right now, right? Because we're looking at how can we upgrade the core game experience to get it to as many fans as possible, regardless of what console they're on and regardless of what language they speak, right? So that's our core goal. And upgrading the core experience and then getting it out to as many fans as possible. So in the future, we will look at more things like more content. And I think you're right with something with an IP like Rifts. And Palladium has other IPs too. So this game engine could potentially power a Palladium fantasy adventure game. It could power a Dead Rain adventure game. There's all kinds of possibilities. But yeah, I think once we get one of the things I'm excited about, I don't want to mess with a classic, right? But if we get to do expanded content and or a sequel that has a lot of expanded content, right? That would be a great time where we could update the game to have even more of the features, say, that we have in the tabletop role-playing game, right? And different options that you have there, so that it could really be a really great experience for Palladium fans, but also people that play the game, our games would then be like, oh, well, I can play this role-playing game. I'm familiar with it. I've already played it on my PC or my Xbox or whatever.
Yep.
So that's really cool. That's really cool.
Yeah.
It sounds like we've and it's just great talking with people who have been around the block and know what they're doing, so that we can all, take these ideas and think about it and then move forward with solid plans that are actually going to happen and not just something crazy.
Yeah. Well, I think we're in a great position here because you are starting from very solid. Like literally the only thing wrong with the original game was that it was on a not popular platform.
Yep.
Right. That's it.
Oh yeah. It's a fantastic game, right?
And
super well reviewed.
So let's get that out there so that more people can play it and experience it, and then go from there.
Yep. Absolutely.
So
well, Charles, I just want to say once more, I just want to say we really appreciate everyone from TransPerfect, your A team, coming on here and jamming with us. I noticed you had some people in the chat as well, pointing people to some of the art and other stuff.
Yes.
Like if you'd like to go download the cover art, that's TransPerfect mentioned that.
I noticed Ashley active in there.
Yes.
And
yes.
flipping some comments over to Nick, who is, I believe, her manager. So
that's funny. No, it's been great, and we love working with your team. We appreciate you guys checking out of your busy schedule to come be a part of this. So
yeah, very much
for being here, Charles.
Yeah, this is a ton of fun. Thanks for having me, guys. I'm gonna have to I got to run and go slap some people around. So, but this has been great. I totally love having my reputation destroyed, and now people are going to think I'm violent and dangerous in the internet.
Destroyed
So
or enhanced?
that's
Enhanced with our fans.
Hands.
Strategically enhanced with our fans.
6 of one, half dozen of the other. Who knows? Besides the
Well,
same
see, the
coin.
thing is, we wrecked it for him because he seems like this nice, mild-mannered guy, and now people, the word is out. They're like, "Oh no!" So before they used to say, "Oh, it's just Charles. What can I do for you?" And he'd punch him in the mouth and say, "Get your damn thing done." By the end of
I
today,
should've put,
now they'll
like,
see him
my
coming in
reading
whole
glasses on, and this is my friendly version, and then now we're serious,
He's the accountant, guys.
right? Oh man. Okay. Well, good luck with the rest of the stream. I
We
will see
appreciate
you
it, Charles.
later.
Cheers.
Take care, Charles.
Bye.
Oh man.
No, that was great because they could answer things very clearly. It was wonderful to have them on.
Well, it's not just me talking out of my butt, you know. I try to be honest and not say things that I don't know, but you know, I can't definitively answer a lot of those questions.
Sure.
Right.
Right.
So it's fantastic to have. I mean, the save game, I'm guessing, yeah, probably would have the same functionality, right? But when it comes to things like controller support, you know, that's that he had all the right answers. He knew it. I mean, these guys, you could tell this is what they do, right? They have a special set of skills. So.
His just
No.
happens to be slapping employees around to get things done.
Oh man, it's so true though. No, it's fantastic and it's great. As everyone saw, I mean, these guys are gamers.
Yeah.
They're gamers. They're legit. They work for a big company.
Yeah.
They're in the place they want to be, right? And if you weren't here earlier in the stream or you missed it, Chris handpicked Charles to bring in as his position was massively expanding because he's the senior developer for all of TransPerfect Gaming, which, as you've heard, they are snapping up studios, art studios and game development studios. Yep. They have 6. So they are able to take and figure out, we have this studio, these guys programmed in the original language that Promise of Power was coded in at Backbone Studios. So these guys are going to be really good at figuring out how to build the same kind of game in Unity. And they're also, by the way, specialized in developing for Unity. I mean, it's a match made in heaven, right? So we get to take the art, the music, the stories, the plot, and build it out in a completely new game engine. So it's really neat. It's really neat. It's going to have all the bells and whistles under the hood. And that's going to mean that this is very future-proof. We're going to be able to, that's why we have all these really cool stretch goals. And as you can hear, we're really excited about what's beyond that in the future. But just getting this out and at to the levels that I think we're going to be able to get it is crazy exciting for me. And I think everyone. So I just, again, we're cruising up on pledges. We're already at, looks like 53,000. So that is fantastic. We just launched 2.5 hours ago. Thank you guys so much. And yeah, we're going to keep chatting. I am going to take a quick bathroom break, but why don't you and Kevin, talk about something while I'm gone.
So, what are you having for dinner? No, I'm kidding. No, there were some fun. Questions. I want to thank everyone for the comments and excellent questions. In case you guys can't tell, we're super excited, about this project. It's just, if we can pull it off with your help, it'll just be great. The N-Gage Rift's Promise of Power really was a fabulous game. And holy crap, a rare appearance of Wayne Smith. You're muted, Wayne.
Rookie mistake. I've been watching the comments, and I just wanted to point out, in case anyone out there doesn't know, When we started, the digital pledges couldn't add any of the add-ons because they're all physical. And we've changed that. So now anyone from any pledge level can add any of the add-ons.
Yep.
So
Yeah, I thought I saw that in the comments.
you can get that Glitter Boy statue or some dice or all sorts of good stuff, even if you're a digital-only backer.
That's awesome. Yeah, because you guys, I'm telling you, man, there's just so much cool stuff in there. The statue is truly amazing. When Sean suggested it, I had my doubts because simply like a lot of artists struggle with doing the Glitter Boy right, and we want it done totally right. And oh my God, that thing looks beautiful. There's still a few little tweaks on it, but it's freaking incredible.
And this is only the framework of it. We haven't even talked about the fact that it's going to be in color.
Well, I mean, Glitter Boy Chrome or Silver, but yeah,
Still,
with a couple little
you're not-
highlights of.
Yeah,
But yeah,
they're
it'll
not
be-
getting some like plain STL
That they have to
or
paint
resin
themselves,
cast
no.
or vinyl. Yeah,
Yep,
no, this is going to be a nice full color vinyl.
yep. And then the dice are cool. The flag is cool. I want to say a fan suggested the flag, and I passed that on to Sean, who's into flags. And he's like, "That's a great idea, Kevin." I'm like, "I can't take credit for it. Someone else suggested it." But so that'll be neat. And it's going to be tons of fun. The poker decks are always kind of a neat thing, and the prints, and yeah, we got all kinds of cool stuff. But I'm thinking, Jeremy, this might be a good time to talk about you a little bit. So we haven't actually announced in a weekly update yet that we hired a new person here on staff, and that is Mr. Jeremy Colantonio. He is our operations manager. He's been helping us behind the scenes for, a good 8 months now, maybe longer than that. And, he's going to help us, get a lot of this stuff. He's kind of our Charles Porter, even though I have the.
Yeah. So hi everybody. As he said, I'm Jeremy Colantonio. I pretty much just kind of like lightly stepped in a little bit here and there, helping with some of the responses on Kickstarter, some social media stuff, just kind of easing my way in. And then just kind of jumped feet first. And it's been a wild ride. It's been a lot of fun. I come from a completely different industry. I worked in the IT world. I was a systems engineering manager. Now I'm running operations here. Oddly enough, it's not that different. Still dealing with contracts and all that fun stuff is just operational pieces that all look scattered and individually aren't that big, but you try to put them all together and just it all starts to add up very quickly. And I'm here to help kind of organize that, like herding cats has been used as an analogy a bunch of times, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, and I want to point out too that he made just a big transition for him, so he's serious about this because Jeremy's originally from Las Vegas, Nevada, and so he's actually here. His apartment's about 8 minutes away, and so he's at our beck and call. He's been a huge help already on a number of fronts. There's all kinds of things that are coming up. And, Reagan writes asking, "Who is this Jeremy?" Just some guy we picked up off the street, and he knew our games. And we said, "Hey, are you cheap? We'll hire you." And
Actually, that might be how Kevin does it, but that's not how I do things. So funny thing is Jeremy and I met working on Rifts for Savage Worlds. Jeremy helped out with the character sheets for that system. So he was doing some stuff that no one else I knew, and I know a lot of people in the industry, could figure out how to do with character sheets, with PDFs. And we worked really well together, didn't we?
Yes.
And then we started gaming together. We became friends, and I was like, we've been Kevin and I, we wanted to bring in some extra manpower for a little while, and there have been some great people, but most of the time they're out of our pay range, and or people have complicated lives, right?
Yeah.
And Jeremy loves Palladium and wanted to be a part of it. And I was like, "Are you sure?" But he's the mastermind behind. If you back the Turtles and Redux one up thing, then you've downloaded the new character sheet. He helped make that happen, right?
Yeah.
That was him. He and I worked together very closely to make what we consider to be, I think, the coolest Rift's character sheet so far.
Do you mind if I talk
Palladium
about that a little
character
bit?
sheet so far. Yeah, please do. But I'm telling all this from my perspective. But I just want to let everybody know. I mean, he didn't just like wander in from off the street, and he was doing very high powered kick butt stuff. And we're just elated to have him on the team, standing side by side with us at Palladium. So go ahead, Jeremy.
So yeah, no, it was during 2020, which was a fun time for all of us. And in Las Vegas, everything shut down, right? The whole casino industry came to a complete halt. It was the weirdest thing being there in Las Vegas, and just nothing was happening. But I had to work from home, and being in IT, my list of things to do went through the roof. So I was like, I need to do something not work related at home. And Savage Rifts for the Suede edition was being like, the Kickstarter was done, but like things were getting released, and I kept seeing these like 1-page character sheets coming out, and I was like, what happened to the cool character folio we had from the previous edition? And so I busted out Adobe InDesign and like, I'll just make my own, and tried posting it onto the Savage Rifts Discord, and then I was told like, hey, you should reach out to Peg Inc. and see if what they've got. And that's when I was introduced to Sean, and Sean's like, cool sheet, bro. Here's a 3-page list of things I need you to change on this amateur sheet of yours. And I was like, all right, let's go.
It was 3 pages, wasn't it? It was 3
It really
pages.
was.
I remember that
I
now.
scrolled down 3 pages.
But you did a
like,
good job. You did a good job.
Oh, I love
You did
it.
a good job. I wouldn't have sent you 3 pages of changes if I didn't think you were going to do them.
Yeah, oh yeah, no. And I crammed into it and came up with some really cool stuff, fields that you can hide and change based off of, what you want on your character sheet. It was fun. It was a blast.
Well, to be honest, it
yeah.
was something I had wanted to do. It was just I led for people who aren't familiar. So I talked a little bit on this stream. I went to the University of Texas at Dallas after I got out of the Air Force, and studied design and production for video games and animated movies. But my passion one of my passions has always been tabletop gaming, and so that really took off for me. I got the chance to work on the Rifts books produced by the Savage Worlds line, by Pinnacle Entertainment Group, and met Shane Hensley, and just great people to work with. And so at that time, though, I was running the whole line as the line editor, and so sometimes it was like, okay, well, I'm going to put this much time here and that much time there, and Jeremy came along, and I was like, hey, this guy's got talent and he knows what he's doing. Let's bring it all together with the sheet that I already had designed, and the fans loved it. It was a great character sheet. But yeah, so that was kind of the intro, and we became friends and started gaming together eventually. And then when the Turtles thing happened, I was like, hey, can you help me out with this Turtles sheet? And Jeremy's like, can you pay me in product? And I'm like, I'll give you a lot of product, and I know you do good work. So and then as things evolved, it was like, oh, hey, Jeremy expressed interest in Palladium. I mean, we found out he's a hardcore Palladium fan, and yeah, so we started having some discussions and had him come out to to Michigan and check things out, and it's a match made in heaven. And these things don't happen overnight. People are moving their lives, and it's a big commitment when someone moves their life too. So we're happy to have him on, and really excited about all the stuff that he's bringing to the table. Besides just that character sheet, he's like Wayne. He's one of these people that is doing all these really important things in the background, and helping Kevin and I be able to focus on the important business matters and book writing and art production and all this stuff. And that's one of the other cool things I'll say, just throw out about Nick Kay, is he's been really great to work with for art production and as an art director. So he's not, an only Palladium guy, but we're starting to consider him part of our core people that we reach out to solve problems. I'll say something. There was so the Kevin Eastman insisted on doing a painting for the new Ninja Turtles book. So we have a Kevin Eastman variant cover, which is gorgeous. We talked to our executive at Nickelodeon Paramount, and even we're like, this is such a beautiful painting. We don't even want to put a title on it. We just want that painting on the cover of the book. And he agreed. So, but one of the things is that we needed that art extended a little bit to wrap around the edges of the book when it gets bound. And TransPerfect helped us out in a jiffy, and for a very reasonable price, and very professionally. We also had one of the negatives was lost for one of the covers of the books of the original TMNT. Was Turtles Go Hollywood.
Yep, Turtles Go Hollywood.
And so all we had was a high resolution scan of a printed cover, which you could see the dots from the printer when you blew it up. It looks okay if it's just like a marketing image or something like that. But you put it in these new full color high definition books, it's going to be really obvious. Well, we reached out to them, and Nick sourced a guy. And you can't even tell when you see the print inside the book. In fact, I worked on it. I put a little more elbow grease into that image and then sent it to Kevin Long, the original painter, and he said it looked like when he'd just done the gouache work himself.
That's awesome.
Like 20 years ago. It was great when he gave that compliment, right? So I was like, oh, I'm glad you don't mind, so. But I just wanted him to have it because we'd reached out to Kevin Long to see if he still had a high resolution scan, or maybe had that painting on hand, and he didn't. And so we did that scan, we did that work, and I just sent it to him as, hey, just so you have this for your portfolio, for your memorabilia, and for him to come back and say that it looked that fantastic, that close to when he originally painted it was really great. But yeah, long story short, we love working with great people, and it's great to have Jeremy on the team as well. So
now, speaking of, I know somebody mentioned like Kevin's flex of all the books he has in his background, and Wayne, of course, has to come on with his bookshelves. But we've got somebody waiting who's going to outflex both of them from TransPerfect as well, that I want to bring onto the stage here.
This guy can flex.
Ryan McDaniel. At that collection.
Hi, guys.
Ryan, what's he doing here? I mean, Hey, Ryan.
They'll let anybody in on this stream, man.
Did we send it to him?
On accident, yeah. So I clicked the link because that's what I do in all my emails. Always click the
He
link.
told me to send it to everybody. I listened. Okay, malicious compliance here.
So, hey, everyone.
Well,
I don't have all the books behind me. I just threw a few on the shelves, but I do have the entire Palladium books collection over on another shelf over there.
And when he says the entire collection,
every product.
Which Rift books are you missing?
The Rift's Gold Edition. That's it.
So he's got the silver, and he's got the ultimate and the original. He's got all the different editions.
I have multiple ultimates. I think I have 3 printers proofs. I'm a dork.
Yeah. So he's like, oh, I have every Palladium book. It's like every edition.
Yeah.
So -1.
You can get a bigger shelf.
But the gold collector's edition. Yeah, he's got more shelves than are in the frame too. But just so you guys know, Ryan is a hardcore old school Palladium fan, and I met him. He's been friends with Kevin and the crew for a long time. But he also is the man responsible for introducing us to TransPerfect Gaming because he is one of their business development guys. So you want to
Guilty as
talk about
charged.
that a little bit there, Ryan?
Yeah. And
I thought we were just getting
by the
free
way,
lunch,
it does
you know?
include all the rifters. So there was a question on there if I have all the rifters as well. Yeah, including a printed out version of Rifter Zero. So yeah, I've got them all. So yeah, I mean, I've known Kevin now since we met at the very first Palladium open house. And for some reason he liked me. And ever since then, Kevin and I have been developing this friendship and things like that for these years. And it's so excited to be working in a professional role here at TransPerfect with Kevin. I know in some of my other endeavors, we looked at some other neat things we could have done together, but the timing was never right. But on this one here, this has been a passion of mine for years and years and years to bring this back to the forefront. So yeah, I'm very, very excited to be a part of this and making this come to fruition with all of your help. Because without you guys, we don't get to do this.
Yeah, for sure. And unfortunately, it's a lofty goal. It's video games aren't cheap. To give you guys an idea, we're talking to Shane Neville. We told him, he asked what our stretch goal was, or what our goal was that we needed, and we told him 700,000. He's like, that can't be right. It cost us more than that to make the game originally. And we're like, well, through TransPerfect and their connections, and the fact that you guys, that the original team at Nokia already did, and Backbone did all the heavy lifting and created the whole framework. I said, we're able to do it for that. And he's like, that's fantastic. But we realize that's still, it's still a lot of moolah. So we appreciate everyone who's jumping in and pledging and spreading the word. And yeah, it's a joy to finally, I've known Ryan forever, and he always has great ideas, and we've tried to do things before and it just didn't work out. And so it's been really nice being able to work together on a professional project finally.
Absolutely. And even working with Sean's been nice. It's weird. I was very surprised.
I don't know, man. You keep saying that. I think you're just saying that because I'm here.
No, it's because you're far enough away from me. I can say it. It's
right.
Going to be safe. So yeah, no, it's been a great. Actually, on that note, getting to know Sean over the last couple of years has been amazing. He really is the real deal too. So when you guys hear him talking and hear his passion on these things, it's all true. He's not BSing anyone here. He bleeds Palladium silver and blue, like ley lines right out of his veins. It's amazing. So
that's why he's the guy.
Yeah. You're going to be laughing in the background, I think. So
that's awesome. Oh man.
But yeah, getting to do those Turtles minis, that was a sweet piece to finally do our first professional project together. And then
it was great. It was great. And I mean,
yeah,
it's the crazy thing about these miniatures, we were just having this discussion is we had to put them on 40 millimeter bases because the poses are so outrageous, because they're the poses straight out of the artwork from the original Turtles comics and the RPG illustrations, right? So we really hope that people enjoy these miniatures as just a part of history. Well, if we're looking to do more in the future because of how popular these have been, and for Turtles hopefully and other projects, but they're probably going to be on more like 28 millimeter size bases and more conservatively posed so that they can fit on that and meet the needs of production. We kind of went ham on these, but we hope that everybody really appreciates them and enjoys them. So, but it wouldn't have been possible without Ryan saying, hey, Do you want to go out to lunch?
That did start things, and it's my bribe all the time. Let's go to lunch. Let's see what we can talk about. But we have some great discussions, and I'm really to be part of their creative process at Palladium has been absolutely amazing over these last couple of years of doing the professional work, and just all the conversations that we've had. Breaking bread together and hanging out at the offices and all of that. So, it's pretty freaking amazing.
Well, and it's been really cool too, because when we're doing these things, Ryan's pretty chill, right? He's more background. He's more of the business development, connecting things, right? But we'll be having these meetings with Nick and with Chris, and then we'll say, hey, Ryan, what's your opinion on the Coalition Soldiers helmet, or what's your opinion on this logo? And we can get that immediately. You get that fan, which is what we're looking for. What's the fan going to think? Because sometimes you get so deep into something, and it's really great to have Ryan come in and say, "Oh, yeah, that really needed to be updated on the Coalition Soldiers sketch, for the new portrait or whatever." Or, "Oh no, that was perfect for the Glitter Boy. That looks awesome," right? So it's been great to have him there, have that extra Palladium fanboy, right? That hardcore Palladium fan there with us in the meetings.
Yeah, I mean, it's been, I've been playing Palladium games since 1988, when I played my first game of Turtles. I have a first printing of Rifts on my shelf because, as soon as it came out, my D&D group decided we were all going to try Rifts. I got them all jacked up. We had juicers and glitter boys all fighting together against evil Coalition soldiers and thornhead demons and whatever else I could throw out originally, just to see what kind of things we could do. And I'm a huge fan of all the game lines. Splicers and Systems Failure probably have gotten the least play on my shelf, but that's because they're kind of niche. But Heroes sees my table a lot. We just started a new Rifts campaign where they're going to escape from Splend. I'm working on DLC for you already. We'll get those plot points over to you later on. But
yeah, I sent you those files, right? Yeah. I did. Okay.
Yeah, you did.
Cool.
So I have not had the opportunity to read them because I was doing all my campaign stuff for my new game that I just did.
That's okay. I send you stuff. You don't care. I get it. It's cool.
So I'm honest. It's not physical, so it's hard for me to pick it up. I'm trying to carry my computer around. It's heavy. So.
That's fun. If you can't tell, we all get along. So,
yeah.
We're all just gamers, we love this stuff, and that's why I'm always saying things like, I love what I do, and I love the people I do it with, and it's just, you can see you're seeing a bunch of the team now, and we're just into this stuff, and we really enjoy working together, and we enjoy working on these projects and bringing you guys stuff. And that's the thing is, we can look at this and go, oh man, I would love to see a Rifts video game or a Glitter Boy statue or a cool metal coin or, fill in the blank. And we know what, our fans want because we're fans of our own crap. So, right. Which is awesome because we just love it. We love what we're doing and it's great. So
yeah, no, it's amazing. I mean, it took me a long time to hunt down this source code to find it so that we could do this to make it happen. So, I'm very happy. That was a lot of off-clock hours spent trying to hunt this stuff down so we can make it all happen and get that original Symbian code that everything is based on. That means we get to utilize those assets that otherwise would have been lost to time. So thanks to the guys over at Internet Archives, eventually they really helped me out to find that. So it was a pretty amazing search and rescue mission to get this here, and then to be able to find all the great stuff we can pull out of that code is just amazing. Like the amount of, I mean, Kevin talked about, or Sean was talking about, one of you guys was talking about how we're able to do this so much less expensively than the original port, even though it's 25 years later.
Yeah.
To do it, and part of that's because, one, we've got an amazing team that worked in Symbian that's part of our TransPerfect studio family, and two, that we have access to that original source code, because without that, we'd be building everything from the ground up and not doing the rest of the process. So it's super, super exciting to have that jump start, which is
you have to, if we had to recreate all the art assets, had to figure out every line of dialogue from videos. I mean, that would be
3 to 5 minutes. Easy.
Oh, I mean, it would be some sort of archaeological dig.
Yeah.
So essentially, and that's super important, and you connected us with a lot of different people. So some of the legal counsel and different things. So it's been really fantastic. Ooh, wow, 60,000 already. Okay.
Nice.
That's
3 hours. 3 hours. Wow.
And Per was one of the guys who he bought a Leyline Walker.
Thank you. I'm glad that people are choosing those levels. We try to make them a cool deal, we appreciate everyone's support. That's awesome.
Yeah, those dice packages and stuff are going to be super sharp, Sean. I'm really excited about those.
Do you like that graphical tin?
Yeah, I do. I like them a lot.
It was funny because, I was telling you guys kind of my thoughts for it, and I sent this stuff in as requests to our manufacturing partners, but you never know how it's going to feel until you put it together, right? With the Rift logo,
absolutely, and
the AAA style art, I think that I'm just happy. I'm sorry. I'm just like a fanboy because.
Hey, all I know is how do I get my Triax, NGR, and New Laszlo flags? Because I can't only fly the coalition states. So
I guess we'll just have to do another crowdfunder after this one.
All right, I can deal with that. DLC one right there.
Right.
So yeah. I'm sick. I definitely fly a New Laszlo flag. Go Toronto, right?
No, but there's baby steps. This is the first flag that Palladium's done, so it's happening.
Yeah,
it's happening. So, that's the cool thing is that fans may not understand or may not think about, right? Because you don't see the nuts and bolts like we do, but we don't know how everyone's going to respond to stuff, right? So,
oh yeah, absolutely.
That's one of the things that we have to do very carefully is, we try to be careful about it, is how are the miniatures going to go over for Turtles, right? It was a gamble, right?
For sure.
There was a really fantastic reaction, but we didn't know that was going to happen. And we try, and Kevin and I pride on ourselves on knowing our fans, but sometimes it's still not a guarantee.
Well, especially when you're pushing into something different. That's not something that, Rifts has had minis and things like that throughout the years, but there've always been a smaller subset of all the things you guys have done. And to put a collector set like what we did for the two groups in for TMNT, that was a big change from how things have been done in the past. And I think it's gorgeous. Like the way that they've all turned out, they're so comic book accurate. I smile whenever I look at my little prototypes because they're so cool, and I'm just so happy you guys were able to take that risk, and it's turning out to hopefully pay great dividends for all the cool things we can do in the future together, and what Palladium will do on its own as well. It's super exciting, like that sexy logo on the screen.
Yes, exactly. So, and one of the things that I think is really cool is we also did the new Game Master screen. It's a new style Game Master screen. We did dice sets, and the fans reacted really well to those. So if we don't have a Game Master screen with Promise of Power, but we have 4 new dice sets, right?
Right.
And so for previously we did one dice set in house, and then the other 5 were through our
Fanroll.
partner, our friends at Fanroll. And so this time though, we know this is what our fans like. We're getting more of our feet underneath us. I'm getting used to what our manufacturers can do, and so then I put together these new dice sets after getting quotes from them. So it's a lot of it's figuring out what they can do, what they can't do, what the cost is going to be. With these dice sets, they're you'll notice that you are getting a crowdfunding lower price. They are a little more expensive than dice sets of the same type because we actually have extra dice in the pack. You're getting 3 d6s in the traditional RPG set instead of 1. So that's one of the things where, yeah, it adds a couple of bucks to the dice set, but that way it's a lot better to use at the table. So just wanted to point stuff like that out. We're trying to make sure that everything is catered towards our fans and what you guys are excited about. And so, yeah, if you like flags, I've seen a lot of people mentioning stickers for the new Palladium logo. We're really excited about the logo too. Right now, the only thing we have for that is the coin. There's a coin that is going. We need to show a visual of that probably in an update, so coming up sometime soon. But
Yeah.
If you back at the $350 or higher level, you can get a physical Palladium coin with the skull on the front and the new word mark, just Palladium Books on the back.
Sean, do all the dice come in the tin for this crowdfunding?
They all come in a tin. Every dice set comes in a graphic art tin. So, and if you go into the add-ons and you look at it, each one of them has the different image. It's the AAA, what we call it, if we get to do the big art revamp at the $1,200,000 mark. Is that right? Is that a word? Anyways.
Yeah, it's like babies are always months. So yeah, we just
Right.
talking 100,000. So
Yeah, we're just talking 100,000s here. So if we get to that $1,200,000 mark, but you'll notice there's basically, we call them AAA portraits. They're portraits that are at the level of art of Rift's cover art. And so I'm like, even if we don't hit that stretch goal, we're using that art. We're paid for it. So
Right.
I put it on the graphic tins. And so if you guys like that look it has the new updated Rifts logo with the art, the graphic art, if you like that, let us know. If you think it looks cool. I think it looks pretty dope. So I don't know, Kevin, are you a fan?
I would hope so. Yeah, I love our logos. I love the dice. I love everything. We finally got when Ryan sent me the photos of the glitter boy. I was running around showing have you seen the glitter boy on my phone? And everyone's like, yes, we've seen the glitter boy.
I believe the quote back was "Holy crap." Pretty sure that's what the text back was. Yeah, so I'm really excited. I mean, having the coin to show, I think, yeah, that's a good idea. I'll shoot a message.
That's part of our logo. Again, we love it, and we wanted to share it in a unique way. So when Sean came up with the idea for the coin, I'm like, yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, it's going to be super sexy.
Yeah,
So-
and the funny thing about that logo is Kevin and I had been kicking around the idea for a while,
Yep.
and I had done a bunch of sketches on napkins and like notepad, tear it off, drawing, and I was cleaning out my office, and I just wanted to make sure I didn't lose anything, so I sent all of it. I was like, I should just take a photo of this stuff and send it to Nick so that he has it. Right. And I was like, no rush on this, man. We got a quote. They came in, they had it was like, oh, I can't tell you who's doing the logo, but they're an art director at a AAA studio and they just want to do some moonlighting work. Oh, okay. And so we got that in, and it was like, oh, they took like my hen scratch on a napkin and made it really cool. And I think everybody kind of dialed in on the vibe and really enjoyed, and I'm really happy with how it came out, and glad that everybody else is too. Everybody's talking about more stuff with that. Maybe we'll do stickers, but I don't know what we'll do. But we're excited about the logo too.
Yeah, no, it's super awesome. I'm enjoying it. I mean, it's the most metal gaming logo out there, I do believe now. So, it's pretty awesome as far as that goes. I'm very excited to see some of these cool, just minor tweaks to everything that's going on, which I think just shows how awesome the future is for Palladium as a company. And
we're just trying to dial in everything we can, right? And so that's one of the things when Kevin asked me to be his business partner. And I will say, props to Kevin. I mean, I think Jeremy can say the same thing. I mean, it feels like being part of a team. And Kevin has never treated me as the junior business partner. Now, and it helped that I came in with a good 4 or 5 years of experience working with the very talented folks and very experienced folks at Pinnacle Entertainment Group, like Shane Hensley and Simon Lucas and many others. I could go on for a while, Clint and Jody and everyone. But no, it's been really fantastic. And one of the things that Kevin talked about is, hey, let's work together to revamp all of the processes here at Palladium and build it up to everything that it can be. So we're really having a good time with this, and we're really excited about how we can bring up the quality of everything that we're doing, especially as you're seeing with not just the accessories, but also the Turtles books themselves. I don't know if you can tell from the photos, they're fantastic. So when you get those, I think that you're going to see, wow, it's that next step up, working with different partners. And working on our internal processes that's really making this stuff possible. We have, a lot of things in the works that you'll see soon, and that they're all very exciting. And this is one of the ones that we've been sitting on and working on for a while. So, and it's again, great partners like Ryan and the wonderful folks at TransPerfect that make it possible. Yep.
Yeah, it's been an awesome relationship to see building up here internally too. The amount of respect throughout the studio for what Palladium's doing and our partnerships is fantastic over here at TransPerfect as well. So it's definitely a symbiotic relationship as far as getting these things accomplished. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I think so, and that's why we can do this kind of stuff, because we have people who are willing to explore the possibilities with us and try to help us make it a reality. So
yeah, it's very exciting.
And I just want to say hi to Holyoke
Hall. Got the eyeballs on us. I see it. All the eyes are watching. That's fun.
Well, everyone who's joined us. This has been a really fun.
Yeah, I'm having a good time.
We're covering a lot of great material too. I have to admit, I sat back and wondered, gee, are we going to be repeating a lot of stuff? And we really haven't. There's a lot of interesting, fun things being revealed in here, and it's awesome.
So, a couple of questions from Poly Robotics. One is about, now that I'm overseas, what new projects is Palladium working on? Well, nothing's changing. We're working on the same stuff. This is the new project. And I did go to Malaysia a couple of months ago, and on my way back to America for a while, and that's when I went on my secret trip to go see Bear Down, and we didn't tell anybody, but it was pretty cool to go check out one of the AAA studios and meet some of the really fantastic people even higher up at TransPerfect from the Hong Kong office. And yeah, the kind of talent they have on tap is kind of mind blowing. And that's the thing. It's like, normally when we're developing stuff, Kevin has this problem. If you've noticed, if you're a big fan of Riffs and Palladium books, you've noticed he finds these really fantastic artists like Kevin Long or Ramon Perez or Scott Johnson, right? And the list goes on and on and on. And a lot of them transcend into Star Wars, Marvel, full time. They start their own comic studios, right? They are working on, Call of Duty, Warzone art now, and so, and that's good for them, great for them. But that means that it's hard to, as a publisher, to have a consistent look. It's also hard to go to one artist and say, "Hey, can you do like 60 pieces of art for my new book?" Right? And every once in a while, you get these dream guys like Stephen Cummings, who does a lot of Marvel work. But whenever he has any time, he begs us. He's like, "I want to do some stuff for Palladium," which is fantastic. We always avail him of that time. And or Mike Majestic, right? He's done a lot of stuff with Hollywood as well. But both those guys love working with Palladium, and we're flattered because we see them as creative partners, right? So, for instance, right now with Chaos Earth First Responders, there's a lot of different vehicles and power armor and rescue gear. And I told Steven, I was like, "Look, don't feel tied down because I'm taking over a manuscript that we've had for a while." And so I said, "Don't feel tied down by the descriptions, right? Riffs, he has all the reference material." I said, "If you want to make some changes or add some details, I will adjust the specs to match your art if we approve it," right? So it's really great to collaborate with people like that, and so that's but that's not reliable, right? So to have a team like TransPerfect's massive art reservoir, right? That we could say, "Hey, we need AAA art, and we need 80 pieces of it that have a consistent look and feel, that deliver this look and feel established in our game lines." That's not possible, and the budget's reasonable, right? I mean, you get what you pay for, but at the same time, TransPerfect gives you what you pay for. So and we really, that just, for us, that opens a lot of doors that you wouldn't be able to do as just a smaller RPG publisher necessarily. So I've recommended them to other publishers too. It's not like we're trying to like hide them from everybody or anything like that. They've been
Right.
great to work with, and I've already made introductions and stuff for them. So
Yeah, and that's the best recommendation you can ever have is when, as a client, you're saying, "Hey, I want to introduce you to someone else." That speaks volumes to your satisfaction, and that's fantastic. I love that we've delivered everything to that level for you guys, where you're like, "Yeah, let's share this secret sauce," and that's awesome.
Well, and I will say there's only been once where we were like, "Hey, we don't like the direction this one piece of art's going. Can we fix it?" And it was fixed with post haste. And I'm not going to say what piece of art it would be in all this stuff that you see for Rifts, but you wouldn't guess. So it's fantastic. And so that's the other thing is, if something does not meet expectations, how quick is the team to resolve that? And so I mean, that to me, when the chips are down, how are you treated, right? And that's great too.
Yeah.
Oh, I see Polyrobotics asking about my art. Well, I just want to let you know, Polyrobotics, I'm about to be a published artist in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Other Strangest Redux Edition. I drew a piece of art and put it in my own book.
And that is not cheating at all.
Done.
That is
Well done.
effective.
That is the best way to make sure you're a published artist. You just
Yes.
publish it yourself.
This is approved.
You could make your own decisions, but I did have Mike Majestic do the color work and inking.
Nice. Is Kevin looking it up right now to share?
Kevin's pulling it out. It
That's
probably looks really
awesome.
good. Oh, there we go. There we go.
That's not too shabby.
Not
Mike
too
Majestic. I'm okay, and Mike Majestic's great.
I mean, I can believe that 100%. His inks are so good.
I'm not, I'm not the dynamo that Kevin is. I am. I think I think my skills. I mean, I think I would. Yeah, Kevin's much more accomplished. But as we know, but yeah, I mean, I hope I'm considered to be a comparable level writer. That would be fantastic. And I think I'm pretty good at design, like rules and mechanical design. I think that my real strength there is actually being able to express rules in a more in a coherent way that are easier for people to use. So sort of like how easily interpretable are they? That's the thing that I try and focus on at least. But yeah, I like product design, but I'm less of an artist. That's Kevin all day long.
But you're a hell of a writer too, writer, game designer, and your art's, you never took it to the professional level. So
no, I didn't. You're right.
You're good.
A talented amateur. So
right. Well, and that's but the thing that I think has worked out really well is I'm conversant, and sometimes there every once in a while there's something that I can't figure out what the problem with an image is as an art director, and I'll be like, Kevin, help me out. Something's wrong with the hip or something, right? Remember that? But Kevin's a much more accomplished artist. He's able to say, oh well, the human form, blah blah blah, this and this. We can point things out, but yeah, it is cool, and it's we're all a team, and that's what I think
absolutely
is really great. Is we all bring something to the table, and a lot of the stuff we're doing, whether it's the Turtles, TMNT, and Other Strangeness, a lot of this work that I'm working on, finishing up, a couple of books in the queue with Matt Clements is finishing up writing on Bestiary 2. I'm doing a lot of heavy lifting on First Responders and art direction. Kevin and I are, Kevin's helping a lot with the art direction as well. It's a team effort, and it really is. Sometimes, because we're in different time zones right now, I'll see something, or Kevin will see something before I see it, or I might miss it because so many things have been happening behind the scenes that we've been preparing for this specific endeavor. And you know what? If you think that the Palladium's done, like, we got more. There's more cooking behind the scenes that I can't even tell you about yet because we keep ourselves to certain rules. But there's so many cool things. You think this is cool? There's more cool stuff happening. So
yeah,
we're really cooking on all fronts. And besides having people like Jeremy, or like Ryan and Transperfect, we also have Jeremy and Wayne backing us up, and unseen heroes like Caleb in the warehouse and Al on the phones. So just want to throw that out for everybody. So Ryan, what has it been like when you see like the Glitter Boy statue?
Oh, it's super awesome. These are things that I, as a fan, have thought about forever. Give me I want it to be even bigger. I need the Galactus size one that's sitting up there of a Glitter Boy, or a Triax Ultimax, or something else. It's just an iconic, piece of what the Rift's history is. You got the Scott Johnson iconic Glitter Boy with the American flag poster, which I've got over on a different wall. Those are just so many things that just ring Rifts, ring Palladium, that are just so amazing to see. And when I got to download all those the renders to send to Kevin, I was like, all right, that's sweet. I like that one. Yep, that looks good. So, heck, just going through the process of the portraits and everything else here to get that Glitter Boy look dialed back in from what it was in the original Promise of Power, and really make it. That has been amazing. Just to see these things all come to life in the context of what it can mean for the game, and in the context of what it means for me as a fan, to be able to see these things that I love come to the light of day. I mean, I'm really excited to, we get to finally share some of that artwork that's been going on behind the scenes.
Oh, I know.
It's like so nice to show off the new cover, to show off, the new portraits, to show off the wallpapers and everything that's just been happening.
Like the last 6 months, 8 months, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, 9 months almost. Yeah. Well, it's a lot of it's been kind of percolating, right? We have a meeting every week. We see some emails with Nick, right? And we talk to the design team, right? The dev team, Chris and Charles, and they're like, yeah, we did our other studio. We tapped in. We did some research. And it's a lot. There's been a lot of work. It's not like we just like threw up a page one day and was like, we need $1 million for a video game. It's very planned, very intentional, very deeply and knowledgeably researched. I mean, if you haven't seen the earlier part of this live stream, go check it out, because those guys, they know what they're doing.
We have an amazing
deeply
development
researched
team.
this, right? So we're really, really excited and happy and about the what we're doing here. One of the things I want to throw out there, someone said, when do I get the 1-to-1 Glitter Boy statue that has a working boom gun? And I like Wayne's answer, Winter Solstice 2098.
I missed that.
That is the one time you don't want a working boom gun. Just so
Can you
we're clear.
highlight that comment, Jeremy? You can see that.
Yeah.
That's the perfect answer.
That's beautiful.
But I will say this is so when we were talking to our manufacturing partners, I'd sent them the working imagery, which included like, I had it behind me a little earlier in the stream, where it's like you could see the Glitter Boy and there was like green lines and blue lines, different parts of the original illustrations by Kevin Long and Kevin Simbita, and then then there was the 3D model in process at that time, which even the first version we saw looked fantastic. I mean, better than anything I've ever seen. But it's been dialed even more in to Kevin Long's original drawings. But when I sent it, I just sent that as a reference when we were doing the request, and they came back with the estimate, and they thought I wanted a fully articulated arm and boom gun. So just so you know, there's actually like a secret stretch goal. If we can sell 1,000 Glitter Boy statues, I'm not promising, but we might be able to have an articulated arm and boom gun. It's just really expensive to get the molds done.
Yeah,
The molds are crazy
awesome.
expensive, but
That's awesome.
it's weird because it's not like a monetary goal. It's like, how popular is the Glitter Boy statue, right? Because that basically, it's kind of like, you ever see that in the military where they say, oh, well, the F-22 cost this many $1 billion. Well, but that's because most of that money was spent in development, and then each F-22 they make, they divide the total of development plus the manufacturing costs, and so it gets cheaper the more you make. It's the same kind of thing.
100%.
So, tell people about the Glitter Boy statue. And by the way, we had a request from fans. I just want to make sure everybody knows that it doesn't matter if you were backing at a digital level. I'd originally set it up. Sorry, this is my first time setting up a backer kit. First time doing something that has like very heavy digital and physical rewards. So I hadn't initially allowed digital only backers to also get physical add-ons. So we've corrected that now. So you want to pay the shipping, get what you want. So you could tell everybody you can go back for $40 and then add a $50 Glitter Boy statue.
Absolutely.
And you want to. This thing's freaking amazing.
Yeah, it's really cool. So get us to 1,000 of those, and I'll see what I can do. I'll talk to a guy about what we can do with articulation. I'm not sure. I'm not promising. is just like we'll have to see. But it would be freaking cool, and if we can do it, I'll do it. You know that. So
Make it happen. That's going to be sweet. So we only have what? Let's go see. We only have 980 left ish.
there we go. That's it. Hardly a thing.
Yeah. Well, we were only not even 4 hours into it. I think we'll be okay. You know, once people get a chance to see it and everything, oh, it's going to be so awesome.
Yeah, I think that's going to be one of the sleeper things. I think that some are, we bring a lot of people to these crowdfunders. They're not, and this is our first time doing one.
Oh, we just got one added. Look at that.
There we go. So I love you guys. You guys are so awesome. That's hilarious. So the crazy thing though is like this is a bit of a different interface than you might be familiar with if you've backed one of our previous Kickstarters or if you're new to crowdfunding, right? So the main thing is there's the different tabs, and so you can either get the Glitter Boy if you pledge at the backer level, the Glitter Boy Champion, surprise, surprise, or you can also add it as an add-on on the add-ons tab. So and there's a cool image there. You can check out what we've got. I'm gonna see what I can do about getting a render that shows kind of what the Chrome might look like. But if you look at it, it's pretty cool. So yeah,
that's fantastic.
No, I mean, I never thought we'd be able to do something like this. Didn't Alex say that to me? Didn't he say that one time? He's like, I want a Glitter Boy statue. I want a Glitter Boy articulated.
Yeah, I think so.
He said that one time. Yeah, so.
I mean, they did make the cheesy standee the first time. Maybe we can at least do a big cardboard cutout. Make something happen there.
Oh man. Well, if this blows up, maybe I'll get them to make that suit of Coalition Dead Boy body armor.
Yeah. Let's make that a reality.
I want to show up to Gen Con in Coalition Dead Boy body armor.
Yes. And maybe we can make a plus size one for me.
I think you could be a really great leyline walker. Right?
Yeah.
That might be easier.
Mask, so no one has to see it. That's the best idea you've had.
That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. I just that AAA leyline walker art.
Oh, he's sexy.
It's killer.
Yeah.
Can we bring that fabulous beam footage up here? Let's see. See if I can find it to show or if you can share it. Let me see.
I'm looking
because it looks so cool.
All saved on my phone as wallpapers, but not on my computer.
Well, and it's interesting because I need to.
I'll tell you what, I'd like to be able to pull off a Burster cosplay like in the AAA.
Oh man, the Burster.
Walk around with my head on fire.
She looks so cool. Like the way it looks on the graphic, the graphic art tin.
Yeah.
Where the flames are coming up underneath the lettering.
Yeah, it looks freaking awesome.
I put that together and I was like, wait, that's cooler than the other ones. Why? Oh, that having fire for hair is pretty cool.
Yeah. It's not too bad. We'll take it.
So the Grand Paladin, yeah, we definitely want to get on all kinds of different platforms and sell Rift's Promise of Power Reforged on make it available on Steam and
Steam is our primary target. Yep, but also Good Old Games and maybe the
we looked
Unreal
at
Store or whatever it's called,
Epic Store and
the Epic Store, that's
things
it.
like that as well.
Yeah, there's a few others we've looked at. So no, we want to be on all the major stores if we can. So for even if we don't hit the stretch goals for all the different consoles for PC. For sure.
And Sean's Sean is an old style, Kevin Long style Dead Boy fan, armor fan. They asked
Yeah.
which armor, the new or the old.
Oh, it would be the old style. Yeah, sorry. I like the new style too. It's cool, but the old style, I think there's something really special there. So
you're going to be an ISS agent then, right? Not.
There you go.
no, I'll be a 101 PA dead boy.
Oh, okay.
There you go. That works.
I mean, it's
Just
still
in
used
case.
in this. It's still used internally. I could see you doing internal investigations.
Yeah, let me see. Yeah, here I brought it up. Let's see. Sharing screens is complicated. Here we go. I think this will work. 1 second. Let me share screen.
Yeah, there's just been so much we've been working on, and
Oh,
we're
I can
excited
just
about,
share
and
an image file. That's cool.
it's. I mean, I wish we could share a lot more, but we don't want to get people's hopes up in case things don't work out, and
Oh, I think we're doing great on what we're sharing with fans. I think.
Oh,
we're
I
sharing
do
lots of good
too. I
stuff
do
with
too.
fans.
It's and this was one of our secret projects that we've been,
Mhm.
fooling around with for months and months, and we're glad to finally reveal it. We've got some more coming up. So, it's just we get a lot of sweet stuff that's in development.
There we go. Did it work?
I don't see nothing.
Oh,
There we go.
Weird. It just kind of, yeah. Well, you can see that in the stream. There's a Leyline Walker head right in the middle of the screen.
Right in the middle of everything.
Right in the middle of everything. But yeah, that's the AAA Leyline Walker art. I mean, that would be a cool cosplay. Is all I'm saying.
It looks
pretty
like he's
cool.
running away from the rift in that. So I mean,
You're right. He's like,
Leyline Walker.
I'm out. I'm
He's
out.
like,
Later,
nope.
guys.
See ya.
Maybe he's
I
doing a
gotta-
selfie with the rift opening behind him.
That could be it too. Yeah. That's awesome.
That's funny.
I love it.
I saw a question about the price point for various platforms and stores and Steam. No, we don't have a specific price point for anything besides the launch price will probably be similar to what it is here. So, and it depends. If we hit a lot of stretch goals, it might go up a little bit, right? But yeah, if you get this here, you're going to be getting it at a good price. So,
Yeah.
Yep. So that's a good question.
I do have a question for you, Sean.
What's that?
Why is the Rogue Scholar Pledge flying a coalition flag?
Rogue Scholar is flying it. What? What
Just
have I
the pledge
done?
That's when you get a coalition flag. Is he just taunting them with it? Ha ha!
Yes,
I can appreciate that.
Rogue
he's
Scholar
feeling
is
them.
not wielding a coalition flag.
No,
No, it's just
one
on
of-
the pledge level.
It's one of the pledge levels. The coalition.
Yeah, the physical rewards. Oh, why does it have a coalition flag in the rewards? Oh, that's funny.
I like it. I like the idea that he's just taunting them with it, flying it so they just
Right.
leave him alone. I'm just out here doing research. Leave me
You're
alone.
connecting the physical items with the art. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm just a dork.
I
Again,
like
No,
Davina
that's funny.
Duckworth's response because he's a rogue.
I mean, yes,
Oh,
100%. I can agree with that. Yeah. It's funny when you were talking earlier about,
Hey,
You
Peter
know-
Picaro, good to see you, buddy.
yeah,
For the name
Um,
drop.
doing the art direction and the challenges, like when you can't explain something, so you like Kevin can look at it and go. I mean, that's when I took my first role in video games. I essentially became the de facto art project or the art director for that, and I have zero art background, so I had to learn and lean heavily on my team to be able to articulate some of the things that weren't right that I couldn't articulate. So I totally feel that pain point that you were talking about earlier. Just having it brought flashbacks of all the times where until I learned some of the terminology I needed to do in order to express things right to artists, how important that was, doing the content for Heroes of New Earth. So
yeah, and that's one of the tricks. It's interesting because I'm one of those people. I don't care what degrees you have, right? But I need to be able to talk to you using the terms common in that industry, and whether it's design, and I'm talking like design for clothes or theme parks. I mean, there's all kinds of levels of design, but there is design language that crosses all those barriers. And a lot of it is also similar into art, right? And so Kevin's very, 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 very conversant in that kind of language. One of the things that I ran into when I studied game design at the University of Texas in Dallas, alongside studying visual design and UI UX design and information architecture and all this other stuff, was all this language became this new vocabulary, right? And so that's been, I think it was one of those things where it's like, wow, okay, the degree I got, I'm glad I got the degree, but I'm really glad that it actually helped prepare me for what I'm doing now.
Right, it's that experience.
That's cool, right? Yeah. But one of the things that's also interesting is just sometimes when I also studied game design, and there was lingo there that when Kevin and I started talking about games, he was like, what do you mean when you say mechanic, right? What do you mean when you say this? And so there was all this language that me and him and Alex, once we all realized, like, okay, this is our common terminology now. This is what I mean when I say this or that. Now Kevin uses those terms, right? And we all started to use those terms. But it's been really cool, because then it's like, yes, the mind meld can truly begin, right? But it opens all these doors between you and the other people on your team. And so, but the artist, the art director, the designer, right? We all have to be able to speak those same languages. So no, it's really cool. It's really cool to work with people that are professional, and also play well with others. That's part of playing well with others and collaborating, right? There's only so much you can do on your own. The book that I did, Kevin did Palladium Fantasy Role-Playing Game. He wrote it, he designed it. It was his concept, and he did a ton of the art, in the interior art and the cover art, right? In the first edition. Yep. So it was that one of the reviews at the time said, the disgustingly talented Kevin Siembieda. So I haven't quite done that, but when I did Atlantis and the Demon Seas for Rifts for Savage Worlds, I wrote that book cover to cover. I did the layout myself. Kevin also did the layout. But I did the layout myself. I did all the art direction. I did all the game design, right? For all the new mechanics in the book. Yeah, it's interesting, but that's about books. That's about as much as you can do on your own, or mostly on your own. It can be tough to do much more on your own. So video games, the especially indie solo type developers, I'm like, man, that is crazy to me, right? So if you look at this project, we're getting a lot of economy because specialists at every level of the project are involved, right? Because this isn't the only project they're doing, right? And the right people come in and do their piece and move on, and then the next people, right? And that's what is really great to be able to tap into and then integrate into, right? We're talking about language and collaboration into a big machine that's actually very friendly and personable, like TransPerfect. It's just really cool. It's really cool. So
Ryan, how did you get hooked up with TransPerfect? How did you find? Did they find you?
Yeah, actually, I was with a different company before, and I had left that company, and I was chatting with a few of the biggest players out here in this crazy world of gaming. And TransPerfect, I flew out and met him at GDC a little over 2.5 years ago, and they made me an offer I couldn't refuse. So I felt all godfathered, like I had no choice. I had to go into it. So it's a really cool company. The gaming division is still the newest division in the company, and we're in our own little tower, but we still have access to, $1 billion company's resources to really power us into the things moving forward in the future. And we had a great company meeting about that at the beginning of the year, and how we're kind of responsible for our own destiny over here in gaming. And just there's so much potential for growth and the things that we can do. I'm just super blessed to be here. It's funny though, the only reason I'm in computer games, to be absolutely honest, is because I was such a good dungeon master and GM for years and years. And my interview, when I went to go interview with S2 Games, I went in to interview for their online store director. I'd been in banking and in lending for like 14, 15 years prior to that. And they were looking for someone that could do the analytics and all that kind of stuff. But as a side note, they wanted people to be able to come up with ideas for avatars for the characters in the game and maybe help develop other business lines. And my 30-minute interview turned in, I know you're not going to believe this, Kevin, but it turned into like a 3.5-hour interview because they started asking me ideas. They pulled up a bunch of their current characters and just were like, all right, what would you do for an avatar for these? And I asked a few questions and I threw out ideas. They were taking notes. Many of those ideas were going to get avatars, I was pretty sure. And then they, after I left, they had originally made an offer that I just couldn't go to work for them at. And I still took about a $30,000 pay cut to move into video games because it was the right thing to do. And it put me into a position to continue to grow. I've got to work for 3 different studios on the production side, and this is my third studio on the other side of the table where I'm a service provider rather than a service consumer. And to be fair, like their TransPerfect's role inside of tabletop things was very limited. They had purchased a company called Mogi about 4.5 years ago, right when they started this, and they only had like a few projects that they had done inside the tabletop space, which was mostly just translation and a little transcreation, which is taking all the assets and building them into a new language so that it can be distributed. And they had some really big clients, but to do the kind of stuff that we've been doing isn't something that they really did within the company before.
Right.
This is their wheelhouse, right? Taking a game, developing the game, doing that, but doing things like the miniatures for Turtles, the cover arts, those types of pieces. It's been such a blessing to have Nick Kay, our art director here, because he is one of those people that started in the tabletop space and then moved into the digital space. So he has such a unique understanding of what the requirements are for each position and each kind of project that we put out. So yeah, that is he's just a blessing. I couldn't do what I do without him. So
no, absolutely. The guy is phenomenal.
Yeah, his ability to adapt style to tweak it to what you guys have needed, and versus our other clients, and just. He's so hands-on. Like Nick, if you watch this later, you don't owe me anything. It's just true. He's just a fantastic art director, and we've got an amazing production team with Chris's experience, and Charles as a producer is just fantastic. The amount of time he spent diving into all the things needed just for to get the logistics set up for us here. It's so so just spot on as far as like what he's been doing. So, I'm in a great company, a great just a great position, and I get to do some cool. This is almost like I'm developing games again, right? Because and it's probably the only thing I really miss about being on the other side of the table is that being involved in the whole creative process. So it's great to get that outlet when I'm working with your team and some of my other clients. But I think I get to do it more with the Palladium team than any other. And that's just it's a great experience to be able to have these weeklies and then, I'm only a couple hours away, so I can come harass you in person occasionally and make that happen too. So,
Yeah. It's fun.
No, you cannot see Kevin's true appearance. None of us could handle it. The blinding brilliance would burn out our eyeballs. It'd be just like 100%. Now, we Raiders of the Lost Ark across the internet. We couldn't do
it. Okay.
Sorry, true form Kevin can't happen. So it's just not a thing.
The original Eldritch old one.
Ooh.
Yeah, you think he made up that mythology? No, he's a part of it.
He's a head.
This is just my avatar.
Yeah, why do you think Thoth is just an old one in disguise? Who do you think Thoth really is? Huh?
There you go.
Nice.
Oh my goodness.
That's why there's no need for Cthulhu in Palladium. The old ones would eat him.
For real.
Wrong, am I? I mean,
Modius would just giggle.
That's fair. That's very fair. Yeah, I mean it's quite the experience just to see that. I mean, yes, we would love to see a Star Wars RPG for Palladium books, but I don't think that's happening anytime soon because we have Phase World, which is better than Star Wars. I'm going to say it.
Okay. Yeah, we actually went after Star Wars way back when West End first got it. We were the last company to drop out of the bidding for that license. So almost. But I'm kind of glad we didn't because I don't know, if we had gotten Star Wars, I don't think there would have been a Beyond the Supernatural or Rifts.
Yeah, that's fair. Because Star Wars would have taken all that creative juice, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Rifts probably would just not be a thing.
No, I mean, focused on Star Wars and everything involved with it.
Yeah, I mean, so when I describe Rifts to new players now, I kind of have to use the Star Wars reference because it's got the science fantasy stuff. But I'm like, what if you took Star Wars and combined it with Fallout? That's kind of what Rifts can be, with Jedi magic and a little bit of Lord of the Rings. Because there's just so much of everything there.
Yeah, that's where I always.
Jedi.
What's that?
Said Cyber Knights are Jedi.
No, Psy Warriors are Jedis, not Cyber Knights. Psy Warriors from Psyscape. Cyber Knights are jacked up dudes who will mess a Jedi up. So
I like that.
Just checking that lightsaber, man. That's that Kyber crystal is still using tech. They're never going to hit him. And not with those bonuses to dodge technology, not a chance. So
nice.
No, it's always funny when people want to know how to describe Rifts. It's difficult, especially when they say, "What's your elevator pitch?" And so I always stole my elevator pitch from Joe Manganiello, who is a big Rifts fan, and his pitch was, "It's Star Wars meets Lord of the Rings, only bigger." And I'm like, "Ooh, I like that."
Yeah, that's pretty solid.
So and your description was close, similar to that.
Yeah.
So.
I feel like it needs that post-apocalyptic vibe to really flow into what Rifts really should feel like. Like it's got the light elements, but it's got so many cool dark corners of the world that are still some to be explored and some that we know just enough about. So
that's one of the things I've really enjoyed about Promise of Power is it. I think I said that on a call we were talking the other day. It's got some light elements. It's got some serious elements. And I think it makes a really good balance, especially it's congruent with the art style and all that kind of stuff too. But it's great storytelling. It brings the world of Rifts alive. And I think when I play when I do stuff like my players play, and they do the fun stuff. I play kind of a dark post-apocalyptic wasteland as a game master. That's what I'm focused on, right? My buddies that are playing the twin brothers, that one's a crazy, the other one's a juicer, there's going to be laughs, right? So it's that's the kind of stuff that keeps things going. But no, I think that you have to have the right kind of balance, right, between the magic and the technology, the humor and the darkness, right, the hope and the despair, right? So that's why you need Cyber Knights, but that's also why you need crazies.
I mean, yeah, crazies are nuts.
Yes.
Literally, like, yeah, I realize I got the description. That was a horrible way to talk about them. Juicers are nuts and crazies are crazy. I don't know. I do have a South American techno wizard crazy in my new game that I'm going to be running. So I get to deal with all that fun stuff. So
for crazies,
Interesting stuff.
yeah, Savage Worlds describes them as when you can literally turn around a corner and there's an actual demon that's going to kill you. Trading your sanity for the power to deal with that is a very small price to pay.
I mean, that's kind of fair.
I like that.
Which book was that in? That's not the player's guide.
No, it's the description in the player's guide.
Is it?
Somewhere in there, something like that. But that's where I got it from.
That's fair. I can't argue with any of that.
Let's see. Can you highlight? There's a comment from Poly Robotics. He said, "How bad was the Glitter Boy design and Promise of Power?" So, this is one of those things. I think that the team really did a great job on Promise of Power. So, I don't want to be throwing any shade. But the big thing was they put a headlamp on the center of the Glitter Boy's forehead, and I think it was so that I think they liked the lights on the Glitter Boy and the targeting gear, but that was a way to make it more obvious on a really small screen and a portrait. But that's one of those things that a lot of people didn't like. So that's one of the things we can change in the portraits. But actually, when you go look at the actual sprite and the character that moves around and stuff, and the boom gun as like an item in the game as a weapon, it's all really good. It's all really close. I don't think they really. It was just so obvious, that headlamp in a lot of the promotional stuff. I think that was the thing that did it. But overall, I thought they did a decent Glitter Boy. Yeah. Especially with their chosen art style. And I don't know, I don't think you were here earlier in the conversation. We were talking very early on in the stream about, I think that they made all the right decisions when it comes to the art style and themes that they chose for a Rifts game on an N-Gage, right? With that amount of screen real estate and control panels and all that kind of stuff. And I think they made the right choices. You couldn't do we want to do this graphical overhaul to match the art style of, say, Rift's cover art. You can't do that on an N-Gage, right? And doing that is no knock to the original team, right? I mean, it's just impossible. So I think they made really, really great choices and sharp choices on how to bring Rifts to the Nokia N-Gage at the time with the technology and everything that was there. And I think they did a fantastic job making a Rifts tactical turn-based computer RPG. But yeah, there was a few things like that have become, that fans always mention. I hate that headlight. We'll get rid of the headlight. If you get rid of the headlight, it's not bad. And you can check it out too when you go look down at the backer levels, or the stretch goals. You can see the original art right next to the HD upgrade we do, and it's very, very similar. It's very similar. It's just no headlight. So.
You were using pretty much OG riffs references for this, for the most part.
Because the game takes place in like 101 PA, right?
Yeah, it's around 101
Yep.
PA. Yep.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's the other one, as Grand Paladin is mentioning, is the Dead Boy Grunt. If you look at the Dead Boy depiction throughout the game, whether in the cutscenes, the portraits, the sprites, it's kind of a mix between the old style and new style. Actually,
Yeah.
if you look like the back of the armor and the front of the armor, it's interesting because the back has the styling and the tubules that look like they're from the new style. But then the helmets have a skull face, but then they have a almost a barboot helm, ancient, like a medieval barboot looking helm, or kind of a Darth Vader, right, where it comes like down like a bell, which I think is cool if you want like a kind of medieval industrial look to them, which matches the rest of the style. But that's one of the things that we're dialing in, right? We get to do the HD upgrade or the art revamp. All of that's going to be completely changed. But yeah, it's interesting. It's just a few pieces though. Most of it is pretty on point. So. And it's cool. I think it's cool, and I think it's exciting. And I don't think they're bad designs. I think it'd be some of those designs would be, besides putting a spotlight on the forehead of a glitter boy. Some of those other designs I think could look fantastic in Rifts, in the tabletop game. So we have a question, Jared, if you could highlight it. Which version of art are you going to use for HD mode, OG Rifts or RUE book? So, well, there's two levels, right? So if you're talking just the HD portrait upgrade, that's going to stay basically the same style, and with maybe some corrections to bring it a little more in line with the OG Rifts books, right? The original 1990s Rifts. If we get the whole revamp, we're going hard charging for the cover art. But the 101 to 104 PA timeline style stuff. So we've got lots of different stuff. Jeremy, if you want to go through the comments, I guess, and look for stuff that's cool, we can talk about.
But yeah, there's all kinds of things happening. I want to again mention that we're going to have put Rifts books and PDFs on sale. If you guys, any of you who are watching this coming to Gen Con, please visit Palladium Books at booth 1515. We're going to be on. We've done some interviews with various YouTube channels and podcasts, with more coming. I think we've got one coming up this weekend with Legion of Myth, where we'll talk more about this and other things. And there's other, Geek Native just posted something.
Yeah. And it looks like I have a friend that just messaged me. Apparently, Rascal News posted something about it. So it looks like
cool.
People are noticing. So it's exciting.
Yeah, I think that as the momentum keeps building, thanks to these guys, it's just going to get more and more of that media attention, which is only going to help to continue to build it. So.
Yeah, I think so too, and I'm looking forward to it. We're just really hopeful that this all comes across and becomes a reality.
And World picked it up today too.
Did they?
Oh, yeah. Great.
Nice.
Fantastic.
So yeah, I think there's more and more. I know Kevin Eastman said he's going to blow it out to his followers, and I know our friends at Pinnacle have done stuff for us to spread the word, and I'm sure a lot of other people.
Those
So
Chaosium and a few
yeah, I
others
think
will be fun.
the momentum will build. I sure hope it'll build. And like I said before, if you guys can spread the word yourselves, I mean, never underestimate word of mouth, man. It's
Oh, it's
no,
huge.
it's
great.
it's huge.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny. We do these big crowdfunders, and you think you hit all the fans, right? And then you talk to somebody a year later, and you're like, oh yeah, that's shipping next week or whatever. It just arrived, and they're like, that was a thing, and they have no idea it ever happened.
Yep.
And they're huge
Yep.
fans. They're at Gen Con. You recognize them from the last two Gen Cons, right? And they didn't hear about a project you announced a month after Gen Con, the the year before or whatever. So you just can't underestimate word of mouth. So if you can, please do share the link to the crowdfunder. Also, this is the biggest thing we've done, and this is a big lift, and we don't expect all of y'all to come, anybody to come in and just well, I mean, we do have one pledge level where you can come in and dump in $10,000, and you'll be our new best friend. Is pretty much what the pledge level says. But yeah, I mean, we appreciate everyone getting the word out, because this is built on lots of smaller pledges, and hopefully, lots of people pledging at whatever level is comfortable for them.
Yes, absolutely.
So we appreciate every pledge, and like I said earlier, if you just back at the $40 level, we did enable it so you can get any physical items you want. So the only thing that's really exclusive in this is the Palladium coin at the 350 and above mark. But besides that, even the Glitter Boy, anybody can get their own Glitter Boy now.
Yeah.
And you want it. Trust me, you want. I don't know. I'm just so blown away by the Glitter Boy. I feel like I'm ranting and raving about it, and I probably am. But
It's pretty cool, though.
it's super cool. I mean, it's Kevin Long's art just brought the 3 dimensions. It's amazing.
Yeah.
And I do want to point out what Jeremy's posted up there about one, and this is one of the reasons we went with BackerKit, because they offer so many more options and flexibility. Not just for us as the people launching the crowdfunder, but for you guys. And one of those things is you can spread your payment out over 4 months. If that works better for you, do it. And, and then I see certainly Poly Robotics 1 keeps asking about what other projects. We don't want to talk too much about other projects, because this is very much the the pitch for support for the video game, the Risk video game. But we do have a number of things that we're working on. Some we can talk about, some we can't. As far as some of the projects that are on our drawing board, and I'm not going to say exactly when they're coming out, but of course, Yinsoth Expeditions for Fantasy. I am dying to do Land of the South Winds, but first I need to do Rifts Antarctica. I need to do the 2 long-awaited Beyond the Supernatural books. So there's a ton of stuff. Sean's working on Rifts First Responders for Chaos Earth. There's a couple other cool Chaos books. Someone else asked earlier about Rifts Disavowed. I want to get that out soon too. So
You just got like 5 books first that you got to finish, Kev.
Yeah, I know. I got a shitload of stuff to do, and that's why we don't like to talk about and say, "Hey, and watch for
Right.
the Beyond the Supernatural books, this fall."
Right. That's
I hope-
yeah. We changed that policy. But the thing that is cool is getting Jeremy in on the team and working with really talented artists, especially that TransPerfect brings to the table. That's really helping things. We got a lot of cool stuff coming that you'll see soon. So so it's just every step gives us more momentum as the fan. I think a lot of fans have already noticed, and I think when you physically get your hands on this new Turtle stuff, it's just next level for Palladium. and we're not stopping. We're not stopping. So yeah, we're really excited to be doing all this, and I'm glad that everybody is enjoying the payment options. So yeah, please do avail yourself of that. The first payment isn't charged until 17th, and then after that, the July 17th, and then after that, you'll have 3 months after that that'll be done.
Yeah, as far as the list of things we are working on, that is up on our website. You can look at the project status pages, so which mentions a lot of the stuff we've already mentioned in here. So for people asking about that, we do have that list up there.
Yeah, so the project status page is a really great place to go and look. We post that. We're serious about it. So, keep an eye on that. Yeah, we try and make sure that keeps what did I just say? That stays updated. But yeah, that's one of those things Jeremy's helping us keep an eye on. Wayne can't do everything, so but yeah, that's all the stuff like Kevin talked about. I mean, so with Palladium, our production timeline for books is really interesting because we do a lot of times we have a writer go in and do a manuscript, and then we have artists come in and do a lot of art, and then Kevin and I go in and analyze the manuscript, and we're going to add another 20-25% or add 10%, rewrite 15% or whatever, right? And also include the ideas that maybe the artist came up with. Maybe they had some cool sketches or different things that they brought to the table. So that's why when we say, oh, we're working on this and this and this, like 4 titles, well, we are because we're working with other writers, and then we're also working with artists.
Yep.
And then we're reassessing, okay, the book needs to have this, this, and this. Okay, which of these monsters, like with the Bestiary 2, which of these monsters doesn't have art yet? And so a lot of these things are getting finalized. Okay, this is the page count, this is the number of monsters, right? So there's a lot of steps in there. And as you know, you notice, it's really fun to get these collection books, but they're huge. So, so just try and bear with us and keep that in mind. But we're doing everything we can to put out good product, put out fantastic product, and also make the behind the scenes more and more efficient, so that Kevin and I are more and more free to collaborate with other creatives and work on things ourselves. So I hope that helps. But yeah, the project status page is pretty legit. So go check that out if you have any questions about releases and stuff like that.
As a interested outsider, I would definitely say that over the last couple of years, I've already seen these changes taking place in the way that you guys are handling everything and getting people back on tasks and doing the things to make Palladium books what it always has been, and really seeing these products being worked on, and there's stuff happening that is super exciting for me, not just as a partner but as a fan of the books and of the company. Seeing those things has been it's been great over the last couple of years, since Sean came on board, and Kevin's diversified and able to get to some of the other things that just didn't feel possible before. So it's pretty fantastic. Just wanted to toss that out there as words of support.
Yeah, because you are sort of a insider. You when you visit and you know what's going on. You know what some of the projects are we've got your team working on, and some of the stuff we've gone after and can't talk about. And it's just we got all kinds of great. Our goal, Sean and my goal, is to bring Palladium back to its greatness of what we were doing back in the 90s, where we're cranking out great books one after another. And my focus is going to be on role playing, because that's what I know and love. And I want to do a lot more of fantasy. I want to do a lot more of riffs. I want to do a lot more of Beyond the Supernatural. I want to do a lot more of everything. Heroes Unlimited. So we'll get to it. Not to be a downer, but the loss of Kathy just crushed me. I was not able to write
Oh.
creatively for like a
Kevin.
year. I mean, I dabbled and I would write, weekly updates, and I'd have little moments, little spurts where, hey, I'm working on a book, and I think I'm back for a week, and then it's like, oh wait, more crushing grief.
No,
I
and-
got to the point where I'm like, I'm so tired of being, sad and unable to really focus. But I'm getting there. I'm back. I've been writing up some really good shit, and we're getting there. And that was just unexpected. And that's one of those things where life happens, and you got to deal with it. You got to deal with whatever comes, and I am, and we are. And it's delayed us, it slowed us down on where we thought we would be and where we wanted to be. But what the heck? We're rocking now, and you're going to start seeing some amazing stuff.
Yeah, I'm really excited for people to get their hands on Turtles. It's funny because for me, I mean, obviously, I'm staying on, and with Kevin and I are approving everything as it moves forward, and the manufacturers, they send back all kinds of stuff, right? They're like, "What about this little thing on this page?" And it's like, "Oh my gosh!" But it's cool. But it's funny because I've moved to these other projects, right? I'm already on First Responders, and I've been cranking on a lot of this stuff behind the scenes for this project on Overdrive, prepping for our announcement. So, but I'm really excited for everyone to see the TMNT and Other Changes Redux Edition. This is not just a reprint, and I don't mean just, oh, we have color art in it. I went over every line in every page in every book. I didn't want to oversell it when we were doing the crowdfunder, right? But I think this is probably the most important thing I've ever worked on, and I think it's a fantastic step forward for just every kind of Palladium gamer. So for judging from a lot of the advanced stuff that we've shared in-house and with some of our trusted cohorts, I think you guys are going to really enjoy the clarifications and updates to it should feel like the same game, and it should play like the same game, but it should feel eminently modern and easy to use as well. So I'm hoping we hit that perfect sweet spot. I don't know. Kevin seems to like what we put together, so
it's great. It's Turtle. When you guys see the Turtle books, it's everything you could want. It's just so well done, and it's funny because yes, we are Ninja Turtle fans, and yes, I know Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird, and we're buddies. But it's just so much more. I mean, we really wanted. It was the first game Sean ever owned. He traded away a bunch of his other precious games to get that book, and
I did
with it. The fact that Kevin, Pete, and I are friends and stayed friends for decades.
By the way, this guy and Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird, they're friends. They really are. So I was in a video call with. I'm just going to interrupt. I was in a video call. This is a cool story. In a video call, I'm like, so we're talking with our liaison at Paramount, Jeff. He's in the books. He's credited in the books, and we were like, hey, we need to have a call with Kevin Eastman, and Jeff was like, do you mind if I join that call? And we're like, he's like, no, I've never met him. And so he comes in, he joins the meeting, and Kevin and I are talking to Kevin Eastman. And for anybody who doesn't know, he's one of the original creators of the Ninja Turtles. And he's currently writing really awesome Ninja Turtles comics and doing a lot of great art for them as well. And busy, creative man. And it was just immediately apparent. Kevin Eastman, Kevin Simbita, totally buddies. It's like no time had passed. They were like, oh my gosh. And we just had the funnest time. And Jeff was sitting back, and I said, Jeff, did you want to say anything? He had just sat there muted in the meeting, and he said, nope, my heart is full, and he just muted himself again. But we just had the greatest chat, and Kevin Eastman really is a fantastic guy. And I'm just excited that he was really happy with the art that we were showing. Was one of the things is we made some decisions that no one's really done before. We went for, instead of doing just color underneath the original lines of the Turtle comics, we had a paint over by Mike Majestic, who's a fantastic colorist. And when Kevin Eastman liked it and said that it's some of the best color work he'd seen, we were like, okay, great. Okay, we're good. Okay, the approach is solid. But by the way, just so everyone knows, we've got the black, white, and red edition for the new Turtles books, the two collection books, and then we've got the standard. So if you want to see the new style, that's fantastic. That's in there. But if you're also a fan of the old black, white style with and you'd enjoy red bandanas and spot red and blood and flashiness, the black, white, and red editions look fantastic too. They're the more traditional approach, but untraditional with how flashy the red is. It's so cool. It's
well, and
cool.
and these were convention. These were Kickstarter exclusives, but I want to point them out and show them off because Kev and Pete, Peter kind of stepped away from comics and stuff for a while doing art, and he's had some health issues, and he's doing better, thank God. And so Kevin Pete did the art for the two mutagen green. They're hard to show because they're foil. Trust me, this is freaking amazing. And it's like some of the first new art that they've done together in, I don't know, a decade or two. It was just beautiful. The whole thing was just putting this stuff together. It was just a beautiful experience because every contributor, artists, people who wrote tributes, you could tell that the Turtles just meant so much to them, and it was just a beautiful experience. I mean, it was a ton of work.
It was. Well, that's one thing. That was another thing that extended the timeline. But Kevin and I talked about it, and we decided it was worth it. Is we had artists coming out of the woodwork to do tribute art. So originally, I think we announced like 15 tribute artists.
Yeah, something like that.
It was 12. We added like 20 or something. I think it more than doubled, if I remember correctly. And then the first book, we added 16 pages of material because I think there were some mutant animals that we added from stretch goals and fan votes, and that we had originally announced that we were going to do just to do. But I think I added like, what was it, 6 or 12 more? Do you remember, Jeremy? I added a number of extra. It's all in one of it's just a couple, like one of our 2 or 3 updates back. We chronicled all of the extra stuff, but yeah. So there actually is a lot of like extra material in there. So it's not like just nothing happened in that time. There was some stuff that was like, we couldn't pass up putting in the books. I also added the full ground, air, and water vehicle combat rules updated as well into Transdimensional Adventures. So they've got a lot of stuff. We packed a lot of good stuff in there. So it isn't just things falling behind, but it was also, when we had, there's a lot of back and forth that happens, right? When people submit art and we show that, we submit that to Paramount, the sketches, then they come back, and there's a lot of things that happen with this tribute art. And that's why the tributes are fantastic, right? But it was at least a month's extra work, at least.
God.
Just on my end, right? So, and then
I would say more like 3 months. It was just wild.
Yeah.
Well, and then to give you an idea how excited folks were,
it was really long.
Sean had decreed to me, Kev, we can't add any more tribute artists. We just can't do it. And Jeff Whitman reaches out and says, gosh, Eric Talbot would really like to do a piece of tribute art.
He's just an
So
original
who
Mirage
else?
Studios guy,
Eric
right?
Talbot. And I showed him, he's like, oh yeah, I love the stuff he did for Palladium Fantasy. And all right, we'll squeeze him in. And it's a freaking amazing piece of art, right?
It's a banger. It's a banger. Yeah.
It's it's just fantastic. But that was like the book's ready to go. It was ready to send to freaking files. Sean's finishing up layout, and it's like, can't you squeeze in one more? And we're like,
Yes.
okay. And then I just want to say I appreciate all the very kind and loving messages you guys have sent in the comment section when I talked about Kathy and my grief. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, and I appreciate your understanding. But I'm here for everybody, and it's all getting done. And as you can tell, we just love what we do. So it's there, and we're happy to be there. And I don't know if I would have gotten through it, how well I would have gotten through it without work and Sean and Al and Wayne and Caleb, who's the new guy, sweet guy. The kid's awesome, so smart, and everyone contributes to everything, and we're there for each other. Just yesterday, I ran out with Jeremy to get carpet for his apartment. And he's like thanking me. And I'm like, it's cool, man. I'm happy to do it. We're pals, and it took 20 minutes round trip, no problem, man. So that's the beauty of the Palladium team. We really are a family, and that includes the new guys like Caleb and Jeremy. It's awesome. And, and you guys are part of my extended family. I've said that before, where, I've met lots of you guys at various conventions, and, I enjoy talking with you guys and meeting you. And, you guys are amazing. There would be no Palladium books without you, just like there'll be no, Rift's Promise of Power video game if we can't pull this off. But we've got amazing fans, and hopefully, together we can make this all happen, make it a fun reality.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're off to a freaking fantastic start, so that's pretty awesome. One note, we got Polyrobotics asked, are we going to get all the tribute art for posters to plaster all over town? No, the time has passed at this point, but the only way to get a lot of this art in print, especially with this licensed material, is if there's art print sets. So that's one of the things that we've noticed is it's not like, just Nickelodeon or something. With other licensees and stuff, they're particular about how their stuff gets merchandised, and even if it gets merchandised, right? Because they want to retain those rights. So just so you know, whenever we do art print sets, sometimes that's, especially with licensed material, that's the only way we get to do it, right? With our own Kickstarters and crowdfunders and stuff like that, it might be the only time we get to do it, because we can do it in a targeted period, do one print run, and send it off. It's not something that we know is going to be viable to be selling and storing in our warehouse for the next who knows however long, right? So just so you guys kind of understand that when you see things like that, like these dice, are we going to keep doing these dice? I don't know, but I hope so, but I don't know. So get it while it's hot kind of thing. Jump on this kind of stuff while you can. And then that helps us hopefully, that helps us understand stuff in the future. I've seen people ask a couple of questions too about Rift's miniatures. We have really fantastic resin miniatures. They're available at palladiumbooks.com right now. So you can go check those out. There's a two different fantastic Glitter Boy sculpts. One of the traditional Glitter Boy with the boom gun, one with the giant chain sword. And we've got, was it Juicer, Cyborg, Coalition Soldiers,
Leyline Walker.
Leyline Walker. So there's all kinds of stuff to check out there. Really fantastic minis. So actually, they used the sculpt for the Glitter Boy as like kind of a starting point when we were working on the Kevin Long statue, just as a starting point. But just so you know, I mean, it is a fantastic sculpt. So check that out if you have to.
Yeah. All right, guys, I'm going to have to head out for a little bit, but it's been great being on here. And I'll see how the night goes, and maybe I can sneak back in a little later.
Yeah,
So,
you got the link, buddy.
I do.
Take care,
I'll
Ryan.
harass you guys. Thanks to everybody out there. Really appreciate you.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
It's awesome.
Yeah, a lot of-
and then, oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jeremy.
I was just saying, a lot of people are kind of talking about how when they first got into like Rifts or Palladium games and whatnot, and it's really nice reading these stories and whatnot because it's pretty much right around the same time I did.
Yeah, well, right. I mean, I keep running into people, and we have like the same Palladium origin story, right? So
Right.
it was when we were talking to Sophie Campbell,
Oh yeah.
she does the writing and art for up until recently all of the Turtles comics from IDW.
That's
Their main run separate from the new Last Ronin stuff. But yeah, she did an alternate cover for the Transdimensional book, which is fantastic. And so I'd played some D&D with some friends. I was into BattleTech actually, and some early Games Workshop stuff. And I traded some BattleTech books with a buddy of mine because I was really into the Ninja Turtles, and my dad's best friend, my Uncle Mark, had given me graphic novels, the Turtles graphic novels, and I went from not knowing those existed and just watching the cartoons to finding those, and I was like, my 11, 12-year-old self or whatever was like, whoa, this is cool. So and so my buddy, he was like, hey, I'll trade you some of these books that you're not using anymore. I have this role-playing game, but it's full of all that art you like. And it's full of tons of Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird stuff I'd never seen before, including new comics and a whole bunch of different mutant animal illustrations and all these other characters I'd never heard of before that they'd also illustrated. And I fell in love, and I love the system. And so, but it's funny talking to Sophie, that's how she found the Turtles. And now she's doing the comics, right? And so it's crazy. And now I'm, Kevin's business partner, and it's us against the world, and we're doing everything I just couldn't not jump at the chance to see, hey, Kevin, let's take the chance. Let's see if we can figure out who to talk to at Paramount. Let's see what we need to do. Let's see if we can make this happen. So it's really great when stuff like that can happen, and this is just another project like that. So, it's funny, we were talking with Sophie, and she still runs Heroes Unlimited every weekend.
Oh,
with her
nice.
friends. So it's like, these people are true fans. It's refreshing, but a lot of us have similar stories. Ciro Nieli, he did the 2012 computer animated Turtles series. He found the Ninja Turtles through the TMNT and Other Strangers role-playing game. He didn't have any friends to play the game with, so he said he made like 80 characters or something.
Yeah.
And some of them ended up in the show. So, and then we were talking to him, the guy's busy. He's a writer director in Hollywood. And we thought we were going to have 15 minutes to talk to him. He and Kevin started talking about stuff, and we were all John. And after 30 minutes, so we already overstayed our welcome. He said, so what do you guys want to talk about business-wise? And we're like, oh, we're bringing back the TMNT role-playing game, and we're wondering if you could do just a sketch, and we could have other, comic book artists and colorists, top of the line, ink it and color it, right? We just like a piece of tribute art by you. That'd be amazing. He insisted on doing 2, and he did all the drawing, all the inking, and all the color work himself.
Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing. This was so. This is the neutralizer.
Yeah, the newt.
It's a mutant newt. That's one of the
Nice.
characters. One of the first characters he created, and of course Dr. Farrell and whatnot. And then
Yep.
they couldn't use the Terror Bears when they did some episode, so he created the Dream Beavers
Yeah, for the
for sort of his
2012 cartoon.
homage. So in this piece, we've got the Terror Bears, Casey Jones, and the Dream Beavers.
Watching horror movies together.
Horror movies, because he's a big horror fan.
He's a big horror movie fan.
Yeah,
So-
Ciro's great guy. We had a
No,
great
he's-
conversation.
So cool. And he put out, I mean, this guy's again super busy, and he was putting out stuff supporting our crowdfunder. I mean, it's just, you don't get any nicer than that, in my opinion. So
Right.
just a lot of fantastic people that I mean, they're excited to work with Kevin. I mean, I think that shows the the kind of person that Kevin is, right? When he did business with them 40 years ago, not 20, 40 years ago. And then, I mean, but the TMNT ran for, and Other Strangers ran for about 10 years, I think. And, these guys were, everybody at Mirage, I mean, everybody was jumping at the chance to work with Palladium again. And so for me, it was just really cool to come into that and be able to be a part of that. So.
Well, that's the thing. It's funny, when I started this company when I was like 24, it was just a dream of mine to do this, and it was supposed to be temporary because I originally wanted to be a comic book creator, artist, writer, and I just kind of fell into role playing, and I thought, well, this would be a great temporary gig, produce a couple of games and some stuff, and until I break into comic books. And the next thing I know, my company's taking off like crazy. I'm making, money. I'm having fun. I have complete freedom. I don't have to answer to a publisher or an editor telling me I can't do this or that. And I'm like, awesome. But, it's while you're on that initial journey, you don't think about how many people you're reaching and influencing and inspiring. And it's just been amazing. And all the people I've gotten to work with, I mean, for God's sakes, I mean, Jim Steranko, Kevin Eastman, Peter Laird, Richard Corbin, Stephen Bissett, Stephen Hickman, and then guys like Freddie Williams and Ramon Perez. I gave them, one of their first jobs as a professional artist. I mean, how cool is that? I mean, I've just lived this amazing life, and it's pretty awesome. And I'm glad so many people have enjoyed my work for all these years. It's kind of crazy. I look back and I'm like, wow, this was just fantastic. In fact, it's funny. You look back and think about some of these things where at the time it was like, oh my God, I'm going through hell. And now you look back at it and go, well, that was an awesome, wonderful time. Like the time when Matthew Ballant and I were going to Gen Con, and we're both starving game designer, artists, writers, researchers, and we're going to Gen Con, and his alternator goes out in his Capri, and we're like, oh no. And he couldn't afford to get it fixed. We took it to a dealer, and they wanted like $1,280, and we're like, we can't afford to do this. He's like, Kev, I can go to the junkyard and get the alternator for $20 and put it in myself, me and my buddy. He goes, do you mind? And I'm like, no. And so like the return trip took like 9 hours instead of 5, because we had to keep stopping at gas stations to get the alternator charged. And at the time it seemed like, oh, we're going through this ordeal. But we look back at it and it's hilarious. And it's a fond memory, and it's just great to have worked with all these talented people. And it just, I don't know. I've had an amazing life, and hopefully we can have an amazing crowdfunder with this, and have a new chapter of Palladium Books where, we release this cool video game. But that's the thing I love, and that's the cool thing about owning your own business and having a great partner, is you get to try different things. You're not restricted by, oh, I don't know, it sounds too risky, or you're never going to do it. And it's like, no, let's give it a shot. Like we don't know if this is going to be successful. We pray that it will be, because we want people to enjoy this game because it's awesome. But we don't know, and we knew that going in. And I'm like, yeah, Sean, let's just do it. Let's see what happens.
We're almost at 70.
That's cool.
That's pretty cool. 4.5 hours in, not bad. Yeah, no, it is cool, right? And we're making calculated, taking calculated chances.
Yeah.
As you can see, anyone who's watching this stream, we've spent a lot of money and time on a Glitter Boy sculpture that is top notch. We're paying for that either way, whether or not it gets produced, whether or not we fund. We paid for this fantastic cover art. I mean, just really blows my socks off, and we paid for that either way. The art behind Jeremy, the art behind me, the different HD portraits. There's actually assets you haven't seen. The coin, the Palladium logo and icon coin. You haven't seen the sprites. We already have HD example updates of the sprites, and that's from some of our earlier work with the team, because we ended up switching how we're structuring the art goals, right? So if we do redo the sprites, they're not going to end up being HD versions of the original. They're going to be the whole revamp to match our cover art and our interior art. But yeah, there's a lot of different assets. So it is a gamble, right? It's an educated gamble, and I'm feeling pretty good about it right now. We'll see what happens, But we appreciate everyone backing us and joining us. And don't remember, think of it this way: you don't get charged to July 17th, and that's if we fund. So might as well back. If we don't fund, no harm, no foul, right? So yeah, Mark, do you deliver the Glitter Boy statue to Europe if back the game at the Glitter Boy champion level? Yeah, whether you back at the Glitter Boy champion level, or if you add it as an add-on, we will be delivering to Europe. If you go down into the shipping and timeline section, there's only a few countries we're not shipping to: Belarus, Ukraine, Russia, a few places in the Middle East, South America, and Africa are the main places that we're not shipping to. But yeah, absolutely. And we actually, and seems to be panning out well with Turtles, because we're actually working with our shipping partners a lot behind the scenes. So I can just tell you there's a lot that we're seeing on a weekly basis to give us good hope that, yeah, you're going to get the best shipping prices we can find to get stuff to Europe. So, yeah, we will definitely be doing that. So yeah, thank you for the question. Yep, absolutely. So yeah, we're excited about this project. We're glad you guys are excited too. I'm glad people are getting Glitter Boy statues. Get to 1,000. Let's take a second. I want to go through and see. I'm just curious what pledge levels people are focusing on. So we have 198 backers at the Digital Nomad level, which is $40. Now I'm curious, now that we've opened it up so that you can add add-ons to that level, physical add-ons. I wonder how many people are adding physical add-ons to that level. We have 39 at the Digital Adventurer and 63 at the Cyber Knight, which is the $75 all digital tier, which I'm not surprised. I think if you're trying to save money and you don't care about the frills, you're going to go for the Digital Nomad. And if you are into the digital stuff and the frills, then yeah, I could see going Cyber Knight, not in the middle. Then with the physical rewards, we have 27 backers at the Rogue Scholar level, We have 21 at the Leyline Walker level and 50 at the Glitter Boy Champion level. So that is the most
Nice.
popular physical level. That's amazing. That is fantastic. So that is really cool. And then we only have 77 remaining join the cast. That started at 100. So we've had 23 people join the cast of Rift's Promise of Power Reforged. And I want to also welcome our two, because it started at 18. We have 2 associate producers.
Wow.
There are 16 associate producer positions remaining and 1 ultimate benefactor. 1 ultimate benefactor. So that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. And we just broke 70K. That's pretty dang cool. So thank you. Now that I look at the pledge levels, now I need to see what kind of how the add-ons are. I love how you can see this stuff live. So we have 13 Glitter Boy statues purchased, and that's in addition to the 50 at the level of the Glitter Boy Champion pledge level. So that means that we are up to 63 Glitter Boy statues. Not a bad start, gentlemen and ladies. And then we have 12 sets of the Glitter Boy dice, 10 of the Liquid Core Leyline dice, 6 of the Burster, 4 of the Dead Boy dice, and then we have 7 gaming mats, 4 poker decks, 8 coalition flags, and 1 poster. Very cool. And that's of course, those add-ons are in addition to what's in the pledge levels. So that's pretty cool. That I'm feeling pretty cool about that. That's I'm glad that the statue is so popular, and the dice. That's neat. So yeah, well, thank you guys for your support. This is really cool to see.
Yeah, let's make it happen.
Yeah,
For sure.
This is fun. This is fun. All right. So what else should we talk about, Kev? Do we want to talk about anything in
I
particular?
mean, there's all kinds of things we can talk about. I mean, if folks have questions, they can certainly.
Throw in your questions, by the way. Give us some stuff to chat about.
We don't want to just bore you with.
We want to bore you to death. Want to answer your questions, right? I did want to throw out that I'm going to just try and do this as long as I can until I collapse, kind of thing. So we're just going to do this as kind of like a marathon thing. We'll see. It's been 4 hours and 45 minutes. Yeah, we'll see how far we get. Actually, we started at 11:30, didn't we?
Yep.
So.
Yep.
So 5 hours and 15 minutes.
Well, and you haven't slept in 24 hours.
Nope, because I'm 12 hours ahead of you.
Now it's going like 30 hours.
It's 4:48 a.m. here in Taipei. So, yep.
So Rifts Antarctica, any updates or news? Yes. Next question. It's the next book I work on after I finish
up
off
Yinslav Expeditions.
Yeah, Yinslav Expeditions, which I've actually been working on. In fact, I don't know if we'll have it in time for Gen Con, but I'm shooting for that.
Oh, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah. Expeditions, not Antarctica. And then Antarctica is just freaking amazing. It's going to be great. I happen to have the original cover. I loved it so much I bought it. John Zalesnik.
Oh, it's a fantastic piece of cover art. Also, there have been developments on this. You know, I talk about how we work with artists and stuff. So Kevin has already been working with Stephen Cummings and then Mike Majestic to do some extra art to match the creature on the cover. So no, so one of the cool things, that creature on the cover is going to be there's this ancient stone citadel that's kind of revealed itself,
and it's kind of a Cthulhu-esque kind of thing. It goes back millions of years. There used to be 6 of them, and now there's this one and maybe one other. And apparently, whatever it is, because it seems to be, the structure itself seems to be sentient, but it's very alien, and it can only really communicate with people in their dreams and with psychics. And it appears to be a really good, it seems like it's a good guy, and it helps people because there's a secret Splugorth base in Antarctica, and a weird Splugorth zoo in Antarctica. And the Citadel, it creates these creatures that hunt Splugorth and their minions. And so there's these wild, you got 2 different versions. You've got the, let me flip off the plastic so you don't get the glare. You get these bio-enhanced creatures that actually have weapons and things built into them. And we have stats for, like, I don't know, several of these, maybe 10, maybe a dozen. And then you also get the stats and illustrations of what these creatures look like before the Citadel enhances them. And then it'll also enhance your player character if you're human. It does not, it's not real fond of non-humans. And but the thing is, do you really want those bio enhancements?
Well, and you don't get to choose either, do you? So this stuff we've been talking about, but there you go, big lore drop. So yeah, there is progress being made. I saw Pyro Robotics asked, did TMNT change me into something undead, or does it fill me with life? I guess it depends on the day. Maybe I'm a day walker. I don't know. It's become TMNT was big. It was big, and then when with Kathy's passing, it was tough. We kept running the show. We didn't have Jeremy yet, so me and Wayne and Alex and Caleb kind of circled the wagons and got stuff done. But yeah, I feel like I'm undead right now because I'm hyped up on so much Red Bull. But yeah, I'm doing okay. I saw a question about the TMNT. We just pushed out an update on the Kickstarter, and I do not think we'll have for Gen Con, but we've approved all the physical proofs. It is printing right now. So now they're printing a lot of books, like I think over 30, like 40, almost 50,000 books. It's crazy.
Yeah, because we've got like 8 different versions of the book with different covers.
It's crazy.
Everything.
And then so we've got and then there's black, white, and red edition. So we're it's like over 40,000 books they're printing for us, and like 20 rewards.
So at Gen Con, we will have final printed samples to show you that you can flip through and get excited about.
Yep.
And then we'll have a QR code if you want to order it. And then, as we talked about earlier, unfortunately, we don't know exactly when it's going to ship yet.
Yeah, we're as soon as we know from them, we will let you know.
And why we haven't been speculating on releases, as I mentioned earlier, this is a great example where originally we thought these books would be shipping last year. And then we thought, well, they'll ship this spring. And then we thought, well, we'll have them in time for Gen Con. For God's sakes, we got to have them in time for Gen Con. It just, we want to make sure everything is done right. We want to make sure the books are beautiful. We have to deal with the scheduling of our printer and manufacturer.
Yep.
And some things take longer to make than others, and so we're not going to just say, okay, here's the books, but not the miniatures or the dice yet.
Right.
And there was longer.
Yeah. There was a big update to what's required on packaging in Europe that we had to comply with, and so that took some extra time. I mean, it's not fun answers, but it's true. and I'm not going to try and throw anybody under the bus, but has recent trade and logistics negotiations impacted timelines for a manufacturer? I don't know, right? But I mean, I think I said this actually when we were doing the live stream. It's just, that's what always makes me nervous, is when you get to the printing part, it's out of our control, really. So it's we will let you guys, we're going to let you know the updates on shipping as soon as we have them. So we hope to have them books as soon as possible. And we're doing everything we can to make sure it happens as quickly as possible on our end. So
we feel bad, that some people are frustrated and disappointed, but we're doing the best we can do. We're losing a fortune by not having the books available.
Oh yeah, I'd love to be selling the book right now, like job one. That would be fantastic, right? So yeah. So we appreciate everybody's patience, and I mean, look, everyone asks, you should ask, right? I'm glad you're asking, right? You care about the books. And so we appreciate that, and everyone's really positive. So, and we're just trying to give you straight answers. We don't try and faff around or anything like that. With Titan Robotics, the first physical book Kickstarter crowdfunder that we did when after I joined Kevin at Palladium, we had crazy stuff happen. We had to get a different distributor and or a shipping partner.
Yeah.
And there was a bunch of issues because our printer was literally bought out by a conglomerate after they'd started printing our books.
Yep.
And so half of them came in great condition. Half of them we had to send a bunch of stuff back, or we had to actually, Kevin and I had to hand sort through
2,000 it was more like 4,000 or 5,000. Yeah.
It was 2,000 of like two or three different kinds of books.
Yep.
So, and we had had to hand pick a bunch to send back, but we kept the ones that were good and sent it so that fans got their stuff.
Yep.
And even with all that, we shipped, I think it was 2 weeks after I'd projected we would ship.
Yeah.
So it was like, instead of June, it was the first or second week of July that we shipped Titan Robotics. So we like to keep on a tight schedule. We build in time for weird stuff to happen. Weird stuff always seems to happen.
It does.
But we do our best to keep y'all informed, so
you just can't get around it, and we don't talk a lot about it because we don't want to sound like, oh, poor me,
right?
Or like we're making excuses. But I mean, here's a great example. I mentioned in the weekly update for the last few weekly updates that we had got 20 reprints coming in. Well, they came in, and the trucking company, it's sort of like not quite as bad as what Sean just described with Titan Robotics and what we had to sort through. But the trucking company they clearly stacked boxes on top of boxes. It looked like a nightmare. We thought we must have half of our shipment had to be messed up because these boxes were crushed. I mean, crushed, because the printer didn't put extra paper or cardboard in to forward them up. And we thought, oh my, there were 2 boxes where the side of the box was torn off. I don't even know how the hell that can happen. I mean, it looks like the Hulk just went and ripped off the side the whole side of the box. Miraculously, those 2 boxes, the books were all screwed, were all damaged. But for these 15 other cases of books that looked like they were going to be destroyed, somehow miraculously most of them were fine. I think we had a total of 90 books that were messed up, not usable, and we're filing a claim. But I don't want to tell you guys about that stuff. It's
and it takes us. Well, it takes multiple people a day and a half to suss through all of it.
Yeah, exactly.
How many lost man hours and days is that of work?
Right.
And then we got to file for a claim, which takes more time. We don't try to make excuses. We want stuff to come out. We're working hard to make that happen the best we can. So we appreciate everyone's patience. They don't want to turn this into shipping sucks, but it does.
Stuff happens. You just gotta go with the flow.
Yeah,
Good or bad.
Roll the punches.
And good was when these books came in and we get to look at.
They're so.
Like I was
beautiful.
actually afraid to open it up to look at it because it's like we put in all this work. We know how beautiful they need to be. Are they? And we open them up, and it's like the angels sing, the sunbeams came down, and it was like, yes, finally, it's been all this time, but they look magnificent. That was a good day.
Yeah, and it's I don't want to, again, we don't want to make it sound like everything's negative or something. But sometimes we get questions like, oh, well, this stuff happens, and got to fix it. But again, that's where Caleb. Someone asked earlier. Caleb is a newer employee. He started early last year. Yep. And so he's been kicking booty in the warehouse. So kicking butt, taking names. Communicates with customers occasionally, and so doing a fantastic job. And that just means that's one less thing for me and Kevin to worry about, right? Yep. Wayne takes care of a lot of stuff that Kevin and I don't have to worry about. Now Jeremy's taking care of even more stuff, pulling stuff off our plates that we were having to do before, so that we don't have to take care of it. So and then getting things that were on our list of this is really important, but I don't know when I'm going to do it while I'm writing books or getting Turtles done or getting this or that done. So Jeremy's now pushing forward on a lot of really exciting stuff that, I don't want to, again, it's kind of like books. We don't want to tell you until it's being delivered, but it's the same kind of thing. We'll have some really cool stuff to update with you about of his what am I trying to say? Like, the different cool stuff that he's doing soon. You'll see it in the weekly updates. I'm sure you'll see us mention it in interviews, and we'll probably be talking about a couple of really cool things when we're at Gen Con. So if you come to Gen Con, you can come to our panels. That'd be great too, or come visit us at the booth. We're always happy to see you guys. So
yeah, we're happy to sign books at Gen Con. We're happy to chat with you a little bit. We're a lot of people typically want to talk with us, so we can only give you so much time, but we're happy to do it. We love seeing our fans. We love talking to folks. So yeah, don't hesitate to come by the booth, and certainly come by to check out the Ninja Turtle books. Because
I'm really excited. I mean, I know that it sucks that we don't have the full 40 bajillion books to ship out to everybody by Gen Con, but we will have a box of books air freighted in so that you can see it yourself.
And we'll have the game screen there and the black, white, and red editions, which are amazing.
Yes.
And I think a couple of the dice.
And are we gonna have we won't have the final mini boxes there, right?
No, we decided not to because for some reason it would cost for them to make prototypes. It was
I remember that.
Crazy expensive.
Yeah,
and we're like,
really
people can wait to see it. I mean, we can bring,
we
bring our samples.
We have samples, but it was for like a final sample. It was crazy expensive.
And it's an exclusive, so it's not like people go, "Oh, these are great. Let me buy them." Either you bought them, and you're getting them. And
this right. It was a backer exclusive, so. Yeah. That's one thing. If you see backer exclusive, it's like, get it now. I feel so bad when people are like, "Oh, that was so cool. How do I get it?" It's like, sorry. So that's the other thing is tell your friends about any friend you've ever had that ever played Palladium or liked role-playing stuff. Let them know whenever there's one of our crowdfunders, because I hate for diehard fans to miss out on really cool opportunities to get exclusive stuff. It's like, I like being able to offer exclusive stuff because a lot of times that's the only way we can do it, right?
Yes.
Is with the reservations we get from the crowdfunding.
Yep.
But or we negotiate that with a licensor, right? That, oh, well, will you let us do it as this exclusive thing, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, the double-edged sword is every time they're like, "Oh, I missed it," and I'm like, I see the hurt, and they're little puppy dog eyes, and I'm like, "Oh, I'm sorry, man."
Yep. Well, I mean, a great example. So Paramount has been, certainly at least the people we've been working with have been wonderful to work with, and they really care about us and the fans. They really want to get you product that they know you'll love. And the miniatures are a great example. We weren't even sure that we could offer miniatures till like a day or two before our Kickstarter went live. And that was huge because, to us, Turtles feels more intimate and personal, like it belongs to us. But it's, Turtles these days is a multi-billion-dollar global intellectual property. That's movies and TV shows and toys and apparel and books and God knows what. So the fact that they're even doing this for a comparatively tiny company like Palladium Books is astonishing. And so they had to go bat for us to see if the people who had the action figure and toy rights would allow us to make miniatures. And they did. And they didn't have to do that. They could have just said, sorry, man, that's out. And no, they went to bat for us and went to see if another division would allow us to do it. And they said yes. But the codicil was only as a Kickstarter exclusive. You can't sell them aftermarket. And it's like, oh, but
it's cool we got to do it. We wouldn't have been able to do it otherwise. So
yeah, exactly.
That's the exciting thing, is that they are working with us and we're building relationships of trust. So, what does that mean for the next thing? We'll see, right? So that's the cool thing, is building these relationships open the door for more and more stuff down the road. By the way, I wanted to say hi to Juice from Master of the Game. Thanks for joining us and saying hi. Always good to see you. So, exclusives are exclusives. Yep, that's just that. So, yeah.
Oh, and someone thanked us a couple people thanked us for signing their book. So, like, I try to randomly sign books when orders come in when I can, and sometimes I can do that a lot, and sometimes a month or two goes by and I sign like one book. But the Christmas surprise package, someone said, oh my gosh, I got all these great autographs in the Christmas mystery box, as he called it. And it's the Christmas surprise packages are a blast. We're happy to
see when those come around every year. It's like, Kevin and I keep saying, can we do this another year? It's so awesome though. We want to keep doing it. So yeah, keep getting in on that. That's like one of the best deals in gaming.
Yeah, and who knows how long we can do it. I mean, for now we can, but as things get crazier and busier, we definitely want to keep doing the surprise packages, but you never know. And health issues, it's weird for me, as an older individual. I'm 69, and I've got people all around me who are either my age or younger. And some that are older that are got all kinds of health issues, and some of the stuff is like clobbering them right out of the blue. So take advantage of me while I'm here, and hopefully that's for another 20 or 30 years. But who the hell knows? So, when you can get signed books and take advantage of the Christmas.
Yeah, right now we've got Santa and a bunch of elves. We don't have like Junior Santa. So there's no replacing Kevin. So
well, you're sort of Junior Santa.
Yeah, but I mean with the Christmas surprise package.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was a question, any plans for TMNT for Suede like Rifts? No. That's not going to happen, because with Rifts, we own Rifts and we license it to Pinnacle. So they pay us money to make a game using our, Kevin's story. And I used to be on the other end of that, writing the stuff for that. But when it comes to TMNT, Paramount Nickelodeon owned TMNT. So they licensed it to Palladium Books and to build a game using our rules. So, but if you're looking for something that is beginner friendly, I think these books are a fantastic update. With we've updated a lot of the terms. I mean, it's the same thing, same rules, but instead of actions per melee, it's actions per round. or it's actions per melee round, or attacks per melee round. It's actions per round. There's a lot of little things like that that are in the rules. They're rewritten, as in how to describe how to do initiative and attacks and combat. There's a lot of little changes that should make it a lot smoother to use. So we worked really hard on making the game as accessible as possible, both from everything from the way we display the different bonuses and describe them on page 2 to the character sheet that you download. So I would definitely, if you're looking for something to play that's still light and fun and exciting and adventurous, I would definitely use these new TMNT books like that. So, and if you didn't get it on the Kickstarter, you can still pre-order them now on BackerKit, on our BackerKit store. You can still get in on a little bit lower prices that are going to be at retail, and you can be one of the first people to have that shipped to you.
Yep.
So, let's see, After the Bomb versus TMNT, which is more interesting to you? I think I would have said After the Bomb originally, until I revamped the entire Transdimensional Adventures book. And Transdimensional, when I was younger, I just couldn't get my hands on Transdimensional TMNT. It sold out. I never even saw it. I'd heard of it. Transdimensional TMNT is so amazing. It's got like 1 million After the Bombs in it, and they're all different. I don't know how to describe it. It's really super cool. So for me, yeah, After the Bomb is a really unique setting, and TMNT is like mutant animals in modern times, right? Even if you with different kinds of mutant animals bred in secret government programs or growing up in the slums or whatever. But when you add in transdimensional TMNT, there's no question. Transdimensional it's a whole nother dimension, man. Yeah, so sorry, I couldn't help it. But yeah, Transdimensional is fantastic. And there's just, going through that book, I was just like, wow. It's one thing when you read a book. That's another thing when you go through it as a designer and you're editing and clarifying things and looking at like, hey, how can I explain this a little clearer, or is this necessary, right? Oh, man. Eric Wujic was a genius.
Yeah.
He really was.
Yeah, he really was.
Yeah, it's pretty fantastic. So.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite RPG books, source book or otherwise, of all time. I mean, he just knocked Transdimensional TMNT out of the park, and I don't even care for time travel, and because most people screw it up. Time travel rules are just.
Well, and he's got time travel rules and transdimensional travel rules, and really interesting interactions with temporal energy and how that can flux and change things. And then when you add in, it has magic and temporal magic, and it has all these ancient animal mutants and hominids and stuff like that. Humanoid mutants. I mean, it's just and then when you go through the adventure material, it's not just like the rules are there. It also has adventure material and tables, so that you can create all these different alternate realities. And it has a bunch of them lined out, as in different eras of the future that you can travel to and easily enjoy with your player group. It's out of control. It's really out of control. It really is some next level stuff that I mean, I'm a fan of role playing games, but that book is next level, super next level. And getting to put my input in on it and my stamp on it and help bring it to a new generation, super neat, super cool. So just super happy to be part of that.
Absolutely.
It's almost as Megaversal as Rifts, but Rifts still takes the cake. But it's pretty dang cool.
Yeah, and I can tell you that Eric, so we were fans of each other and best of friends. And yeah, Eric thought Rifts was like the ultimate role playing game. It was one of his favorites. He wanted to do more contributions to it, but he was always working on other projects, and always had like 30 different projects of his own that he was working on, that most of which never came out, and which is a shame because Eric was a genius. So I'm glad we're able to bring back a couple of his most brilliant works, which is the TMNT RPG and Trans D and other source books in that package. So yeah.
And was that book written at the same time that you were working on Rifts?
No, Rifts. I started working on Rifts a couple of years later. In fact, Eric, it was funny because Eric pointed out, it's weird how you don't notice certain things. Like at one point, my friend Tom Bartold, who was one of my original defilers and was one of Palladium's investors for many years, pointed out to me, and I didn't even realize it, that all the elements and Rifts were in the original Palladium of Desire campaign.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Dimensional travel, dimensional portals, time stuff, insane gods, alien worlds, things coming through Rifts, techno wizardry, even though it wasn't called that at the time.
Right.
Dr. Articulus and his twin sciences of magic and technology that he merged together. I mean, and so same thing with like After the Bomb. Eric's like, yeah, Kev, so were you inspired by After the Bomb? And I'm like, not really. He's like, well, but I mean, he's got the Heroes of Humanity. I've got the Coalition, mutants and just all, there's a lot of different, there's a lot of similarities. It's funny. But it was not a conscious thing. When I started Rifts, I wanted to make it my Star Wars, not in the sense of I wanted a copy of Star Wars, but something epic, my magnum opus, something that was just so broad and had such mass appeal. I was really inspired by George Lucas's Star Wars movies, and I think I kind of nailed it. So like when Bruckheimer and Disney, the Walt Disney Company, licensed or optioned Rifts to be turned into a live action movie, which never happened, folks, and they let that option go after 18 years. But I meet Jerry Bruckheimer, which was very cool, and he's like, Kevin, I want to make this my Star Wars. And I'm thinking, A, yes, please, I want 10% of the next Star Wars. And B, well, that's appropriate because when I created it, in my mind, it was my Star Wars. So it's kind of weird. It's kind of wild how different ideas happen and where you subliminally take ideas and run with them. So
yeah. But sometimes you end up creating something really new and different, right? I mean, Jeremy was talking earlier about Cyber Knight is a Jedi, but there are a lot of core themes that are very similar, right? I think it's funny because it didn't really strike me that way. I always thought that was funny when people would bring that up. I'm like, I don't see them the same at all. But yeah, it is. There are some similarities at that kind of especially that imaginative level. I think for us, that kid inside all of us. I see a comment here. Can we expect a Rifts Promise of Power adventure to be made for the TTRPG players? That's a great question. I'm not against it. Already, obviously Kevin isn't either. He brought the Elemental Fusionist, which was created for the Promise of Power game originally, into Rifts as the Elemental Fusionists in Rifts Ultimate Edition, and then I added it to Savage Worlds Adventure Edition as a stretch goal, I believe it was, for the Arcana and Mysticism book. And so that was really fun for me to design because those are very different systems, Palladium and the Savage World system. But it was funny because at the time I remember I was talking to Kevin and I was nervous, and Kevin was like, "Well, Sean, they're totally different systems. Just have fun, just have fun with it and do what matches, the description and the lore and the feeling. Don't worry about the mechanic being mechanically exactly the same." And so it seems we've been very well received by the fans of Rifts for Savage Worlds. So it seems like if that happens, people are having a good time with it, then I think you hit the right mark. But yeah, I think that there is the potential for us to see some crossover. Earlier in our discussion, our kind of marathon we're doing here, we're talking about one of our big stretch goals is to hit $1.2 million. And with that, we will do a complete art overhaul to bring Rift's Promise of Power Reforged up to the visual standard, as if all the portraits and the different art you see in the game is the quality that you'd see on the cover of a Rifts book. So it's a big, lofty goal. But if that happens, I'm guaranteeing you're going to see art come from the game back into the published books. As far as adventure material, yeah, I think that I'm not against that idea at all. We love grabbing cool adventure material from anywhere. That doesn't matter if it was Shane Neville and the folks at Backbone that designed it, or if it's the folks at Pinnacle, which sometimes includes me. Back when I was doing a lot of work for Pinnacle. But yeah, we'd love to bring more adventure material to from other sources, from other licensed products and stuff, to the Palladium Rifts universe.
Absolutely, yeah. We don't have plans. We don't have plans to do it because we got so many other books to do first. But
yeah,
is that
it's
possible?
a cool idea.
Sure.
Yeah, one of the things we've tossed around is the idea is there's the Terror on the Dark Frontier campaign box set for Rifts for Savage Worlds, and we have talked about, hey, what if we did a Palladium version of that?
Yeah.
Because it's mostly a rules conversion and layout job.
Well, and while we're talking about Savage Rifts, we should mention that we just recently signed a new license with a company called Star Anvil. They're sort of a startup company. They've been around for about 3 or 4 years, and they're making some moves, and we like what they're doing. And they're going to be doing Rift's Phase World source books. We're pretty excited about it. The guy has a really great handle on the material and has good art lined up. And it's someone Sean has known for a while. And and for us right now, Phase World has been kind of sitting with nothing new. So we thought, yeah, this would be great. There'll be a way, and it'll be done for Savage Worlds, but like all the Savage World books, you can easily adapt the adventures and the gear and the weapons and new monsters and places to the Palladium's Rifts. So
yeah, and for fans of for Palladium's Rifts, but also for fans of the Savage Worlds, Rifts for Savage Worlds books, which are done by Pinnacle, not by Star Anvil, so it's a different company doing that. Yes. Star Anvil is going to be using the iconic framework rules, so the different Mars and iconic frameworks, the frameworks that are in Rifts for Savage Worlds, are going to be mirrored in the new character classes and races for Savage Phase World. So you'll be able to, they'll be compatible. You don't need, it's a complete standalone setting for Savage Phase World is a completely standalone setting, but it's interchangeable intentionally with Rifts for Savage Worlds. And I don't want to get ahead of Brandon or anybody else, but I can just tell you that there are people involved behind the scenes that have worked on Rifts for Savage Worlds as well. So I think you'll see that they play very nicely together in the end product. And we're the licensors, right? So we're going to review and approve everything that Brandon does. We've already had tons of discussions about the books and what's going to be in them and all this kind of stuff. Really excited about what's coming. and wish we had time to do it ourselves. We just have a bajillion other things, right? I mean, you can go see the list of things that we need to do first, right? So I'd love to do Phase World stuff.
Yep.
But yeah, so we'll be overseeing all of this, and it's not like when I came to Palladium I just forgot Savage Worlds or stopped loving Savage Worlds. So I can definitely tell you that when I go through these books, just like when I went through Europa, the new Savage Rifts Europa book, I'm going to be able to tell right away, okay, this is going to work good. Hey, I think you might have an issue there. Boom, 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 boom. So I expect it to be a really fantastic product. And, Star Anvil just does great work. They do fantastic art. Brandon is great at organizing great artists and great writers. And so I'm really excited to see some stuff coming out for Phase World, and including some of the different updates, setting updates and plotline updates that Kevin and I have already been discussing for a number of years. So it's very cool.
And you can follow his I think it's Kickstarter. You can follow his pre-launch now, and his Kickstarter I think starts like when this ends or something like that. So
yeah, it's shortly after this one ends. I don't know if he has an exact date yet. So,
Sean, do you have any idea when Europa might be coming out? I know we approved everything months ago and was sent to the.
From what? So the Savage Rifts Europa book, I believe, I'm not Pinnacle guys anymore. So even when I was, I didn't know all the ends. I was, I'm a line editor and manager, but I didn't do now I'm way more involved with, let's get a quote and let's talk to the printers and what's this timeline and blah, 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 blah. But let's approve the change on page 4 because of printing colors and all this kind of crap. But I only know so much, so they're better to ask for that. But I believe that those books are at the printer, and that can be a process, right? Just like you're finding out with us. I mean, and the bigger the print run and the more items there are with it, the longer it just takes more time. The Savage Rifts Europa book is fantastic. And one of my favorite parts about it is that, we have a new faction, a whole new faction there, Neo Rome, which Kevin humored me and was like, yeah, okay, your terrible ideas can go into Rift, Sean. No, we worked really hard to make sure that there's some really cool ideas that you're going to see. We worked very closely with Aaron Burkett, the line manager, and for some really interesting updates and expanded material on the Scandinavian factions, and some of the stuff that's there. You'll see them in more detail than you've seen, I think, in other Palladium Rifts books. And then the Neo Rome faction is I think, I'm a little biased, but I think they're awesome. So we've got a lot of other little plot updates and stuff like that in there as well. Some information about the fate of Victor Laszlo, aka the Victor, in Africa. Lots of cool little things like that. So, and it's all canon. This is approved and carefully coordinated by me and Kevin. So it's really cool stuff. So every Rifts fans of all kinds enjoy the books. Whether you're a Palladium or a Savage Worlds fan, for the rules, you can use the adventure material either way, right? So, and we're happy whenever we see that cross-pollination. So more Rifts is more better. I see Morgan asked the question, and by the way, good to see you, Morgan. We about China 3, edited and worked on by Sean. I'd love to do a China 3 book. Kevin and I have chatted about this. Eric had some ideas for Rifts China 3, correct? And then he passed, unfortunately. For those who don't know, I was actually a missionary in Taiwan, southern Taiwan, for 2 years after high school, and then I was a Chinese military analyst and linguist in the U.S. Air Force. So I have an associate's degree in Chinese history and culture, and a whole bunch of training on some different cultural and military aspects, as well as deep love for the culture and language. I'm fluent in Mandarin. I'd love to work on China 3. I just got like a pile of stuff to get through first, right? So, but I have.
Did you see Legion of Myths comment? China 3, Taiwan strikes back.
That's funny. That is funny. Oh, are you guys talking about West Taiwan? Oh, yeah, the mainlanders like that one. So I will point out that I actually kind of did write an interesting story. So if any of you have heard of Torg Eternity, Torg is a it's not really like Rifts, but basically different timelines and realities invade Earth's timeline. And one of them is the areas is called Pan Pacifica. And so when they did the Pan Pacifica box set recently for Torg Eternity, they actually asked my friend John Watson, who was working on a lot of the product line at the time, and other friends that work on the product line, but he was the one that approached me and asked me to write an adventure for that. And so you can actually go read an adventure that I wrote up that includes you jet to, I mean, come on guys, I tell big stories. You go to Hong Kong, you go to Shanghai, you go to Taiwan, which is overrun by zombies, by the way. So Chinese zombies. So it's pretty cool. It's a cool story. I like it. You know, I read because sometimes you write stuff and you're like, and then you read it later, you're like, oh, okay, it was pretty cool, you know. But no, if you ever want to go check out the prelude to Rift China 3, no, it will have no story or canonical connections, except for maybe I'll bring back the first Emperor of China. That would be the only thing that I would do the same.
So Davina said, well, Eric must have left a pile of notes. That's the real tragedy with Eric. He had all these brilliant ideas, and he did leave us some notes for Rift China 3. But most of that crap was in his head, and he never really memorialized it. And Eric was very frustrating because when he was hot, he would jump on whatever he was excited about, and he'd write a bunch of stuff, and then he'd move on to the next thing that caught his attention. And he never completed a lot of stuff. And even stuff when he was completing it was weird because it'd be like, so Eric, when are we getting this book? And it'd be like, yeah, Kev, I'm like 80% done. And I'm like, great, give us the first 70% of the book and we'll start typesetting it and editing it and that kind of thing. And be like, oh no, you don't understand. It's all 80% written. None of it's finished yet. And it's like, oy, oy, oy.
Yeah, it's very different from me. I just, you know me, Kevin. I mean, I know you plow. You just plow straight through a book. You get that in your head, and I'm a plot. You know, there's like the Stephen King way of doing things. It's plotters and pantsers, right? So, you know, I go through and I meticulously plan out every section of a book down to subsections to make sure that I'm hitting exactly what I want to be in that book and all the themes I want and stuff like that. So, yeah, if you do find any random, notes from Eric for China 3, I'd love to see them, but I'm betting that it'll be more like a spiritual successor by a guy who's a fan, right? But yeah, by the way, I mentioned Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of China, just because if you if you enjoy history and you want to find out about a really bad dude, go look up that guy, the first emperor of China. And then if you think that just what he did in life is weird, go look at what he did for his burial. I mean, it's rivers of mercury and in ziggurats protected by hordes of terracotta warriors and with all kinds of weird magic and voodoo and it's like the Egyptian mummies. The Egyptians have nothing on this guy, right? This guy was out there. So, anyways.
Yeah, crazy. And then earlier on, when we were talking about Bruckheimer and Disney, someone said it was probably a good thing that they never made a Rifts movie considering the state of Hollywood these days. And yes and no. And someone, I don't know if it's the same person, someone else kind of intimated that Hollywood doesn't really know what they're doing. And I do have to say, and I give a lot of credit to Bruckheimer Films, because Disney acquired that option for Bruckheimer to develop as a live action series of movies. Bruckheimer was sharp enough, and his people were sharp enough to realize that the scripts that were getting turned in were not good enough. And I really appreciate that, because they could have just cranked out a piece of garbage, and they didn't. So I'm very appreciative of that. And I just wanted to give them credit where credit is due. So Riffs goes Bollywood? I don't think so.
No, I agree. It's one of those things where there's a lot of respect to be had there, where they realized they didn't have the right scripts, and that's why it basically didn't happen. So
yeah.
But I mean, that's better than the wrong Riffs movie. So,
Yep. Exactly.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you say that, but I mean, let's think about all these things that were someone tried to adapt. So the master of the game said a Riffs movie would have introduced a whole bunch of people to the Riffs IP. That in itself would have made it worth it, unless it was a terrible adaptation, right? So, if it's a crap movie, then it tarnishes the image of your IP, right? So that's the trick when you license stuff out, right? We don't just give out licenses. We've had plenty of people approach us to license stuff from Palladium. We're very particular about who we do the licensing with. For instance, Brandon Verhalen, we think, is going to elevate the image of Phase Worlds, not damage it.
Yeah.
But if he did damage it, I mean, there's stuff in the contracts about if something like that happens. But your IP can be damaged by licensing, right? And movie options and game options. So, and in fact, Kevin and I have turned down different video game options before, with Riffs and stuff. So, that's because it wasn't the right move for a number of reasons. And so this is the other cool thing about this crowdfunder is I put this in the page, and I'll just read it because it really is. I wrote it, and because I was just trying to explain how it feels on our end, and why on our end we want to do these crowdfunding campaigns. But it really kind of hit the nail on the head. So creative control. This is in the crowdfunding page under Why Crowdfund. Video game projects are expensive and something we normally couldn't do without corporate investment, which can also mean short-sighted interference in the art and stories we have all grown to love. Instead, we come to you, our fans, with our vision. Your pledge and support and sharing the project with friends and acquaintances helps us bring this video game back in its truest form, produced by its original tabletop authors and designers and the people they trust. So I just want to point that out. That doesn't, it doesn't just go for movies. It doesn't just go for video games.
Yep.
It just go for books, right? I mean, it's the same thing. We wouldn't be working with Brandon Verhalen of Star Anvil. We wouldn't be working with Shane Hensley of Pinnacle if we didn't think that they and their teams were going to, and Aaron Burkett, right? The current line editor. And
oh, Sean froze up.
Oops. The internet strikes again.
He's going through that rift.
Ever since Davina mentioned Bollywood and 20-minute dance routine, I cannot get the image out of my head of Polish from Dead Boys Bollywood dance. Throw that out there. 72,000, by the way. Yes. We're rocking it. We are at 460 backers.
You should let Sean know he's frozen in case he doesn't know. He's probably going on and talking and telling us a wonderful story that none of us can hear. Yeah, and 72,000, that's fantastic. I mean, we have high hopes for this. We wouldn't do it if we didn't think it'd be an amazing product and if we weren't passionate about it. So that's we'll see where it goes and what happens. And people are talking about a Netflix series would be great. That we'd love any of that. We've looked into things, we've talked about things, and we've had offers from companies from time to time to buy us out, and we haven't taken them up because we would lose the control. We're not stupid. We had a really amazing big company reach out to us and say, we want to buy Rifts. We're gonna Palladium. They wanted to buy Palladium, and Rifts was going to be their main focus, and they wanted to turn it into streaming and movies and video games and everything else. And it was a big video game company.
Big,
And
big, like big.
Yeah.
Billions.
The person who's talking to us is like, the classic, and you'll just be able to, do exactly what you're doing and keep doing what you're doing. And, we'll just give you more money. You'll have more freedom. And we're like, but
also 15 minutes later in the same conversation, oh, you could also help us do this, and you could help us with this.
Which weren't things we wanted to do.
And it just contradicts the other thing.
What happened to you just be able to continue to do what you want to do? It's like, no, you already have talked, suggesting we could help you do other things. And then we really liked the guy who was pitching us and who would be handling the stuff. And I said to him, look, this sounds great. We like you, but it's a big corporation. You could be gone in a year and a half or 2 years. And then we get some schlub who doesn't give a shit about Rifts or any Palladium property. And it's all about the money, and they're going to do what they want to do. And, it wasn't worth it for us to do it. And we said, no, we're going to stick with what we're doing and keep creating the products that we know fans want. So
and he's no longer with that big megacorp.
Yeah.
And nothing against him. We really liked him. I think he was genuinely a really cool guy. I actually was just blown away by the stuff he's done in the past. Just a really cool guy that's done a lot of great stuff in the industry. But Kevin was right, surprise. Just like, people were like, why don't you do 5e? People used to ask that question. They don't ask that anymore. Because, Kevin was right. Just to people well figured out. So, but yeah, I don't think he had any bad intentions. He only had the best of intentions. But at the same time, that's just why for us, crowdfunding makes a lot of sense, right?
Yep.
Because we come to you, the fans, and then we work together to make this stuff happen. We get enough people, it's grassroots. You tell your friends, you share this stuff on social media, right? You back the project at whatever level you can. And that's all we can ask you for. That's it. That's all we need. So
Bob's right there.
Well, it's there's a lot of cool things that 5e does well. And when we talk about 5e, I'm not bashing 5e. I'm actually talking about the SRD and the way that you could license or have the license for free, but not really, because that all ended, right? So that's the thing is we have people that suggest to us that we should do 5e, and join in on that. And people don't suggest that anymore, but for a while, and that's a non-starter for a number of reasons. But we have a great game system. It just needs a little bit of sprucing up, and I think that you're going to see a lot of that in TMNT Redux. And then the other thing is, people are like, well, why don't you give out your game system for free for people to produce content? Well, that's tenuous on a lot of levels for a lot of different reasons. As soon as there's a reason that 5e is basically community commons, right, with attribution now, is they gave it away legally, and we're not giving away Palladium's core rules. So that's why we are fans of traditional licensing agreements, and that means that the Palladium fans aren't just flooded with a whole bunch of just random stuff, right? If you see us license something for the Palladium system, or you see us license one of our IPs for use in another game system, like we really think Savage Worlds is a fantastic fit in a lot of ways to bring Palladium games to another game system, then that's what we do, because we want to ensure that there's that quality of product that happens. And again, it lifts the brand. So,
yeah. And you want to be careful if you're not doing properly licensed product. Like Daggerheart's a really good example. Darrington Press released their own OGL. They're giving their system away for free, yet they've got the same clause in their OGL that got Wizards in trouble, where you make something for them, they own your product. So you lose the heart of what you've made. We're not going to.
Yeah, I don't want to criticize anybody, right? I'm just saying
Right.
that, yeah, it's legally tenuous, and
Yep.
there's a lot of contradictions that get entered in there. So, yeah, it's the OGL. I said SRD, which is part of the OGL, right? The source reference document, as opposed to the open game license. But yeah, legally, the open game license, it doesn't matter if it's 5e or any. It's not about the merits of the system itself. It's just about the merits of trying to share your rules that way. It's crazy. So, hey, Zaromber, thank you for backing. Just want to say, I know I can't keep up with all the people that are backing or say they just pledged this level or that, but we appreciate all of you. So I try and call them out when I can. So I know we've got a bunch of people backing at $1,000 and $2,500 levels. Let's double check now. I want to see how many backers we have at each level. This is getting exciting. It's like a race. It's a race. Because I built all these weird little backer levels, these pledge levels, and like some troll in a cave, and and now I'm like curious which ones are more popular, right? So Digital Nomad's up to 220, so that's still the number one, and we have opened that up so that you can get physical product with that. You'll just need to pay shipping later on. Digital Adventurer, the next level up, which is the medium frills. Digital edition, that has 44 backers, but Digital Cyber Knight's still beating it with 69 backers, so that's pretty good. And then it's interesting because it seems like once you cross into the physical reward tiers, the Rogue Scholar at $100 is at 29, the Leyline Walker $200 is at 21, and the Glitter Boy at 350 is at 53 backers, which is super cool. And then we have, it looks like join the cast. It's still 77 remain. So we have 23 people have decided to pay $1,000 to join the cast of Rift's Promise of Power Reforged as an NPC. We will enjoy blasting your NPC to bits as we play through the game. And then we have still 16 remaining. Become an associate producer at $2,500. And that number is limited, literally limited by the number of press kits that Kevin and pieces of original Rift art that we still have to give out to people. So that's why that one's limited.
Response, or they just saw the $10,000 level. You got to
well, time to plan for the divorce. Sorry, honey, we're eating ramen until I retire. Hey, we do have an option opened up in Backer Kit. You can divide that payment up into 4 payments. The first one starts on July 17th, and then 4 easy monthly payments of $2,500 for the next 3 months after July 17th. So thanks for coming in and having fun with us. Yeah, we decided to go big with the Ultimate Benefactor. There can only be one. You get your name on the start screen. We'll see if anyone will be crazy enough to do that. But yeah, we're having fun with these.
I just don't want to give up my portfolio, my original
your leather portfolio.
So we put it up at 10. No, that's not true. But I'm happy to let someone enjoy this. But and by the way, folks, we will be on the Legion of Myth this Sunday. talking more
Mhm.
about this and numerous other things. So, join us for that live chat as well. I think it starts at 2:00 Eastern
I think
time.
so.
That sounds right.
So, by the way, we're up to 17 Glitter Boy statues purchased in addition to the 53 backers. So that we're up to, what is that, 70? 70
Yep,
Glitter
yep.
Boys statues sold.
So you're not that sleep deprived. You can still do basic math.
Kind of. So site. Oh, can we throw a link to the backer kit into the chat, please? Yeah, that's a great question, Rob. Thank you for joining us. I'm glad you caught the live stream.
We should probably throw it into the live stream too.
That's what I'm saying in the chat on the live stream. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
actually, I'll throw it in there, and it'll go into all three of them.
There you go.
Cool.
Yeah, and spread the word. Spread the word. Tell everyone.
Please post on
We
social
all want
media.
this
Yep.
video game.
Text your friends, anybody who likes video games, or post-apocalypse, or riffs,
or Glitter Boys,
or statues of 10-inch tall statues of power armor that are cool. Or really cool dice. We have fantastic dice. Let me say, we've got fantastic dice in graphic art tins that look. I'm just going to use the word fantastic again. 3 fantastics in like one paragraph. But Chaos Earth prequel game. Not a bad idea. I like that idea.
There we go.
What about Arcane Summons?
Arcane.
Yes, I do know where it is.
Oh.
It's right there. You can't have it. I love that piece. It's one of my all-time favorite Keith Parkinsons. So, yeah, it's just astonishing. And I've told this story before, but it's funny. Keith and I, we were good pals, and we'd goof around. And so Keith's got that beautiful, dramatic Arcane Summons. You've got the Wolfen Summoner pulling up, dead from a frozen lake. And when I created the original fantasy game, I also created an original runic language. And so the runes on the tassels actually say something. And when the painting came in, I'm like, Kevin Long was over, and I'm like, Kev, look, this actually says something. And I had to decode my own runic language. And it's like, it says, boy, what a tough job I've got, which is awesome. So, we have fun with what we do. Like I said a million times, we love what we do and we have fun with it. So, Keith Parkinson was amazing. And, that's one of those things where people don't know. He also did a lot of work with EverQuest. And when the EverQuest team kind of broke up into 2 groups, he joined the group that was going to start their own game company and do their own MMOGs. And they were working on something, I forget what the name of it was at this point. And he had reached out to me and said, Kev, I want to do Rifts. Rifts is going to be our next project. And I'm like, yeah. And he had all these great ideas for art and the approach. And I'm lining up people to help us develop it. And tragically, he got leukemia, and the bone marrow transplant didn't take. And a year or 2 later, he was gone. Way too early. I want to say he was like 46 when he died. But yeah, his art's just amazing. He was super talented guy, and a good human being. I liked Keith a lot. I mean, he was an interesting character, but we were pretty tight. Yeah, he was an outstanding guy. I agree, and an even more outstanding artist. I mean, he was just very creative, very inventive. It's funny. He was insanely competitive. So back in the day when Gen Cons were held in Milwaukee, it was often the same weekend as this German festival. And one year we went to the German festival and they had like a dart game, and Keith's like, I'm the best dart player at the TSR bullpen. And I beat everybody. I'm like, that's cool. And I said, I don't really know darts. I don't know the games and what you're supposed to do. And he goes, well, because they had the plastic dart kind of thing was one of the games at the festival. And he goes, let's go, Kev. I'll tell you what you should be shooting for. And I'm like, okay. And I like whipped his ass, and because I'm good at aiming things and I can hit targets. And so he was like, all right, beginner's luck, man. Just beginner's luck. And we play again. And I beat him by a thin margin this time. I think by like 25 points or something. And he's like, I don't believe this. I beat everybody. And so later I hear how, and he wanted another couple, like best out of 5. And his wife, Mary, was like, Keith, no, we're all bored. You guys are jerks. Let's go. And so I guess at the various artists had some favorite bar in downtown Milwaukee, and they had a dartboard. And I guess every time someone came in, Keith would be like, I challenge you to a dart game. And I guess he beat everybody. And it's like, Kevin, I don't know how you did it. And I'm like,
So I had to duck out for a second. I had to nosh a sandwich. So, yeah, Max, you might recognize it. This is 7-Eleven goodness. I came prepared. I've got a stack of food and drinks. So, no, Keith is cool, man. All the stories you tell, his art's fantastic.
It is.
Someone was asking me, I have all this because I was talking to Stephen Cummings, and I've got one of his pieces of art, and he was like, oh, which piece? And I'm like, I don't remember. I felt bad. I just said it without thinking about it. And from Titan Robotics. And I was like, I haven't posted up yet. I haven't seen it in a while because I had a whole wall in my office that I was going to put the art on. But then Kevin lent me, was it 4 paintings? So because Kevin was like, oh, Sean, do you want a cool painting to hang in your office? And he's like, do you want a John Selesnik, a Keith Parkinson, a Kevin Long, or a Boris Vallejo? And I'm like, I'll take all of them. And Kevin brought one original painting from each of those artists to me, and he knows which books I like. I mean, he knows. So I've got a wonderful fantasy Keith Parkinson, a Boris Vallejo painting of a T-Rex fighting a flying saucer, a John Zelesnik's painting for Juicer Uprising, the cover of Juicer Uprising, and then the original Kevin Long Red Cyborg from the original Riffs book hanging in my office. And so I had to explain to Stephen Cummings why I hadn't put up his art. But, what I was planning on doing was like putting art all the way up and down the wall. But with that you could fit a lot of black and white art framed on a wall like that. But with these 4 beautiful paintings with 4, by the way, Kevin's also really good at picking out just the right frame and style and color to match the piece of art. And so there are these 4 really fantastic paintings sitting there. And I'm like, I can't just like fill this wall with stuff anymore.
Yeah, I'll have to work that out with you too, Jeremy. I'll have to see what I got left. And
what he's got left is like enough stuff to decorate another office.
I was gonna say like people think like, oh, you're getting the last bit. I'm like, no, there's no such thing as like bad art when it comes to anything Kevin's got. It's all ridiculously awesome. I'm like, sure,
Yeah.
whatever you feel like putting up, boss.
Yeah, I've got good taste.
Brom did Palladium
Yes.
art. He did the cover of Yinsloth
Night King.
Jungles,
Yep.
and he did the cover of Nightbane. Is there anything else?
Of which one did you say? Of
Brom?
Nightbane, and then you did the cover to Rift
Yinsloth,
South America 1.
South America 1, that's right. Yep.
Yeah,
So-
Brom is great too. He's an awesome guy. I used to find him really funny because so right nowadays, now that he's been writing horror books and illustrating them and stuff, and good for him. He, like I said, tremendous person. But so he's got this kind of more formal and kind of ominous persona. But when I used to hang out with him when he was first getting going, he was like Shaggy from Scooby-Doo. He looked like Shaggy, and he was just a sweet, bouncy guy like Shaggy. No, Brom is like the salt of the earth. There's just so many really great people in the gaming industry, and Keith was one. Brom is another. John Zalesnik is another. Freddie Williams, Ramon Perez. They're just all really great people. And the list goes on and on and on. I don't want people to go, oh, you didn't mention my name. No, I know a lot of pretty awesome people. So it's nice that these talented guys are not, psychopaths or, egomaniacs. Yeah, cool.
Yeah. No, I the Brom cover for I've got sorry, my brain, I'm a little tired. For
I wish I had bought the Nightbane
Brom
cover. I
for
love that
Deadlands is
freaking
really cool.
thing. Oh, his Deadlands cover is fantastic.
Yeah, I've got a huge poster. Shane did a big poster print of that, just for people who attended his Expedition Deadwood for I think it was the 25th anniversary of Deadlands. It was in 2021, right before I went to that, and then came to Detroit when you asked me to join you at Palladium. And so, yeah, I've got this huge poster of it. It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. And it's signed by Shane and Clint and a bunch of the other fantastic guys that have worked on Deadlands. So, no, Brom really is really fantastic. So, and you're right. I mean, there's so many cool people that work in the industry. And, that's, it's been a couple hours since we had the TransPerfect guys on, but I like to bring them up because they're what's making this new project possible. We're still working on games. And tabletop games, to be clear. This is a game too, but and everything we're shepherding all this stuff through on all these different projects through, but working with they're great artists too and creators. So that's one of the things I think that you said that it reminds me of just how it is working with Nicholas Kay, the global art director for TransPerfect, who was just the art director at the time when we met him, but he's really skyrocketed in the ranks as they've really vastly expanded their ability to do art and for bigger and bigger and more projects and stuff. So no, it's great to work with good people who are also talented, right, and share your passion for gaming. So,
Oh yeah, no, the folks at TransPerfect are just world class. They really are, and they know their stuff, and they're like us. We're, part of it is I think we just, Sean and me and Jeremy and all of us here, we just never grew up, right? We're just big kids,
yeah,
and so are they. And obviously they're top professionals, but they've been able to keep that sense of childlike wonder and passion, which I think is the secret of success, really.
Yeah, by the way, Davina Duckworth just put in a comment about, I bet Larry Elmore would work with Palladium. Well, actually, Larry Elmore did a piece of tribute art for TMNT and Other Strangeness Redux Edition. Yeah, he's mostly retired now, but he and Kevin are old friends. And so he did contribute a drawing to the book as well in the tribute art section. So.
Yeah, I don't know why. I love Larry Elmore, so I don't know why I never had him do more covers. He did a Palladium Fantasy cover.
Which one was that? Was it
the Land of the Damned 2?
It was Land of the Damned 2. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, okay.
And I've been on some panel talks of Larry that have been just a blast, and we talk all the time. And so I reached out to Larry for with Ninja Turtles because I thought he might want to be part of it. And it was funny because he's like, "Well, Kevin, I'm pretty much retired now," and I'm like, "Yeah, I know that, Larry." And I said, "I can't, afford to pay you, a truckload of money, but I just thought you might want to be part of this. It's kind of special." And he's like, "Well, Kevin, how can I say no to a good friend like you?" And I'm like, "Oh my God, this is why I love Larry Elmore. What a sweet thing to say, right?" And so he did. He did this. This is his tribute piece in the RPG.
Yep.
And it's kind of cool. It's right next to mine.
Yep.
So,
Yep. And then who was it that did we have Delgado do the colors on that?
I think so.
Yeah, it was Luis Delgado.
Yep, Antonio. Yep, Luis Antonio Delgado. Yep.
Yep. No, it's fantastic to have him and a bunch of other greats reach out and want to be a part of the project. It's so funny because, like you said, it's like on one level, before the project launched, it's like you reach out to people and stuff, and you feel like you're imposing, and then later they're like, "Oh, you didn't contact," this other guy's like, "Oh, you didn't contact me." It's like I And some of the people, actually, to be fair, we launched very quickly after we signed the contract with Paramount. So some of them we had reached out to, and then they didn't see the email, and then they heard about the project 2 months later, and they came back. Whoa, can I still be a part of this? And that was fantastic too. So there's a question about buying the video game in hard copy format. Yeah, I'm still getting used to. This is our first time using BackerKit for crowdfunding. We've been using ours as our pledge manager, right, for previous projects. But in the frequently asked questions section, I did add that. But it's weird because they have some default FAQs, and those seem to, maybe I don't know what I'm doing well enough yet, but those kind of like preempt the ones that I add. So I added in there that we are already in talks with a couple of physical game distributors about doing hard copy format release for this game. And so if the project funds and that's all confirmed, then we will make sure that those options are available as add-ons in the BackerKit for you guys. So we would really like to do a hard copy format version of the game. But it's just one of those big questions, right? So getting into that kind of distribution, it's not the primary mode of distribution anymore. And so getting into the legacy of that is a little bit of a trick. The folks at TransPerfect really helped us open some doors there. So again, kudos to them. Like they're I think I can't honestly say they're more excited about the project than we are, because Kevin and I are like stoked, but they're really excited too. We'll just put it that way. Chris is as he was on the stream earlier, you can see his credentials in the meet the team section of the page, the campaign page. But he has been, we mentioned things to him. Because I just hate to ask him to do anything. This is a very busy man, very powerful man in gaming, running many game studios, right? And he personally takes the time to make a lot of these connections for us, and it's fantastic. So I only accept 5 1/4-inch floppies. I kind of wanted to like ship CDs out. Just like, I think that's how we should do it. Is the box should just have floppies and CDs in it, like 10 floppies and a CD. Wouldn't that be fantastic? How soon for your online digital store items? Roughly, accuracy not applicable. Online digital store items. Oh, you're saying for the rewards? Those right now, we're planning on the different rewards to be delivered the same time that we deliver the physical goods. We usually do that with our crowdfunders. That just helps us stay sane to keep most of that group together. So yeah, it should be around the same time that physical items ship. But there's a lot of, if there are physical copies of the box set, I don't know what that timeline would look like, right? So right now we're being very, trying to be very conservative and very conservative, and putting that just at the same time that like the PC port would be finished, which is 2 years. So again, we hate to disappoint anybody, but as you know, with large projects, you have long timelines. And so we're just trying to be honest about that, and also build in buffer in case crazy stuff happens, because it seems to tend to happen. So
There's something wrong with Max at Legion of Myth, but we all know that already. They're asking what's your favorite RCC and OCC or OCC, and I think the question is for
Skunk Boy.
in riffs, although they didn't
Skunk Boy.
specify. And of course, he says Cyclone Rider. I was happy to see someone had City Rat, and Grimkronk hates Glitter Boys, so shame on you, Grimkronk.
I'm going to cancel someone's order of a Glitter Boy statue just for that. Randomly.
No,
just for you, Grimkronk.
don't punish the innocent.
To elevate the guilty. Oh man. Oh, that's funny.
City rats are like
So
the
what's-
Batman of riffs.
What's
Like if they're
that?
prepared for what's going on and you're allowed to let them prepare, like do things in advance, pure havoc.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole like there is no balance kind of question. But I mean, the big thing is where does experience points come from in Palladium? It doesn't come from killing things. It comes from solving problems, right? So it's not about how much damage can you dish out, right? So that's, and you know, I mean, it doesn't mean your gaming group is going to necessarily play that way, right? But I mean, that's the way the system's written. So it's funny.
And I have to take it back. I agree with Max's response. His Cyclone Rider was rifted in to Rift's Earth by a shifter. I'll buy that.
I'll play a shift.
And that is the beauty of Rifts, is that you can bring in any character, especially from any of Palladium's other games. You can port them right into that beautiful world. So, that's rift them in, baby, rift them in.
I like the shifter. I just can't say that publicly.
Oh no! And Jeremy just outed you.
Leyline Walker and Psy Slayer. Good choices. Good choices.
I like both of those.
Yeah, I think the fans voted on that one, and I think the shifter's in, man.
Thank you for backing, Rob.
Glitter Boy tier. Thank you. Thank you, Rob. That's awesome. One more Glitter Boy. That's at least 71 now.
At least.
At least. Well, it could have gone on more.
No, you're right. It could be.
Remember, there's the secret stretch goals, guys. Don't tell anybody. Tell everyone to get a Glitter Boy statue. Are there any new IPs that will get its own supplement? That's a good question.
I don't know if we can confirm or deny that.
Yeah, we can't confirm nor deny anything that may or may not be happening behind the scenes. But that's a really great question, and I think one of the ones that this actually applies to more than people might realize is Phase World. So, Kevin and I've got a long list of things to do, but and projects, and then the stuff like TMNT and Other Strangeness and other licensed stuff that could come up. I mean, that just we're not going to take that stuff unless we think it's even cooler than another book that we could do, right? Or it's just the right timing or something. But yeah, with Phase World, we consider that. I mean, it's got 9 source books, so it's a Dimension book for Rifts, but it's now more popular than some other Palladium game lines. So yeah, that's one of those ones that we consider. If we get the chance, it should get its treatment as a core setting on its own, kind of our space opera. And so that's one of the things we're really excited to be working with Brandon Verhalen from Star Anvil Studios on, so that he can do that. He can bring that to the fans and make some of the updates and to the lore and the setting that we were looking to make anyways, that we've already talked about. So that's a really great question, and there's an answer. So thanks for the discussion topic. Is it possible to increase my pledge from Leyline Walker to Glitter Boy? It should be. I don't know how to use BackerKit. I'm still
You should be
figuring
able
this
to.
out.
You can edit your pledge.
You should be able to edit your pledge. If you have any trouble, message us through the messaging system, and if we can't figure it out, we'll get with BackerKit and get you hooked up, buddy. Yep.
I missed
Did
those.
Palladium ever make a game with vehicle rules? I'm thinking of Car Wars or something like that.
Kinda, not
Roadhogs?
really. I mean, Roadhogs, but it's not really a game like Car
It's
Wars.
like a tactical tabletop. Yeah, trucking. So, trucking. Well, trucking turtles. There is some car combat. So the Transdimensional Adventures book includes rules for all types of vehicle combat now, updated. So if you want comprehensive vehicle rules for Palladium, and actually vehicle construction rules for air, land, and watercraft, that book is going to be fantastic. And you could use it for anything, because it handles all kinds of modern stuff, and even it's not mega damage, but the science fiction stuff from the Turtles, the Guide to the Universe, where setting where you've got the TCRI aliens, the Utroms, the Triceratons, the Varlesh, and all these other alien races. It's compatible with that science fiction galaxy as well. Yeah, and Heroes Unlimited second edition has good vehicle rules as well. So this would just be, and I actually referenced a bunch of those when I was doing this. So yeah, when you read the updated rules in the Turtles Redux Edition books, whether it's the core rule book or the vehicular stuff, for instance, that's in Transdimensional, me and Wayne and Kevin were running around and looking at all different books, from Dead Rain to Heroes Unlimited, to say, okay, what's the best way? Kevin, we've solved this problem, or it's shifted a couple of times over the last 40 years, right? How do we want to present that? What's the way to do it? So that's the cool thing. I think this is going to be a very comprehensive couple of books for Palladium fans to say, hey, I want everything in one place. These 2 books is going to be that spot, I think.
Yep.
And it has chase rules from I added the chase rules from Ninjas and Super Spies and updated them so that it can work with virtually any kind of vehicle, or even foot chases.
We must be getting tired because there's these long pauses now.
Well, I'm just looking for topics. I see there's all these comments, like so many people are.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of
commenting.
comments, questions, and yeah. No, I
Yeah,
hear you.
Jeremy, keep them coming. But yeah, one of the interesting things is, Roadhogs is actually an After the Bomb supplement.
Yep.
So it was not and that's where the vehicle rules were originally located. So the vehicle rules were not the ground vehicle combat rules. Were not going to be in the Transdimensional Adventures collection, because the 3 books from the original Turtles that were in there didn't include ground vehicle combat rules. So I added those in anyways, and I took the chase rules, added ninjas and super spies, and then expanded the vehicle building rules and made it all work together. So it should work pretty smooth.
I think so.
Well, you missed a lore drop from Kevin about Antarctica. He talked for it about, what was that? Good 15 minutes, I think. But any word about Antarctica? So yeah, as soon as Kevin is actually back to writing again after the passing of his wife last year, and he is working on finishing up Yensloth Expeditions. And once he's finished with that, he'll be moving right into finishing up Antarctica. We already have a manuscript written by Matthew Clements and a bunch of additional art done by Stephen Cummings and Mike Majestic since Clements finished his manuscript. So that one is brewing quite well, I would say.
It's epic. You'll like it. It's coming to a theater near you.
Okay, let's get Per's question there. That sounds like a fun one for the panel. Can you highlight that one, Jeremy? There we go. Question for the panel, Jeremy included. I think Jeremy needs to answer this one first. If
I can choose any.
had to be
any,
transported
okay.
to Earth, but you could choose any OCC, PCC, etc. Can I choose an RCC? Or just
It said
OCC,
et cetera.
PCC?
Et cetera is on there.
Etc. Yeah, I say RCC. Yep.
Yep. Mine's easy.
I saw some love for the Greckletooth earlier. That's cool.
Grackletoothes are awesome. For me, I would pick Shifter. And one of my biggest reasons for that is I can always go home. No matter where I go in the multiverse or megaverse, I can always just port right back home. Now, people with me have to find their own ride. It's a self-only, but that's their problem.
As we discussed on the last issue of Legion Myth that we attended. So, Kevin?
I'm coming as a Splugorth.
That's not a PCC, OCC, RCC.
But I'm the creator of the game, so I can be.
Oh, but then that's going to make my choice kind of interesting.
Then why aim so low, Kevin?
Dragon Hatchling.
Dragon Hatchling.
I pick a Dragon
Dragon
Hatchling.
Hatchling's awesome.
You get the psychic powers, you get the latent magic powers, and you can learn all the skills slowly.
Yeah, I love Dragon Hatchlings. They're great. Yep.
But once I become like a dragon, an adult dragon, then we might have a little bit of a rift form, or we could be best friends. I mean, that happens too, I guess.
Sure.
With dragons and Splugorth.
See, for me, it's always hard to pick an OCC or RCC because I created them all. So it's like saying, "Who's your favorite child?" But when I game, I generally like I like mages and sort of exotic type creatures like a dragon hatchling, or I actually had a lot of fun playing mind mages. I love the freaking mind melter, mind mage. Those can be pretty awesome. So
Yeah, I mean, if I was going for like a break the game run, I would probably go Mind Melter, right? If you want to break the reality. and see what kind of damage you can do.
Right.
Just the power move. For me, it would be I want to survive and I want long-term growth. But yeah, the Dragon Hatchling, right?
True, Atlanteans are cool. There's so many cool character classes
No, they're
in RCCs you can play. I mean, it's just, I mean, that's the whole point. I want to give people a giant freaking toy box that they can pull cool shit out of and play and have fun with.
we can't do polls, can we? Okay, so what if, so here's a question. If Kevin was just suddenly rifted to 101 PA and had to survive, what OCC do you think he would be 1 year later?
Techno Wizard.
I'm waiting for someone to say Vagabond.
I like Rogue Scholar. That works.
Rogue
I think
Scholar.
Rogue Scholar's good. I think Rogue Scholar.
Yeah, Rogue Scholar. Vagabond.
I'm not very tech savvy, so like operators and techno wizards are probably out.
Yeah. I don't know if Techno Wizard would work. That's true. That's a good point.
Techno Wizards don't know how their stuff works. They just put it together in magic.
That's kind
So
of
I've
true.
got the curveball. I think that Kevin would reach a higher plane of consciousness and become a mystic,
Ooh.
like a very sagey kind of mystic, right?
I could see that.
Oh, I can even become a sage. That's what in Federation of Magic, or is that Skyscape?
Yeah, I think that's in Skyscape, if I remember correctly. But you'd have to find your way to
Dragon Lunch.
Dragon Lunch is that no CC now.
That's the real answer.
That's me
When I
right there.
survive more than 5 minutes in Rift's Earth, depending on where I got rifted to.
Stalker, that's funny. That's funny. Cyber Knight, yeah. Him and Lord Coke, right? Let's see. Okay, so what about Jeremy? 1 year later, after being dumped, what do the fans say?
Winning on a specific
Dragon Juicer. I think they're right. That's the best answer. It's the only answer so far, but I think it's the best so far.
It'd be like chasing Sean across the continent, going, "Come here, I need your blood."
Right? Oh, that's so funny. That's so funny. So what about Wayne? If Wayne was dropped into Rift's Earth,
Yeah, Wayne,
what would he become? What would he become after a year?
What would I become after a year?
Yeah, I mean, like you,
Oh,
like
man,
real
that's
you,
not
dumped
you.
into Rift's Earth. What OCC would you be? Would you be a ley line walker? Would you be a wilderness scout? Would you be a dragon juicer like
I mean,
Jeremy?
I'd like to think Techno Wizard. You know, if I had the potential.
You see, that's the thing. Techno Wizards don't need to know how their stuff works.
Well, it's best if they don't know how their stuff works. That's true.
Exactly. They are
Oh,
the
it
dumbest
kinda ruins
technicians
the
ever.
fun.
I love them.
I mean, that's what I'd shoot for.
So yeah. That I mean, I think that's not bad, right?
Buy the glitter boy armor and turn it into a moped. I'm dying. You imagine a moped with a boom gun on it?
Dude, have you read Rifter 85? There's a guy that stole a glitter boy and melted it down to turn into a motorcycle. And like the Glitter Boy Brotherhood shows up. And they're like,
No.
you mess with one of us, you mess with all of us.
Oh,
Oh boy.
I have to address this. I can only be a Techno Wizard. See, I disagree. I think if I was a Techno Wizard, I could have just given myself a bionic leg. And I'd
or
be
you would just
better off.
levitate.
Or when you fell off the roof, Wayne, you could have your wingboard could have
Wingardium Leviosa.
Yeah, exactly.
Wingardium Leviosa.
I'd have a magic
You'd
knee.
have a hover belt.
And right now, let me tell you, a year after surgery, I do not have a magic knee. I wish
The
I did.
boots of Catfall,
No,
you just land on your
not how it
feet.
works. Unfortunately, it's cooler in video games. Okay, so last question, chat. If I was dumped into Rift's Earth in the middle of the wilderness after a year, if you found me, what OCC would I be? Jeremy, we can go through. Jeremy, you can also vote.
I'm thinking. I could see you becoming a Cyber Knight.
Kevin, what do you think?
What was the question again?
If I was dumped into Rift's Earth after a year, if I survived, what would my OCC be?
You? That's an interesting question. Because you could be so many different things. I kind of like Cyber Knight. I could see a true Atlantean, maybe.
Well, but I can't become a true Atlantean.
Oh, that's true. You
Like
can't.
no RCCs, right?
Right. No, yeah.
I could be dragged. I could become a tattooed man.
Yeah, because you're. Well, that's what I meant.
Because I could be dragged to Atlantis and tortured into
Burster's
becoming.
technically a psychic character class, not an RCC, but you could see Sean becoming a
Well,
Burster.
I could see. I think psychics are okay because that means you're or magic because you're unlocking a latent.
Absolutely.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah. You know, like we talked about with Wayne with Techno Wizard, he would have to have that gift.
Some
already
master's kung
going,
fu
right?
styles.
Ancient master kung fu styles.
Sean goes to devil.
I know you love glitter boys, Sean.
Hey,
Yeah.
if I found a glitter boy, I would suit up. I would totally suit up, man. You saw that art from the Cosmonite. That's we just talked about that. That's a different setting. It's no longer Rift. It's its own RP. No, I would suit up. Like I'd be popping the front open and doing that thing like that where that guy the pilot in the art. That is so cool, man. Yeah, I wouldn't pass that up. If Archie or somebody dropped one of those nearby me or gave me a ping on my radar or whatever, I'd pilot a glitter boy. Yeah, I'd probably end up being something like, like one of those like hover bike raiders or something. Get picked up by some group of Pecos bandits.
As they join one of the Pecos warlords. Mad Max, baby!
And then like people kept saying, juicer it out. I'm like,
I could go for a mind over matter implant. I'd have no problem becoming a crazy if I found myself in Rift's Earth.
I think you would, right?
So your sanity is a small price to pay for the ability to fight back.
You wouldn't miss it. Your sanity.
No, I wouldn't.
That's
Not
it.
in the slightest. Would you stop Archie 3 if you landed on Rift's Earth? That's a good question. Because the question is Archie 3 really evil?
I think he just needs a good influence.
Right. The problem is Hagen.
Nah, I think you could be buddies with Hagen too.
I think Hagen's the best influence Archie has had.
I mean, he's had 2 influences, so that's not really saying much.
Well, you don't know what else he's had in between. It could have been a little bit more, but
You get balloons. I can't even get
I
the
get
thumb thing to go off.
Archie needs a hug.
Cyber Samurai.
Ooh.
well, that's true. We weren't thinking globally.
I was thinking North America. Yeah. No, the best is if you just find me and you're fighting some coalition dead boys and you pull the helmet off of one of the guys you just shot and it's me. Oh man. No, I'd like to think I'd be a glitter boy or a cyber knight. That'd be cool. But maybe I'd just end up as like a down and dirty Justice Ranger.
I can see that too. Yeah.
Sometimes you just gotta take the law in your own hands. I'm a good shot. Actually, that's probably the best one so far that would fit me. Pretty good shot. Check you later, Max. Thanks for joining us for a little bit. 75K, man, it just keeps going up. That's crazy. I know that's what it's supposed to do, but still, it's exciting. 76,000. Wow. Well, I'm just gonna keep doing this. It doesn't matter how long. As long as I'm gonna try and outlast Jeremy.
I won't tell you how much sleep I got.
Hey, well, it's only a countdown from the last time you slept. That's what counts.
That's not going to help.
Saloon bumble.
We're in the same boat with that one.
Saloon bumble. Yeah, I was like, where's Cannibal Victim? Is that an OCC?
Victim
Heat
campaign.
magnet. We're not talking what would really happen. We're
Right.
saying,
Well, that's what I said. If Fly survived a year, what OCC would I be? Yeah.
Someone challenged me earlier in chat about the insanity tables in Rifts. So I've pulled them up.
I think Jeremy is built from the Palladium Insanity tables right now. I think that's a true statement, don't you think, Jeremy?
I'm not going to say no to that, but I have percentile dice. See, we got a 76. Psychosis. All right, let's keep going. 70, which is hysterical, aggressive reaction to fear or phobia. Hysterical can be laughter, right?
sure.
I totally do not have a fear of spiders that causes me to try to burn down my house.
It's never happened before.
No, not at all.
That was fun.
And I
That
did
was a
roll
fun
randomly.
question.
It was fun.
So per you win. I rolled completely randomly and got an actual accurate psychosis. I see a few of my players from my games in the chat, by the way. They're watching.
Uh-oh.
Oh, cool.
Uh-huh.
Awesome. And by the way, I just want to say I'm seeing a lot of fans that again, I start naming one and it's like I got to name another 20, right? But it's really fantastic to have so many returning fans for all the projects we've been doing. And a lot of you have been my fans since American Armageddon Kickstarter on Rifts for Savage Worlds. When I had my first book, and I'll tell you, that was the weirdest feeling. I wrote this book, commissioned cover art. No one's ever seen my book, and they're buying it. A lot of it. I was like, what is going on? Is this how being an author works? Like, no one's read your stuff before, and thousands of people are buying, hundreds and hundreds of people are buying your book?
Yeah, if you write a good book.
Well, but no one knew. I mean, I think they knew because they knew Shane Hensley wouldn't put out a bad book, right? And so, I mean, that is true. But it was just so funny. No one had ever read a book by me. And so, yes, I had this fantastic opportunity to work on Rifts with the Savage Worlds folks. And I jumped at it and I did my darndest, make sure it was the best book I could do. And I go back and look at it. It's not bad. It's okay. Yeah, but yeah, that was just the weirdest feeling. It's like, it's just, yeah, well, no one, what do you mean people are buying my book? But no, I appreciate everybody that's been here since then.
Somebody's got a really good reason to become a side healer.
Yeah, congratulations on your son being.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's funny you say that because when you have these experiences, right, you're like, oh, wow, I wish I could do that. I wish I could end these problems or solve this person's pain. So I'm glad your son beat cancer. I don't know what I'd do if I had a child that had cancer. That'd be
It's
crazy.
scary, man. It's I've lost a lot
It's
of
scary as
people.
an adult,
Yes.
right?
Yep.
As a child. So, of course, I don't know. It could be an adult son, but still.
But still, it's your kid. Doesn't matter.
All right, Palladium computer game question mark. I am in. Thank you. We appreciate it. Next is the animated series. I'll give Moss and Michael Thurber a call.
Hmm. We wish. Let's keep it going. You never know.
Yep. We'll see This, the funny thing is this could open a lot of doors, right? So I know everyone's excited. This can reach so many new people. Help us reach so many new people. Please share this with any of your friends who you think, you're like, oh, I can't get them into role playing, but they'll play a video game, right? So, or even if they like playing other kinds of role playing games, we got lots of cool dice. We got a Glitter Boy statue that's 10 inches tall, based on the original Kevin Long art, like very faithfully reproduced. So yeah, definitely check it out and share it with anybody you can.
I need to step out briefly because with my diabetes, I need to eat regularly.
Oh, go eat, Kev. Yeah.
So I will be back.
I've ducked out for a sandwich like 3 times already. So.
All right, guys, I'll be back.
See you soon, Kev.
When are you making palladium dice out of palladium metal? I mean, when is someone going to give me like $1 million to do that? That's really expensive dice. Super expensive dice. In the meantime, I think we're going to stick with the plated dice, the metal plated chrome style dice.
And maybe we can look into palladium plating.
Yeah, I don't even know. Is that a safe metal?
I was also wondering that. Is that?
I know it's valuable. I know it's extremely valuable but I think it's because it's used in a lot of different kinds of like high tech and industrial processes.
Yeah.
So I always wondered about that.
It has a low toxicity. It can cause health issues though, if it's ingested.
So what you could do is you could back at the Glitter Boy Champion or higher pledge level so that you get one of our physical Palladium books logo coins. And then you can take it and get it plated in Palladium. And you could get 2 of them and give 1 to Kevin and 1 to me. Or even 4 of them and give 1 to Kevin, 1 to me, and then 1 to Jeremy and 1 to Wayne. Or you could get all 4 of them to me. Either way, I'm happy. Rifts VTT. We're not doing VTTs for a little bit yet. For a number of reasons, which will probably be more understandable down the road. But we're not doing VTTs. And the other thing is the plating system is theater of the mind. We are adding, like with the TMNT Redux Edition, we're adding some support for tabletop movement and tactical movement if you're using maps. But in general, personally, I find Discord is all I need because Palladium is designed for theater of the mind. So that's kind of my answer on VTT. For a game like Rifts for Savage Worlds, I think a VTT is extremely valuable because the battle map adds a lot of dimension to that rule set. But that's the honest answer. It's a cool idea. When we do it, we want to do it right. And we just don't think that it's exactly the time to do it right now. But I mean, look, TransPerfect, they could program all kinds of stuff, right? So especially if this does well, we might have some discretionary funds to throw at stuff like that. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, VTT it's just, a lot of things that comes down to, Kevin and I can only do so much. And now we have Jeremy, but we can still only do so much, right? And Wayne and Caleb and Alex, right? But But Kevin and I, we really have to pick and choose. Do you want a book or do you want a BTT? Right? That kind of so a lot of times the calculus comes down to stuff like, do you want this or do you want a book? Do you want this or do you want a book? And so we do our best to only choose the not book option if it's something really fantastic like Promise of Power Reforged. Has anyone from the Japan anime industry ever been interested in Palladium? What do you mean interested? So
Yeah.
is that like interested in Palladium as in like doing an anime series or something from Palladium projects? So there, Kevin did do the Robotech role-playing game, which is based on the Macross series, which was then licensed by Harmony Gold in the West. He also did with and that was originally produced by Big West, and he also did Macross 2, the movie role-playing game, which was based off of the Big West Macross 2, the movie. So there is some of that there, right, where there have been 2 companies associated with the Macross series that have licensed with Palladium. But if the answer is if that's your question, then that's the answer to that. If you mean something else, like maybe a yeah. So yeah, we need clarification. If you
I
need
think that's what
something
he
else.
meant.
So okay.
Wanting to do an anime based on one of our IPs.
Okay, someone's asking, Potterbox is asking, are you still working on selling your PDFs from your own store? Yes. So that's part of the new store that we're working on. I wasn't going to talk about it earlier because I don't like to talk about stuff that's not going to actually happen like immediately, but that's something that Jeremy's working on really hard with our coding associate. So that is very should be getting close to launch very soon. So I know that we said that a long time ago, but it was one of those things. It's like, well, Kevin's wife passed away, figuring out how to, merge her job into 3 other jobs while Kevin's gone, and keeping Turtles moving forward. So that was tough. So that was like one of those things where it's like, well, that fell off the list. Now that we have Jeremy, he's pushing hard on that, and we're really excited about the new store. It's gonna like make sandwiches for you. It does all kinds of stuff. It's amazing. So I'm very excited about it though. But it's one of those things we don't want to overhype until it actually happens, because again, a lot of times you're working on these big projects and then you run into a roadblock, and it's like, hey, we got to get through this roadblock, and you don't see the roadblock a lot of times until you hit it, right? So, but yeah, we're working really hard on that because we know a lot of you would love to be able to buy the PDF straight from our store and bundled with physical books so that you can save a bit when you get both. And we think that's fantastic. We really want to support the fans for supporting us. So that is something that is very high on our list and is coming as soon as we can make it happen. All right, let's see. Someone from Japan that is interested in Palladium, not the other way around. Interested in Palladium, how? I know people from Japan that are interested in Palladium. Stephen Cummings loves Palladium, and he's in Japan. His wife's Japanese. His son's Japanese. He likes Palladium.
I think he meant, did anyone who makes anime want to make anime based on one of our games?
I've never heard
Which
of
would be
like
very cool. But
that would be super cool.
The interest
Dude, if Sunrise wanted to come and do, a Nightbane show, I mean, come on, like that'd be metal, right?
That'd be very metal.
That'd be pretty metal, right? So, or if they wanted to do a phase world, yeah, do it. Do it.
Basil's almost built for anime. Like so many different elements of it would just fit and click perfectly into that.
Absolutely. So almost 500 backers. Wow. That's pretty quick. That's really fantastic. And we're at over 78,000. Yes, because Phase World is amazing. Cough, cough. Thank you, Star Anvil. Thank you, Brandon. Phase World is awesome.
We've been pushing you throughout the day. We'll do that more. Keep it coming.
Okay, thanks, David. Yeah, sorry. I'm like, just so you know, it's 6:50 a.m. for me, and I've been going since yesterday morning. So, if I misunderstand things, please forgive me. You'd need a teen romance arc, but yeah, a Palladium IP anime would be dope. Well, that's why I said Nightbane. Teen romance arc. Built in. It would be fantastic.
That's a word for it.
Oh, it'd be cool. I could write it. Crap. That's the kind of crap that just writes itself. You build a couple of characters, boom, you're off to the races. I'm telling you, man. So I don't know, but as a writer, yeah, there's like certain things where that's like when you get really compelling stuff, it's like, oh, yeah, it just almost starts writing itself. I don't know. It's kind of cool when it happens. So. No, I'm not going to get some sleep. I'm here. I'm charging through because we are celebrating the heck out of this launch. Look, the only person I think that is just determined to be here with me, Kevin, Wayne can go home. I just asked that Jeremy stick with me because I don't know how to run StreamYard.
I got you, bro. I'm here to the end.
Apparently, I need to like log in differently or something because I have none of the controls.
Yeah.
I would like highlight everyone's comments and stuff. But I'm like, hey, Jeremy, can you highlight that? Like a doofus. Because I can't use a mouse. So
Beyond the Supernatural TV show. No, see, that would be awesome.
Kevin and I are big fans of Supernatural. So Beyond the Supernatural would be like it's like Inception.
And we need to get Jensen Ankles to just show up as a cameo.
Dude, I totally think that Jensen Ackles is like a really cool person. I've been to his brewery in Texas.
Oh, nice. Like
2 or 3 times. It's a pretty cool place. So, yeah, no, he's a cool dude. I think that Nightbane is one of the ones that's like, yeah, if you did it right. I also think it could be great, like lit, novels or whatever. Could be fun, but you have to do it right. I think Nightbane is one of those ones that you have to do it right. Like everything, you gotta do it right. But
Grand Paladin figured out that I'm on a Mac because of the emotes. Come on, do it. Do it. No, it's not going to do it. All right, fine.
79,000.
There we go.
Oh man, yeah. So let's see. We need to do another fan poll. If Jeremy was a Palladium fantasy character,
ooh,
OCC or RCC, first, before he tells us what he would choose, I think the fans need to tell us what Jeremy would be. Fans, if Palladium was a Palladium fantasy character, it's a standard fantasy type stuff.
Right. Totally. Dwarf Dwarf Soldier.
Okay. PW. Oh, Phase World.
Ranger. Jeremy.
Diabol-
A Palladium Fantasy equals
Goblin
Diabolist.
Assassin.
Goblin.
That's
Assassin.
fun. Rahuman Warlock. Could use a couple of charms.
These are great.
No repeats
my,
so far.
My regular group is going to absolutely roll me with that Dwarf Soldier one, though. So
Someone said Tinker Gnome Dwarf. Juggler? Is that an OCC? I'm
It is. Juggler Knife Thrower. It's the same. I had a great character who was one of those.
nice.
Mhm.
So my personal pick, Victim. Nice. That's probably more accurate, Grim Gong. I don't know if I'd last long in Palladium Fantasy, but if I had my choice, it would be the Diabolist.
I was going to pick that for you. Okay. Wayne, let's Wayne think about what you would be, but first, everyone tell us, Incubus Thief.
What would Wayne be?
What would Wayne be, fans, if Wayne was a unwilling Palladium Fantasy character?
Unwilling.
Unwilling.
But I mean, like, it's not your
unwilling.
choice, right?
I mean, it's true. There's no electricity. I mean,
Right. I don't want to go there. I don't want to go there. I'd rather go to Rifts. At least you can take a hot shower.
So no internet or cell phones. Like, what do I do?
Well, it's still better than the Rifts is still better than Palladium Fantasy.
This is not right.
So maybe I can get it. Maybe I can break into a coalition megacity.
Androth
Some
Merchant.
dial-up modem.
Or a wizard.
Androth Merchant.
We've had two people call him a wizard. I say that's so far the majority.
I like Demigod. God.
Yeah, I like that too. That's pretty nice at the dinner table.
Yeah. I mean, this is my business card. If I can. So.
Can't read the
What does it
text.
say? Can't see it.
No, you're not supposed to read it, but I just wanted to see the image.
Oh, yeah.
The image, nice. Yeah, from the Gods and Dragons book. Yeah.
Changeling Psychic.
So, I have a healthy self-image.
I love Demigod. So what would you choose, though, Wayne?
Yeah, what would you choose, Wayne?
Oh, I would choose something with no responsibility. Um,
So a Changeling Psychic?
maybe a witch. Now, changeling. If you're a changeling, I mean, you're always.
Yeah, if
being
you get caught.
quietly.
Yeah, if you
You
get
never
caught.
really can settle down.
But the psychic part means you're never going to get caught. And if they do, they won't remember.
Maybe a hermit or something. I don't know whether that's not really a character class, but something that gets left alone.
Something to get the left.
Just want to be left alone.
Priest of Darkness. Nobody will mess with you. Wolfen Scholar.
Wolfen Scholar.
Lots of teeth and lots of books.
I do like dogs. I identify with canines very much.
Elven Tree Farmer.
Elven Tree Farmer.
Oh,
Is that an OCC?
Well, I mean,
All right. So what if it was me,
Yeah,
guys? If I was an unwilling denizen of Palladium Fantasy, what would I be?
Big Farmer. What? Or Bard. Bard, I can
Big
see.
Farmer.
Or a bard. We get like extremes of difference there.
Lesser Demigod.
Yeah, right.
Hobbit Bounder Sheriff. Wait, wrong game. Gnomish Butler. I'd love to be a Gnomish Butler. Are you kidding? That'd be fantastic.
New West Preacher in Palladium
New West
Fantasy.
Preacher.
Yes.
I mean,
if the shoe fits.
it's the Palladium system.
Yeah, it's like
Human
the
Knight.
preacher that everybody's like, oh, he's a wuss. And then they're like, wait, He has Huntsman body armor and a laser pistol. Uh-oh.
Let me teach you the good word.
Blam. Oh man, that's
We love you
awesome.
guys too.
Yep. Yeah, I
Especially
don't know.
Carbone.
The Diabolist is kind of cool. You know, I don't know. I don't know fantasy as well. That's one of the things I always tell Kevin is like I don't know playing in fantasy as well as everybody else. But
Haven't you played in a game of fantasy yet, though?
I have with Kevin.
What'd you play?
That's it. I played a bounty hunter. It was a terrible. He was. I rolled very low stats, but you know, made up for it with bullying my opponents.
Sean Holyoke says that you'd be a human knight because of your knowledge of knights and horsemanship.
Oh, that's true. I was
Mhm.
I was part of a jousting troop. I was the master at arms, and my horsemanship skills, you know, there's better. Was way better than me, but yeah, I could do
More
that.
of an armorer squire. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I'd wanna put on the armor. I mean, I have a suit of plate armor, so yeah, I'd put on the armor and go chop some people up.
Our knights do a little bit more than that.
sure.
Yeah, I worked for a jousting troop. I did, you know, the combat stuff, fake
And it
combat,
says
blood
Ren Fair
packs,
season.
all kind of stuff.
We got a
It
couple
is
months left
getting into Ren Fair season,
here.
depending on where you're at. It's just starting up. Just starting up. Yeah, because there's people. It's like a circuit. These people go all across the U.S. As a friend of mine said, all the hippies from the '60s, a lot of them joined the Renaissance Festival circuit and never left. And they just keep going on these routes, circuits.
Now, are we going to decide about Kevin's Palladium Fantasy
Yeah,
class
if Kevin was an
tonight?
unwilling denizen of Palladium Fantasy, what would he be?
That's a good question.
I'd say
You
he'd
know what
probably
I
be a
think
priest of light, but really he'd be one of the deities they worship.
You know what I think he'd be? The Joker.
Palladium
I think Kevin would
Duels.
end up being the Joker. And you give him some time there.
Mm-hmm.
An old one. See, that's what I accused him of being earlier.
Well, if you know about his original his Palladium Fantasy campaign, the Joker is a very enigmatic character that's been around for a long time.
You know, honestly, he'd have more fun as a goblin cobbler.
He probably
That's one of his favorite NPCs to play.
A goblin
that's
cobbler.
Yeah.
So he makes
He loves
shoes.
goblins.
No. A goblin cobbler is like it's a goblin with magic.
No, it's a cobbler you make out of goblins. It's delicious. No.
He's a goblin with fairy magic, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I remember
Okay.
correctly,
Kind
yeah.
of related.
So he's
Like-
like cobbling things together. I got it.
It's a troublemaker with magic.
I mean, you could have stopped at goblin for that description.
Well, that's true.
Well, no, but I mean, it's a troublemaking goblin with magic.
Yeah.
I still like the goblin shoemaker. Really?
I mean, that's another way to go. Nobody's going to stop you. If you want to play
Makes that
character.
goblin with apples yummy cobbler.
I wouldn't
It's
go
good.
that far. Would
That
never
is
want
good.
to eat a
Cobbler is
goblin.
delicious.
But with apples. If it was toasted
A
nicely.
gobbler instead of a goblin cobbler. It's a gobbler. Grim Brooks just
It's something else, I think.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see. we have any other? Everybody's listening to us now. They aren't giving us great suggestions for more discussion topics.
Meat is meat according to the rules of Palladium. I think somebody's been playing a lot of Cyberpunk or Warhammer. Don't gobble the goblins. Yeah, no. Never eat goblins.
I'll bet they're greasy.
That's your takeaway from that?
It's
Okay.
like sinewy or something. I just don't think they eat well.
Hmm.
Someone agrees Kevin would be the Joker. How hard can it be? Said he played Kevin's Goblin Cobbler sitting next to you, Sean. In the and then the what 60 Minutes to Midnight or whatever that campaign is called.
I don't remember that part.
I wasn't there. Oops. Shit. Sorry.
It'll give you warts on your tongue. Yes, I imagine that's the
Yeah,
least of
probably
your
would.
problems.
Yeah.
Right.
Like tastes like raccoon.
That's just.
Which, I mean, we've all been there, right? That's kind of what I was getting at, though.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like
Yeah,
gamey,
gamey.
bristly, and nasty, and
A little gamey.
yeah. So someone said, I hope the Wolfen are in the upcoming Phase World book. So they are. To one of the big things we're doing though is making sure that we differentiate our IPs. So Wolfen are a very Palladium fantasy thing. So they're going to be in there, but their name is the Fenrir, I believe, is what we discussed with Brandon. Yep. So it's Wolfen Quatoria, right, straight up. Because they already had some really interesting lore and background material in Phase World. They don't really need the Wolfen moniker, so there will be a Wolfen or a wolf-like humanoid race that are the Quatoria. They're the backbone of the Quatorias. So, yep, pretty cool. And that, talk about a cool class. I think just let's all pick our favorite cool class from Phase World. Not even like that you want to be or even play. I just think the Quatoria is super cool because of the nano machines that can rebuild them and all that kind of stuff. I just think they are freaking cool space rangers from Phase World. So, Jeremy, what's your favorite just cool class from Phase World?
Oh, the Oni.
Oh, those are cool.
Yeah, from the source book. Freaking loved. I played one of those, and my GM ended up having me find Stormbringer from Elric of Melnibon.
Cool.
I had no idea what the sword was. I was like 19 at the time. I'd never read the Elric stories.
That's
So
always
here's
it's always
cool
best
sword
that way,
talks.
right? So does
Wild
that mean
stuff.
that Wolfen in other Palladium products will be called Fenrir going forward? No, it means that Wolfen in Phase World will be called Fenrir going on. So we've basically removed. There was a mention of the Wolfen, for instance, in Triax 1. It talked about some people thought they might have spotted Wolfen dressed up as Romans in Italy, and they have been that's basically been debunked. In Savage Rifts, Europa, the Europa book, we have the Neo-Romans, and then there is, I can't remember the name of the race right now, but there's a race of mutant, like canine humanoids, that I can't remember their name right now. That basically it's like, oh, someone saw them and they're friends of Rome, so they would have been sporting Roman style equipment. So yeah, it means that the Wolfen will only appear in Palladium Fantasy, and in every other IP, if there's something Wolfen-like, it's going to be a completely different
something else.
Right, it'll have a new name And usually, the funny thing is Kevin would put Wolfen or other races that in other settings like Rifts and Phase World and stuff. But usually they had really cool lore in those new settings. So we're just going to take that lore and maybe update it a little bit more, maybe add a little more meat to it if we feel like we need to, and then change the name so that it's just something different.
Well, yeah, because I mean, Palladium, especially with Rifts, but even back to Palladium Fantasy, Kevin's always loved and used the idea of like going from dimension to dimension and bringing this character into here and that character taking it into there. And that was great. It's great for every one of you should do it. But when you're the owner of an IP and a Hollywood studio is looking at your IP or a game maker or anyone else, and you've got items that go from one game to another, it becomes a bit of a problem.
And the big problem is if we make the comic book analogy, in comic books, they keep the IPs very separate. They do crossovers, but whenever they do a crossover comic book, it's stated very clearly that this is a unique crossing of these two IPs and stories. So that's how they keep them separate. The problem is if you just have like a whole bunch of everything from every Palladium game, like Victor Laszlo from Beyond the Supernatural, Wolfen from Palladium Fantasy, right? And you just start jamming all this stuff in Rifts willy-nilly, and it becomes a problem. If you have a book like, say, Rift Sourcebook 2, the Mechanoids, it's very easy to say, okay, this content is not part of the Rifts IP. It's a crossover book.
Yeah.
Right? So that's, and then later on, we referred to, like, for instance, if you read Titan Robotics, and as we made some updates to a few books, we've removed the references in other books to the Mechanoids and instead calling them like the Devourers and stuff, which is what people in setting call them, right? So again, to make sure it's really clear that that's a separate IP, it was just a specific crossover event. So that's kind of the difference between it. You just don't want to have Rahumin, and even though there's a lot of stuff that's in the conversion book, so we think the Rifts conversion book 1, so we think of that as Rifts, but it's not. It's really part of another IP. The Rifts conversion book 1 is the crossover book, right? So that's just so everybody understands why we do that, why we're doing that. It's not because we don't think those characters are cool and we don't want to hurt Phase World. Phase World's still going to have a Wolfen. They're just going to be even more unique and maintain their cool status in the story.
Polyrobotics wants to know when will the Phase World be updated and when?
No, I mean, we don't have any. Look, we you can go check the Palladium status page. We don't have any announced plans to make any updates to any of the Palladium Phase World books. But what's happening is we're working with Brandon Verhalen from Star Islandville Studios to set Phase World for Savage Worlds, and so he's jumping ahead with a lot of this stuff. When he came to us and said, I want to do Phase World, we said, awesome. Here's a list of our ideas of things we want to do with the setting, and here's a couple of things we want to make sure we deconflict. And we have really cool ideas with it. And so that's what we think is, for me and Kevin, is really exciting, is to be able to see that stuff moving forward while we're working on other important projects for fans to see Phase World and be able to explore Phase World another way. For instance, Phase World has a lot of great source books. It doesn't have a pile of adventure material. So one of the things I'm really excited about is to have really already fully prepped adventure material that you can just go jump into and run a bunch of sessions with your friends. And even if you don't play the Savage Worlds rules, you can easily run those adventures in using Palladium rules, right? So we look forward to these books being a resource, not just for Savage Worlds fans, but also Palladium Phase World fans. So that to us, that's fantastically exciting. So I don't know if you wanted to, add any points on that, Kevin. We were just talking about kind of like.
I heard a lot of it.
Okay, cool. Dividing.
No, I thought you answered really well. Yep.
Cool.
Welcome back, Kevin. Holyoke says you're a goblin cobbler.
We're talking about who would be what in
Palladium Fantasy.
Palladium Fantasy. Yeah, I said you'd be the Joker if you actually were rifted to there permanently. You'd end up becoming the Joker.
But I thought you'd have more fun as a goblin cobbler.
I think Wayne is.
I do enjoy Goblin Cobblers. They're one of my favorite classes in Palladium Fantasy.
Mm-hmm.
They're just awesome. They can shape change into weird shit, and little weird animals like weasels and ravens and rats, and they're
Look,
just
guys, you can tell he's already excited.
And never underestimate the value of being able to make shoes.
they don't make.
Or a
shit.
wonderful cobbler.
Well, cobblers.
So
I
Law
know.
Dog, I steal from Savage Rifts all the time for my Palladium Rifts game. Exactly. Yeah, I was telling he was on here earlier in the stream, which at this point is a ridiculously long time ago. But Ryan was on here earlier and we were talking about, I suggested, because he's working on a campaign for his, he's working on an Atlantis campaign involving the arenas. And I suggested that he take a look at the campaign that I wrote for Atlantis and the Demon Seas for Rifts for Savage Worlds. I think it's just funny because he was saying these different things. I was like, oh, yeah, well, if you like that, you probably really should look at my adventure. Yeah, I think it might have some stuff you might want to include. So no, it's really cool to be able to take the materials and move back and forth with them. So it's something that we're really excited about for the future, and just as a way to support the fans, right? And Brandon does good work. He only works with people that do quality product, and I can tell you, getting Phase World right is really important to him. So, no picture of the Palladium coin. What does one look like?
Yeah, we had a couple questions about those coins.
Yeah,
Law Dog.
it's kind of like the military coins now.
It's awesome.
Yep. We have some renders. We'll probably do I think we'll include the pictures of them when we do the update. The first major update that we do, probably maybe after 48 hours, 72 hours. Because things are just progressing so fast. I really want to see where we're at after about 48 hours before we do our first update. Because I think then we'll have a really good idea of what kind of stretch goals we'll be hitting and things like that throughout the campaign.
But it is an actual metal coin, and I don't know how large you bought, Sean, like a size of a solar.
I got quoted. So I got a quote for a 4 centimeter and 6 centimeter, which 6 centimeter is a little bit larger for the military sized coins, or as we call them, the RMOs, the round metal objects. So I was originally thinking something similar to what if you get coined in the military. But I don't know. It looks really cool, and I think it might look better, bigger, because it's not going to be, if you're familiar with those kind of coins in the military, because I have a bunch from when I was in the Air Force. They usually have like color and then like a lacquer kind of coating on it. This one is going to be more textured, like a physical doubloon or something. They even put in the texture of like hammered tin in the texture outside of the areas that are the logo and the wording. So it looks really cool. And if we can produce something like that, I think that's what we'll go for. But this is kind of stuff we need to double check. We've got estimates from our production partners, but I want to make sure we kind of dial in the details and say, hey, this is what we're looking at. Is this, you know what I mean? Are we all on the same page? Just to make sure that we show you the materials when we're like a little bit more confident that we're going to be of the exact appearance that it's going to have. I'd hate to show it to you guys and then we have to slightly change the design, right? Because of production reasons or something. So, that said, I don't think we will have to. And I think it is going to be more like a doubloon type thing. And not like your standard military coin. But if you guys are interested the RMOs, as we call them, like round metal objects like that, like they give out in the military, let us know, and we can do other stuff in the future too. But this specific coin, because we could do RMOs all day long for all kinds of factions and groups. You could have a ley line walker and a burster, and I don't know. We're doing dice right now. We could all types of stuff like that could be added, but if there's enough interest. But yeah, something like this we see as something that we include with high level tiers, and it's never going to be like an add-on that you just add on one. It's like you earn it by being a generous backer on one of our projects. So, and maybe other stuff, it may not be about how much you spend. It might be just backing something that's more of a long shot or that's a flash kind of event. I don't know what we'll do with it in the future, but we want it to be kind of cool if you get a hold of one of those. So.
Okay.
Will Ramon Perez be doing any more art for you guys, Palladium? Well, apparently, I haven't seen the episode, but has it already been posted by JM, his interview?
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to watch it either. We've been so crazy busy.
Yeah, I remember I was talking about the fact that it had been filmed, and JM, who interviewed him for a video on our Palladium YouTube channel, he said that Ramon is like gunning to do a Riffs comic book. He'd really love to do that. And I only met Ramon once. Ramon came into town, and me and Ramon and Kevin went out to dinner together. And let me tell you, he is a fantastic guy. I mean, just a cool guy. And he was really fun to talk to. But I told him about some of the ideas I have for a Riffs comic. Because I've been working on a novel for a number of years in the background. It's not like I'm like writing on it every day, but I have like voluminous notes. And Kevin really likes, I have the whole story arc and all the major characters. And Kevin really likes the story. But it's one of those things where it's like, wow, when am I going to get a chance to go write a full novel? I've never written a novel. And then we started discussing it. It's like, oh, this could be a comic book. And it would build through the same story, because the way I write, it's very visual, sort of like Michael Crichton or someone, where you can like his stuff is very easily adaptable to movies because of the way he tells stories. It's actually very visual and grounded that way, and that's the way that I write as well. And so I could see working out all the story beats in a comic first, and then putting it together into a novel or something like that. And if I got to work with Ramon, that would be fantastic. So, and this isn't like something, we say, oh, we have different things on the back burner or boiling behind the scenes. This is not one of those things. So, but would it be cool if Ramon had the time and we had the inclination and we did a crowdfunder to start up a Riffs comic or something? I think that could be pretty cool. But that's not an announcement. That's not anything official. There's no like contracts being looked at or anything like that. But we love Ramon. He's just busy and very successful. And
Ramon,
and he did do a tribute piece of art for the new Turtles books. So
it's in the RPG.
Yep, it's in the RPG, and it's in a place of honor. So yeah, we love Ramon. Ramon loves us, apparently. Loves Kevin and Wayne, at least. He seems to like me as well. And yeah, it'd be great if we got to do more stuff together in the future. Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, you never know.
The author of Free Quebec has said he would be interested in doing another book. So any chance of that happening? Possibly. One of the things we don't do anymore is we don't take unsolicited manuscripts. The only way that we want to take unsolicited manuscripts is through basically the Rifter. So, and one of the big things about bringing in Jeremy, and now that Caleb's been at Palladium for a year, is that once we get through a lot of the stuff with Turtles, we're hoping that Wayne is freed back up to do a lot more work on the Rifter. So that's something that we're really excited about. So that's the way that happens. But I will tell you that it's so, and I don't really like to discuss if we're talking with an author behind the scenes. There's a number of reasons we don't want to discuss that, even if it's us wanting to have that conversation, not an unsolicited manuscript, just because things can fall through, and it can be for a different number of reasons. It could be for something on their end that it's none of our business telling you that their wife just got cancer, right? Or whatever, or that they had a mental breakdown, or they have to focus on work because they're out of a job or something, and they have to go work two side jobs or something. So, and sometimes authors just hit a brick wall, and other times authors think they're good authors. And I'm not talking about that particular author, I'm just talking in general, and so they'll write a book, and Kevin will heavily rewrite that book. And he's a lot of times he's actually very humble. And so he'll just put that person's name and then Kevin Siembieda, and you don't realize that the book would have been a real mess without Kevin. And so that author might come back and want to do another book, but we're not interested because it took longer for Kevin to fix a book than it would just have been the right one from the beginning. So, because that's the other problem is if you have any experience writing books and actually publishing books that people want to read, then you quickly realize like fixing a mess is way harder than just starting over from scratch. Behind the scenes, remain behind the scenes. So I'm not trying. I'm just talking in general. I'm not talking about any specific author, but I don't know. It's just sometimes it's like, and behind the scenes, remain behind the scenes for us. But if you're an author, I also think behind the scenes should remain behind the scenes for you, right? That unless we come to a deal and we've signed a contract and you've turned in your manuscript and we've said it's acceptable. I mean, we're not even announcing books until we're either ready to crowdfund and or send them off to the printer. And usually if we're crowdfunding a book, it's in some advanced stage of production, usually with 80 to 90% of the art, and it only remains to have, say, editing and proofreading done, right? So that's one of those things. We don't want to short circuit that process. So I hope that helps answer that question.
Yeah, I think people don't realize how hard it is to write any kind of book, whether it's a novel, whether it's a source book. And I think a lot of beginner writers, I was certainly this way, where, you would think a beginner writer would say, hey, let me do a short story, or let me contribute to a source book, or this or that. And instead it's like, no, I've got this epic 900-page Holyoke project, and it's going to be epic. And it's like, but maybe we don't want a 900-page project, and maybe you shouldn't spend, a year of your life writing this freaking thing before you know whether or not we can, whether we want to publish it or not. It's like start small, and that's where, like, when the Rifter gets back up and going, that's the ideal place to submit your 20-page adventure or
not even. I mean, look, John. So if you have Rifter 85, if you don't, go get it. It's great. It really is. I mean, I think that there was a little bit of a backlog, right? Because we hadn't done the Rifter in a while when I joined Palladium, and there was some really great stuff. So we ended up adding some page count because there was some really great stuff that was sitting waiting for people to check it out. But one of the things, the best entries in there was, it was like 6 pages, 4 pages, 6 pages. Johnny Racha, I think he wrote 6 pages. I sent him the 2 articles on the Glitter Boys stuff that had been written. And then I said, hey, I know you love Glitter Boys. Do you want to add a little more lore here? And he wrote 6 fantastic pages. That's what we want to see, right? We want to see fantastic pages, not 600 meh pages.
Yep.
Not 100 okay pages. I want to see 6 fantastic pages. And if your dream is to be a writer, like that's how you get noticed, right? You know, Johnny is very successful in business, right? And so the only reason he hasn't done more writing is because he's very successful in business and has a family he's taking care of and all that kind of stuff. So that's I would challenge you though. And there's going to be a lot of stuff. You know, there are favorites in almost every Rifter, right, Wayne? So there you can go through and you can find out which ones are the fan favorites and go read those and be like, how can I be like these other top Rifter entries, right? And that's how you get noticed, and that's how you get noticed by not just us, by the fans, right? I'm sure Wayne can say, okay, this Rifter, these Rifters are all really popular. We're pretty sure it's because of this, and this article. We've had these conversations before, right? And so it's not just us that's the good judge, right? It's you, the fans.
Oh yeah.
And it shows in the sales, and it shows in the interest in articles years and years later. So that's the kind of writer you want to be, where you write just a couple of pages and it's unforgettable. So,
and you want to be critical of your work. You want to look at it with a critical eye. You want to rewrite it. I'm shocked at how many people send in their first draft, and it's like as their finished work, and it's like, come on, did you even look this over? Did you even spell check it? You know, and then you just got to keep working at the craft and learning. And, you know, I was teasing Holyoke, but, you know, he's a great guy, and he wants to be an author, and he's doing some good stuff, and he looks at his stuff really critically. And he's willing to go back and say, okay, you know what? When I wrote this, I thought I was Hemingway, but now that I reread it, not quite. So I'm going to rework it completely. That's really rare, sadly. And, you know, you need to be self-effacing and critical and of your work, and always try to learn. I always say the day that you think you have nothing to learn is the day you became a hack.
Right. So, well, what is it? We were having a conversation about my first book, Empires of Humanity, years ago when we had just first started talking, and I mentioned how you know, I'd gone through the book so many times, but then finally I had some space where I could put it down, and I came back, and it was time for final submission to Shane after some updates. And so I spent the day rereading and doing final tweaks, going through the entire book. You know, it's a big book. It was 192 pages. And Kevin was like, and Sean, that's how I know you're a good writer, because you've been through that book 5 or more times, right? And I was like, okay, whatever. Maybe I'm a good writer. Maybe I'm a shit writer. You haven't read my book yet, but he hadn't read my book yet. So, but it was one of those we were already talking about. We just started talking because we started talking about art and stuff like that. But but he was right in that I haven't run into any writers that if they do put in the elbow grease, that they aren't going to be able to polish up their writing, and it gets better and better. And the cool thing is, over time, you need less polish to get to that level. So maybe your each of your drafts gets a little better, right? And then you only need 2 or 3 polish passes to get to that place where you're comfortable with your stuff being published, you know. So it's a lot of work, and no one wants to hear that. No one wants to hear that. And the other thing is, I'll throw in here real quick, is there are different kinds of writing, and Kevin and I have talked about this a lot. I'm sure Wayne's seen it. You know, there's some people that they're really great at writing adventure material, but you don't want them to write lore or background, right? Or you don't want them to write any sort of like character building rules or anything like that. So a lot of people want to write a whole book, and maybe you're not ready for that, right? Maybe you're really good at one piece but not another, and you're not going to know that until you try your hand at a few different things. And don't try and do it all at once, because then you're going to get burnt out and be like, I slaved over these 400 pages. How about slave over 10 pages 40 times, right? That would be better use of your time and energy. There was one note in here. Ramon Perez's comic from the Rifter was Fukuing, great. And I would have to agree. And that's why we thought when we were talking about this crowdfunder, we wanted to have light offerings that could really get people into the Rift setting that are maybe coming at it as a video game for the first time. And so we have planned for the digital rewards include the second level of digital rewards includes short story anthology, including some stuff by me and Kevin and other favorite Rifts writers. And then the Cyber Knight level, I think it is, includes the Ramon Perez's comic. So that's we think that's going to be that. We think that's something really exciting, and that we want to show that off because I know that Jeremy's a big fan too. But that comic that he did for the Rifter, that's also now a source book, is really cool. And it just, to me, it just gets me into the mood. I'm also from Texas, and it's set in Lone Star, so that's kind of cool for me too. But yeah.
Well, and fun fact, it's Ramon's first graphic novel.
Right. So the funny thing is I know Kevin's like, well, I've seen him do better, and it's like Jeremy like, but it's fantastic. Yeah, but I mean, he's now an award-winning comic book creator. So.
And by the way, someone mentioned that they colored the comic book. I hear that a lot, actually. It is fun to color because Ramon's pages are so clean and dynamic, and they're just screaming for, color me. And that's okay. That's a cool idea.
That is a cool idea. Yeah, that'd be fun if we got. I know it's so funny you say that. I'm like Luis Delgado. Right. So we have Mike Majestic did the colors on the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Redux books. For most of them, he did the color on the covers. He did the color on most of the interiors. But we did have Luis Antonio Delgado, who, he worked on this little comic book thing called like The Last Ronin. So he's pretty good. He's okay. No, Luis is fantastic. And so he came in and he did a really great job. He has a different style, and we didn't expect him to change his style than what Mike Majestic has, but he matched the color palette really well. So when you're going through the books, it's a seamless transition. So he was just fantastic, and he was just fantastic to work with. So I don't know. I'm like, oh, he would be great. He would be great. I think he'd do amazing stuff with Ramon's work. So
let me give you a little history based on some of these questions on Rift's Machinations of Doom. So young Ramon Perez wanted to break into comics, and he had some limited shots at doing stuff. But he said, Kev, I love Rift, so I've got this epic story idea. And we originally serialized it in the Rifter, and then we collected it up. He came to me and said, hey, I want to collect it up and turn it into a graphic novel for Palladium. And he said, I want to do all the design work, the logo, the cover, everything. And I said, great, but let's also make it a source book. So it's, I forget what the total page count is, probably around 96. The comic strip itself, if I recall correctly, is 72 pages. And then Ramon also did all the art for the source book part of the book. So he would draw the specific characters and things. And it's cool. It's a really cool book. And, Ramon's art is awesome. So, yeah, it's fun. It's a fun it's a fun read, and it's a nice product to get. And there's some pretty cool, wild stuff in there. I wrote some of the source material. Ramon wrote some of the source material. But yeah, it's worth picking up, and that's why we're offering you this, because that was one of the early books that also inspired the Rift's Promise of Power. So.
It's interesting because we did turn it into a source book, right? But I think a lot of people don't realize what it is exactly, Machinations of Doom, and so but everyone who gets it is like, oh, this is awesome, right? So it's just kind of funny, and so we wanted to kind of raise awareness of it a little bit, but it's a really cool book, and just like a video game, a movie, a video game. they can bring the world of Rifts to life in different ways that we can't.
Yeah.
It's just even for me as a writer, it just feels different to play Promise of Power, even on this little tiny screen, you know. I'm like, oh, and just kind of like move my character around and talk to people and run into all this stuff. So, and comics for me activate it very visually for me too. When it's panel after panel after panel, it still feels really cool. So, yeah, and Law Dog says the back of Machinations of Doom is just as awesome as the comic book at front. It's half. It is, and I think that the write-ups that Kevin did, you know, the characters, it's really cool. I really enjoyed reading the comic and then reading the characters and seeing their stats at the end as a gamer. And you know, normally that kind of stuff is presented the other way around a lot of times, and so to engage with it in that direction was kind of a cool mental engagement as well. So yeah, it was cool. It was very, very cool. So yeah, I don't know, comic source books. I don't know if we'll do a lot of those in the future. I mean, we do like including comics in our source books. Kevin's one of his newest books is Coalition Manhunters, soon to be renamed with a new cover art because people don't seem to understand what the book is about. But yeah, that book actually has a comic featuring dog boys that work with the Manhunters, and you know, so we love, and a lot of the art in our books is either done by comic book artists and or people that go on to work in comics or want to break into comics, just like Kevin did back in the day. So there's no like mistake there. You know, if I wanted to write oh gee, I hadn't even thought of this, I don't know if we'll have the page count for it, but you know, if I had some really cool idea for Chaos Earth First Responders and Stephen Cummings still has some time, he does his normal, when he's not working on Rift stuff, he does this stuff with this company called Marvel on like their Ahsoka and Mandalorian comic book series. So, you know, he's okay. You know, but if I put together a story, I'm sure he'd be pleased to do the for it, right? So maybe I should do that to test out and see if I even have the chops to write, you know, a 4-page comic book or something. But but no, this is not something that we're opposed to, and I think the crossover is natural because Palladium books are so visual, right? And comics are so visual. I think it really does cross over well.
Yep.
So
No, it's
that's what
just
we want to rename it to. I was gonna say that's probably still in work.
yeah.
Well, no, we have the title somewhere.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly what it is. Something like Psi Battalion or
Psyops.
Psyops. Yeah, Psyops.
Yeah, it's Coalition Psyops, I believe.
There's something else to it, but yeah, it's because really, I mean, so Rift's Manhunter was a source book that we licensed back in the 1990s to Myrmidon Press. And it was so long ago, I thought, well, you know, Manhunters and Coalition Manhunters, no one's going to confuse these two books, and they do. So we hear a lot of, I already own Manhunters, and it's like you may own a Rift's Manhunters, but it's not Coalition Manhunters. Totally different things. The Myrmidon Manhunters is more of a space opera, phase world-ish kind of thing, and
Coalition
Manhunters is sort of what it sounds like,
it's the secret thought police, basically.
Yeah, there's thought police. There's the Manhunters themselves, who are like psychic assassins. We talk about how the Coalition treats psychics and how they're really special and how they're sort of like this secret defense against magic and monsters. We readdress dog boys and why they're so beloved and why they're such a major part of the Coalition, and all kinds of cool stuff. I mean, there's just, that book is just packed with a lot
for
of
me,
cool
it's
stuff.
it's one of the best Coalition source books out there, it's right up there with Coalition War Machine. To me, those are the top two. And I'm a huge fan of Lone Star, and I still think that it's. I think if I had to pick, it would beat out Lone Star and the other like CS Navy. I mean, other good books, right? But I really love all those books. But I think it's a top notch. If you really want to understand how the Coalition deals with threats, especially like high-powered or magical threats, but even the lowly day-to-day type of infiltration, this Coalition PsyOps. I'm just gonna start calling it that, Kevin. Sorry. But yeah, Coalition PsyOps is an amazing book. So yeah, unfortunately, the cover and the name, it confused people. We were doing the panel at Gen Con last year, and I said in passing to the fans who are all mega fans, right? They're at Gen Con at a panel for Palladium, and I just was like, oh, by the way, this is not the same thing as that book. And like a dude stood up in the back of the room and turned to his friends like, we have to go back to the Palladium booth.
And apparently we forgot the XP tables in that book, so we may want to add those when we decide to rebrand it.
Yeah, I don't remember. But
yeah, we'll look
It'll
at
obviously
that.
get a pass through. We'll fix it.
Yeah. Well, or we could say for reference, these characters use these tables. We could probably fix it pretty quickly. But
The comments
oh,
that
look,
people
good
are
morning.
doing on this is
It's
great.
time for me to get up. My phone.
Good morning, Sean.
My morning alarm just went off.
that's funny. But yeah, Manhunters is one of the best books I've written in years, I think. I mean, it just, I try to always put my best foot forward, but some books just really come together, and that book just sings. And I had a lot of fun writing it, and it's just a blast. So yeah, if you're into the Coalition and Coalition Society and assassins and other cool stuff, then that's the book for you. And there's like a 30-page Dog Boy Killhound story illustrated by Nick Bradshaw. That's pretty damn good, if I do say so myself. Mark Dudley thought it was like one of the best presentations of dog boys and how they function, because a lot of people think they're just humanoid dogs and behave like animals, and that's not true. So there's a lot of great insight, a lot of great art. Mike Muma also did some really great art for that book, as did Stephen Cummings. So
yes, Cummings did as well.
It's an all around great freaking book.
Yeah,
if I do say so
fantastic
myself. I kind of I feel funny sometimes where it's like, yeah, I wrote this great book. You guys will love it. You should go buy it. But it is.
So right now, if you go to the Palladium Books web store, it's Coalition Manhunters. There will be a cover art and title change when we do our next printing. Just because it's like this book, it's like this slow burner because everyone's like, oh, that's not what I thought it was, or oh, I read it, it's fantastic, right? And it's just like, and sometimes I think Kevin's got a pretty dang good track record at over 200 books so far, that most of the time he nails the cover art and the title, or the title, usually both. But this one, we just didn't quite connect, and I was part of that. Well, yeah, I mean, it was already a lot in motion when I joined Palladium, but we made some adjustments, but we needed to have taken stronger action, I think. But it's okay. I mean, I laid the book out, so but no, it's a really cool book, and it's tough when you see it not getting the traction that it should deserve. And part of it is also, we didn't crowdfund it. It was one of the crazy things when we did Titan Robotics is, I think it's a good book, and I think it's got a great cover and a great title, but which really helps sell. But doing the crowdfunding really skyrocketed its visibility to the fans. So it has Dog Boy corgis, so
which are magic specialists.
Good.
Yeah, so it revisits the Dog Boys. It revisits a couple of other things because it's basically the Coalition's version of bursters and zappers and different kinds of it's basically what happens with those kind of abilities if you're put through this rigorous Coalition training program. So it's pretty
Nice.
cool. Yeah, it's pretty. I mean,
Oh yeah,
cool.
I forgot that there's like 50 new psionic abilities. How could I forget that?
Yeah,
And they're really great. They're not overpowered. A lot
A
of
lot of them are more subtle.
Yep. A lot of it's like detective type abilities, and yeah, the book's just rock solid. I was on
It
fire.
really is. Well, it's cool. No, I remember when I kept coming back to you when I was doing, because I didn't get to proofread the whole book, but I proofread sections, and I was doing the layout, and I just kept coming back to Kevin. Kevin, this is a really cool book.
If a corgi dog boy tried to arrest me, I'd be like, okay, sure thing, whatever, as you wish. Here, take me. You're adorable. I lose.
Cuteness overload. Yeah.
Cuteness overload. You win. Psyop successful.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I'm curious, have many of you guys gotten the Cyberworks collection book? In the chat, if you have, and what you thought about it after you had time to check it out and digest it and look through it and everything, just let us know. I'm just kind of curious. You put a book out there and you just wonder what the fans think of it, the material in there, and having that as a collection. It's because I didn't think it would happen, but Kevin thought it would do well, and it's done really well. We've had to reprint it like twice now?
3 or 4 times. I think it just came back for its 4th reprint.
Yeah, which, I mean, we're doing shorter print runs because we keep going, well, we thought it was just like early fans were excited about it, right? And, it was just kind of some pent-up demand, but it just keeps selling. So it's like, maybe we should keep printing the book, right? It is a beautiful hardcover. Yeah, the print quality came out really good. We were really happy with that, so.
And it's funny, the idea for that book, because Sean was working on Titan Robotics, and there's a lot of Archie 3 stuff in it.
Yeah. And
we're trying to figure out what other rewards and things we could offer for it. And I like to walk. A lot of times if we're discussing stuff, I'm like, okay, let's walk and talk. And so we're walking around our industrial complex, and Sean brings up the rewards and stuff. I said, I had this dream where we did this collected hardcover with blah, 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 blah. And Sean's like, Kev, that's a great idea. And I don't know if I can really take credit for it because it came to me in a dream.
Well, it was weird because I'd been talking to him right before that about how the story of Archie and Cyberworks was in Sourcebook 1, but then Sourcebook 1 revised, right, which added a lot of material. And then there was Sourcebook 2 Mechanoids, and then there was Shamarian Nation, and there was some stuff in Rift's Aftermath. And it was like, man, it'd be really hard for someone to get all that stuff and know all that stuff so they can pick up, and there's other stuff in a couple of other books, but most of that stuff is in what is it, one of the Merktown type books or something. But anyways, the main point is all the core plot point stuff for Archie. You gotta have like 4 or 5 books and be pretty conversant on the material to really absorb and appreciate a whole bunch of stuff in Titan Robotics. And so I was like, dang it, it was like this problem I didn't have a solution to. And then Kevin's like, we just put it all in this collection. It was perfect, right? And it gave us a chance to bring all that together. And there's a lot of fans that I don't think they ever read or ever got Sourcebook 1 revised necessarily, right? And they may not realize how much awesome extra material was in there. And I added a page of stuff from Rifter 1 about expanded weapons that adapted from Rifter 1 about expanded weapons that Archie had developed after meeting the mechanoids. So you've got like instead of just having like laser rifles, now there's ion pistols and particle weapons and plasma and stuff like that for the Archie's legions to wield, which I think is important to have a little bit of variety there. So it was just really cool, and we put it all together, and I think I was hoping that fans would really enjoy that, having all that collected into one place with an index at the end, and which we is new for Palladium over the past few years, but we're doing that, and we're going to be consistently doing that in all our books going forward. And then collected and having, it was for me, it was a no-brainer. We had this beautiful new art for the Sourcebook 1 Revised, but I always loved the original art for Sourcebook 1. So it was like, wow, we can take that art and bring it back, and it won't be confused, right? It won't be confused. So that was that was cool. And I thought, yeah, it'd be cool. Fans, maybe the hardcore fanboys, might pick it up in the Kickstarter, and then we move forward, and people just keep buying the book. So I was kind of curious. Thanks for everybody's feedback, because it's like, yeah, it's sometimes we're like, but why is everyone getting it? We just kind of want to understand what about it y'all appreciate. So yeah, I think that there's something too about, I see you, Law Dog, saying you wish you had Cyberworks in soft cover because I hate pulling the hardcover off the shelf. I misread what you were saying. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, I don't think we're going to do a soft cover. It's getting close to the, like, I don't know, doing a soft cover on a really large book like that can be
tricky.
It is pretty though. Sean did a really great job with the layout. It looks beautiful, and plus we had some art that was great grayscale that back in the day we couldn't really reproduce that way, and so we put a lot of the grayscale art in, and it looks awesome.
No, and that was one of the things, is that we remastered that book. So, and what that when we say that, that's to describe, we went back to the original paste up boards that Kevin had put together when he created these books, and we have super high res scans of those paste up boards. Printing has gotten better, surprisingly, over the past 30, 40 years. So when we rebuild these books, they actually come out, a lot of times the art comes out crisper, more beautiful than it ever appeared before. So we get it, and we take all that text and we do a lot of spell check and revision passes to make sure that we get those corrections in there. We really clean things up. So it's a fantastic opportunity when we get to do one of these remasters. And we had people saying immediately, oh, are you going to do the same thing when you do Antarctica? And yes, we plan on doing a Splugorth collection, which I think that one is going to be the steal, right? I think that one's going to be the really cool one, because the Splugorth stuff is split across like 8 or 9 books. It is across, after the 2 Atlantis books, it is all over the place. And I know that because I did the research for the Savage Rifts book. I went and tracked down every bit of Splugorth lore I could, and it's actually quite shotgunned. There's a little bit in a whole bunch of books, and so that book I think will be really fantastic for fans. So looking forward to that one once we get rolling in on that.
Yep.
So the Cyberworks collection replaced the separate source book like Mechanoids and Chimerian Nation. If you have it, you have Rift Sourcebook 1 Revised, you have Chimerian Nation, you have Sourcebook 2 Mechanoids, right? All of those remastered in that book. So you don't need to go get those books separately. You have all of that information and more from Rift's Aftermath, and some stuff we pulled in and adapted from early Rifters. So yeah, it's an end all be all for it. It gets you everything you need. That and Titan Robotics gets you everything you need for the entire Archie saga so far, besides some stuff some related stuff that you will see in, say, like Mutants in Orbit or something like that.
But
Where
we are
it's not really
continuing.
RG3, but
We are continuing to print the individual source books as
Yeah.
well.
yes.
I think that
Yep.
was the real point of the question.
Oh, will we stop printing the other source
Because
books?
it's
No, we're not going to
for
stop
future
printing those other
reprints.
source books.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think they were concerned maybe they wouldn't come out anymore.
Oh no, we're not going to stop printing those books. Nope. No. Yep. No, thanks for that clarification. Yeah, we don't want to get rid of those books, right? We do want to offer this easy step in for someone who's building a new collection or rebuilding a collection, or just the collector that wants all of that in one spot and indexed and all that kind of stuff.
Cool. Yeah, and that this crowdfunder keeps ticking up.
Does.
David Nemosek just pointed out we're at nearly 8,500
Yeah, we just crossed 85,578 backers.
or 8,500, 85,000. Duh.
Yeah, that's a decent amount. So let me check. Let's go through. I want to just check real quick and see where we're at on the pledge levels. So 280 digital nomads, 55 digital adventures, 89 cyber knights. We're up to 62 Glitter Boy champions. That is pretty cool. 25 people have joined the cast. Only 75 cast positions
wow.
remaining. That is going out, man. That is going out the door. And let's see. The ultimate benefactor still remains. And let's see, for add-ons, 26 Glitter Boy statues. And that is by far the most popular add-on.
It's fantastic.
Although we've got 18 of the Glitter Boy metal-plated dice and 17 of the Leyline liquid core. So
Nice.
that ain't bad either. Yes, there's a Glitter Boy statue. You can get it as part of the Glitter Boy Champion pledge level in the backer kit that we're running right now, or you can go in and if you back at any level, including digital, you'll have to pay for shipping when the time comes. But yeah, you can add that as an add-on for $50.
Yeah, it's a beautiful representation of Kevin Long's art, the original Glitter Boy. It'll be a 10-inch PVC figure, and it's unbelievably awesome. It's in there someplace, a picture of it.
Yep, it's in. If you go to the add-ons tab, you can see it, the Glitter Boy statue image. And when we do an update in the near future, we will definitely have. I'm hoping we can provide a render that includes like the the chrome effect, stuff like that we'll see.
And then someone asked if we're going to do more Rifter archival editions, and the answer is yes. We're going to be sending in Rifter 77 for archival reprinting, and we're going to be doing some other ones too. So it's coming. They're coming. And yeah, you can get the Glitter Boy for any for any level, even if it's just a digital level. If you want to get the physical Glitter Boy 10-inch statue, you can.
Yep. So yeah, we appreciate everyone's support. I'm at 8.5 hours now, so I think I'm gonna call it. But I think that's a pretty good starter stream.
Absolutely. And I think
Um,
Wayne needs to go home to his wife, and Jeremy.
Yes, I do.
I slipped out when I just went to Sam's Club and got a pizza slice. And I brought Jeremy one, who he very stealthily ate.
He did not survive.
I didn't expect. I appreciate Wayne and Kevin, you guys sticking here with me. I just thought I had Jeremy locked down, but I appreciate you guys helping out with the stream. I know the fans have loved it. So just want to say I really appreciate everyone's support for this. If you can, please help us get the word out. We're off to a good start, a solid start, but we can't let the momentum drop. We need to keep pushing and making sure that people see it. So appreciate everything you guys do, and everybody backing at whatever level you can. That's fantastic. So I'm going to sign off. Yeah, much love, and we'll do some updates soon for you guys. That's probably around the 48-hour to 72-hour mark. But you know, instead of doing like updates, I think it's better to engage here, right? And have a live chat with y'all about everything.
Yeah, that's awesome. So, yeah, I love this feature.
No, this is super cool. All right, gentlemen. Well, I am going to go out then.
All right, Sean, we're going to take off too. Thank you, everybody. You've been awesome. Yeah, spread the word, and let's make this thing happen.
Take care, everybody.
Bye.